के कोई संपर्क नहीं है। और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है। और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। अभी उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
So a lot of questions on what Eknath Shinde will do next. Is he going to be heading back to Mumbai today and essentially starting off the process where he shows off the support that he enjoys from Shiv Sena MLAs? Now, we've spoken to Eknath Shinde, the man who's fueled this entire rebellion, twice in a matter of 1 hour. Take a look at the other conversation that Kamlesh Sutar had with Shinde, where he also reveals his plans of coming back to Mumbai.
शिंदे साहब, जानना चाहेंगे, जिस तरह से कल से हम देख रहे हैं कि आपके तेवर तीखे हो गए हैं। आपने कल एक खत लिखा था, ट्वीट किया था कि हम आपकी धमकियों से डरते नहीं हैं, और अब एक खत भी भेजा है आपने जिसमें 37 विधायकों की सिग्नेचर है, और आपका ये दावा है कि आपका ही जो ग्रुप है शिवसेना का वही असली है। क्या बताएंगे शिंदे साहब?
नहीं, देखिए, लोकशाही में, डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर्स और मेजोरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है, और वो हमारे पास में है। यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है, 50+ हमारे साथ में एमएलए हैं, और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के मुताबिक होगा। और इसलिए यहाँ पर हम लोग यहाँ पर है, और आगे की रणनीति हम लोग अभी बैठक के बाद तय कर लेंगे। और इसमें हम लोग को ये नोटिस से किसको डर लगने की आवश्यकता नहीं। हमारे सब लोग तैयार है। उन्होंने कहा है ये इलीगल नोटिस देके डराने से हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं। ऐसे एक नोटिस आए तो 10 नोटिस आए, ये जो गलत है गलत है, और ये तो पैरों तले जमीन खिसक रही है। इसलिए ऐसे नोटिस जिनको जो माइनॉरिटी में है, जो माइनॉरिटी में वो कैसे डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं। और दूसरी बात है, जो मिट्टी बैठक अटेंड नहीं किया तो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन, ये कौन सी, ये दुनिया में पहला एक एग्जांपल हो सकता है। तो ऐसा कुछ भी कर नहीं सकते।
शिंदे साहब,
करे तो इलीगल हो जाए।
नहीं, आपने कल ये आपके 12 एमएलएस को आपके साथ जो है उन्हें डिस्क्वालीफाई करने की नोटिस दिया जिसमें आपका भी नाम है, तो इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? सिर्फ 12 लोगों को एक तो दी गई है और जिसमें आपका और नए प्रतोद भरत गोगावले का भी नाम है।
मैंने अभी कहा है कि ये पूरी तरह इलीगल है, क्योंकि ऐसा माइनॉरिटी में जो है उनको अधिकार नहीं होता है। और जो गठ नेता चेंज किया गया, मेरे को चेंज किया, तो उसके लिए भी मेजोरिटी होनी पड़ती है। सब विधायक जो है उनकी बैठक लेनी पड़ती है, और मेजोरिटी से गठ नेता चेंज कर सकते हैं। वो भी इलीगल किया है, इसलिए वो नोटिस, वो पिटीशन ही इलीगल है।
शिंदे साहब, आप मुंबई कब आएंगे? इन सब मुद्दों को लेकर सब लोग यही चीज़ को लेकर अटकलें लगा रहे हैं कि मुंबई कब आएंगे, गवर्नर से मिलेंगे। अपने खत में गवर्नर को, हाँ,
जल्दी आएंगे।
कल एक बात और कही थी आपने कि आपके साथ एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, आपकी किसी को किसी के डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। क्या कोई राष्ट्रीय पार्टी, ये कौन सी है और कौन संपर्क में, क्या बता पाएंगे?
मैंने कहा था कि हमारे साथ में एक आशीर्वाद है, महाशक्ति है, हमारे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की महाशक्ति जो हमारे साथ है, हमारे आनंद ये सब की शक्ति है, और हमें कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं।
शिंदे साहब, तो आप अपने आप को अलग शिवसेना गुट के तौर पर अभी पेश करेंगे, या आप अभी अपने आप को असली शिवसेना मानते हैं?
नहीं, अभी तो हम लोग तो कल भी हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के सैनिक थे, आज भी है, कल भी रहेंगे।
लेकिन क्या फिर अभी
बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है, उनकी भूमिका है, उसे ही हम लोग आगे लेके जाना चाहते हैं।
गवर्नर से मिलेंगे, आपके आंकड़ों की परेड की जाएगी?
वो आगे की बात है, बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
लेकिन कितने जल्द हम देख सकते हैं इस पर आगे की आपकी रणनीति?
जल्द ही बताएंगे।
क्या आपके अगर इन 12 को डिस्क्वालीफाई किया गया तो?
ऐसा कर ही नहीं सकते। ये कानून व्यवस्था है, देश की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ में ऐसा कोई भी कदम किसी को उठाने का अधिकार नहीं है।
शिंदे साहब, एक व्यक्तिगत सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा। इसके पहले जब भी पार्टी पर संकट आता था तो खुद अब एकनाथ शिंदे ने हमने देखा है कि वो पहाड़ बनकर खड़े होते थे सामने। इस वक्त आप ही को पार्टी से जूझना पड़ रहा है। व्यक्तिगत तौर पर कितना आपके लिए ये अनुभव कैसा है? दुखद है और या कैसा है?
ये अनुभव तो दुखद, अच्छा नहीं है, निश्चित रूप से दुखद है। लेकिन अभी पार्टी के जितने भी एमएलए हैं उनको तकलीफ थी, उनकी भावना थी, उनकी अड़चने थी, उनको कई समस्या थी, तो उन्होंने ये सब कदम उठाया। मैं मेरे लिए, मेरे स्वार्थ के लिए या मुझे कुछ पद चाहिए इसलिए ऐसा कोई हम लोग ने स्टैंड नहीं लिया है। लेकिन जब एमएलए लोगों की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अगर कोई काम नहीं होता है या उनके ऊपर अन्याय होता है, तो अन्याय के खिलाफ लड़ने की सीख जो है हमारे को बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने दी है।
शिवसेना की तरफ से 2 ऑफर आपको दिए गए थे। उद्धव ठाकरे कह रहे थे मुख्यमंत्री पद छोड़ने को तैयार है, कल संजय राउत कह रहे थे कि हम महाविकास आघाड़ी से बाहर निकलने को तैयार है। क्या दोनों शर्तें आपको थोड़ी भी मंजूर रहेगी या बिल्कुल नामंजूर है?
नहीं, अभी देखिए, अभी हम लोग तो यहाँ पर है, हम लोग अभी बैठक करेंगे, बैठक करने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय करेंगे।
जी शुक्रिया शिंदे साहब।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
So those were the two conversations that we've had with Eknath Shinde. He's exuding confidence. He's speaking about the fact that he has the numbers with him and believes that the disqualification step being taken up by Uddhav Thackeray is nothing but an attempt to intimidate, to threaten him and all the rebels who are standing with him right now. Let's bring in Paras Dama also on this broadcast to get a sense of what's expected today. Paras, what's clear is that Eknath Shinde right now is trying to also, kind of bide his time. He's not going to be making it down to Mumbai today, so that means that this could drag on a bit longer. Uddhav Thackeray will be hoping that more MLAs now don't touch down in Guwahati.
He seems to in no hurry. Eknath Shinde seems to in no hurry because the situation is in court right now, because as he's claiming that he has more than 50 MLAs in his side. It's the most important thing right now which is happening in Maharashtra politics. On the other hand, MVA government is struggling. We have to point out this thing because this is very important, because this three-wheeler Sarkar has been in trouble from last 15-20 days. When the Rajya Sabha election was conducted over there, they lost. After that MLC election was conducted there, they lost, and after this all circus started. And right now the situation is that the power man, the key man is Eknath Shinde. Everyone wants him on his side. Shiv Sena wants him back in the side because he will play a very important role, because Uddhav Sarkar is in a very difficult situation right now. So that's why now Uddhav Sarkar, or it may MVA Sarkar, they all want their MLAs to be intact with them. So that's why they are taking different types of meeting with their MLAs, MLCs, and all things have been done by all three parties, because this is very important. If number will rise, problem for MVA government will also rise, and the major problem for Shiv Sena is that only that the numbers of MLAs which is going to rebel group is rising every day, every second, every minute, Akshita. So probably today Uddhav Thackeray is going to take a very important meeting at 12:30 at Sena Bhavan. So after that picture will get clear what they want to do. So a situation depend upon today's meeting, which is going to happen at 12:30. Made Sharad Pawar is also playing its part. He is also taking meetings. Congress is also taking meetings, and the reason behind this meeting is only that how to save MVA government in a situation where they know that they are down and out.
Very true. Paras, stay on with me. I want to play out also what Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has said. As far as the Uddhav Sena strategy is concerned, Sanjay Raut has maintained at this point that this is now turning into a legal war. He's saying that the fight is of numbers, papers, and on the streets. We will win in all three. But not once has he conceded that yes, the numbers are not in our favor, that we've got MLAs leaving us every hour. Sanjay Raut also choosing to hit out at the BJP and referring to a comment that was made by a central minister of the BJP. He's saying that there was an attempt to clearly take a lowly attack at Sharad Pawar, that he was threatened, and the use of such language for a senior political leader like Sharad Pawar is simply unacceptable. If you look at the majority of the interaction that Sanjay Raut had with the media, he reserved most of his attacks for the BJP. Again, nothing about Eknath Shinde, but only maintaining that Uddhav Sena will come out and emerge the victor in this fight.
महाविकास आघाडीतले तीनही पक्ष एकसंघ आहेत. ठीक आहे, शिवसेनेचा आकडा कमी झालेला आहे. लोकशाही बहुमत हे आकड्यांवर चालतं. सभागृहामध्ये जेव्हा हा विषय येईल तेव्हा महाविकास आघाड़ीच्या बाजूनं आमदारांचा कौल असेल. देखिए संख्याबल ज़्यादा हो सकता है कागज़ पे. अब ये लड़ाई जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी, लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी. हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है. उनको डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए हमारे लोग सभापति महोदय के पास गए हैं. सरकार कब बनेगी ये लोगों की जो बोल रहे हैं मुझे मालूम नहीं, बनेगी भी या नहीं बनेगी उस बारे में कोई बोल नहीं सकता है. धमकियाँ देने का काम चल रहा है माननीय पवार साहब को. अगर ये सरकार को बचाएंगे तो देख लेंगे, ये केंद्रीय मंत्री बोल रहा है.
Sanjay Raut there, Paras, saying that we will win the fight on the streets, we will win on paper, we'll win as far as the numbers are concerned. But how? There's no clarity on that. Sanjay Raut is making these statements. He's making tall statements of victory, of taking on Eknath Shinde. But how will they do it is still a big, big question mark.
Yesterday where Sanjay Raut took a press conference, and over there he just claimed that he has some of the MLAs on his side. He is in contact with them. Uddhav Thackeray is in contact with them, and we will show Eknath Shinde. We also have the numbers. So right now the game is all the number game which is happening. Sanjay Raut is very much confident that if vote of motion will happen, Shiv Sena will only win. There is nothing about it that anyone can do. But Sanjay Raut, what he is claiming is that he is in touch with MLAs which is in Guwahati right now with the MLA groups. So there are some statement which has been given by Sanjay Raut, and we can see that this is a desperate attempt to bring back their rebel MLAs, because right now if Shiv Sena want to save themselves, this MLAs and the main key man is Eknath Shinde. If they will come back, then Shiv Sena can survive. Otherwise, you can see them perishing like cards. So right now, situation is that Sanjay Raut is giving the statement. Then he knows that he will win if vote of motion will be considered and it will happen. Then Shiv Sena is going to win. But number says the different story, because number is on Eknath Shinde's side, because he is claiming that in Guwahati that he has more than 50 MLAs with him, and he has also sent a letter to governor about that he has 37 MLAs, and 37 is the magical number which can change the political things which is happening in Maharashtra and Mumbai. So the situation we can see, ball is in Eknath Shinde's court, but Shiv Sena is fighting till the last. They'll fight till the last, and they'll claim everything, and they'll try to bring back this MLAs, this rebel MLAs, which is in Guwahati.
Yeah, so they're saying they'll fight till the very end, but to what length and what kind of a fight are they really putting up right now? Because at this point, it almost seems like there's a wait and watch policy. The only step that's been taken is to seek disqualification of 12 MLAs, and that's a cleverly thought out move, because it could also lead to problems for Eknath Shinde. It's not essentially all done for Shinde. Yes, he's got the numbers right now with him, because 37 Shiv Sena MLAs and 9 independent MLAs are with Shinde Sena. That means that their tally is at 46 right now. Some reports suggesting that more will be joining them, which is why Eknath Shinde, while speaking to us here in India Today, said that number will actually become 50 plus. It's all about muscle flexing, yes, but the legal steps they take, the kind of steps that they take to go ahead and remove Uddhav Thackeray from power, it will come down to that. Let's cut across also to a conversation right now with Bharat Gogavle, the appointed chief whip by the Eknath Shinde faction.
आगे हमारे शिंदे साहब है ना, वो कर रहे हैं.
क्या कर रहे हैं?
होगा वो देखा जाएगा.
क्या कर रहे हैं सर?
जो कर रहे हैं कानून का और सबका, तो इसलिए नो टेंशन.
क्या आप लोगों ने क्या किया है? डिप्टी स्पीकर को चिट्ठी में लिखकर क्या कहा है आप लोगों ने?
दे दिया उसको, बोला उसको अधिकार नहीं, उसको बोला.
हाँ?
तो ये बनता नहीं, कुछ नहीं, मीटिंग पे नहीं जाना तो क्या डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन होता है क्या ऐसा?
नहीं, आप लोगों ने जो चिट्ठी लिखी है डिप्टी स्पीकर को, उसमें आप लोगों ने क्या क्या लिखा है?
हमारे मेंबर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, नो टेंशन.
नो टेंशन. कितने मेंबर हो गए अब? कितने लोग होटल में हैं? भरत जी, भरत जी, भरत जी, कितने लोग हैं अभी होटल में? 37 हो गए हैं शिवसेना के। चलिए, भरत जी अब बात करने को तैयार नहीं है।
That is the conversation that's just played out live on Aaj Tak with Bharat Gokavle, who is part of the rebel faction, has extended his support to Eknath Shinde, has also been named in fact, the resolution as the chief whip. Eknath Shinde has maintained he's the legislative party leader, and they've named the man that we just spoke to, Bharat Gokavle, as the chief whip. Anupam Mishra is joining us live from Guwahati with the latest updates on the numbers, because that's what it really comes down to. Eknath Shinde is claiming 50 plus, Anupam. The reality is that right now he has 37 Sena MLAs as well as about 9 independents. That brings his number to 46. Are there preparations being made on the ground? Because there are some reports suggesting that more MLAs could make their way into Radisson Blu today.
Well, Akshita, as far as we know, the number of the Sena MLAs inside this hotel Radisson Blu, it is coming as 37 as of now. And 9 independent MLAs were inside this hotel. But the report is also coming that 3 more MLAs are coming anytime in Guwahati, and they will be entering into this hotel. So this is the latest information. And one more information is coming, that there is a scheduled meeting inside this hotel Radisson Blu by Eknath Shinde to prepare the strategy ahead and what they will do next. That is what they are thinking right now, and there is a meeting scheduled for this. Akshita.
Okay, so what's very clear, Anupam, and if you can give us details about that, the booking at Radisson Blu, it's not going to end today, and it looks like at this point Shinde has no plans of leaving Guwahati and making his way to Mumbai today.
Yeah, the report, according to a report, a total of 70 rooms have been booked in this Radisson Blu hotel, and this is for 7 days and for 56 lakhs. Adding to this, the daily estimated expense for food and other services at rupees 8 lakh per day. That comes to 56 lakhs for 7 days. So that adds up to 1.12 crore rupees for 7 days. So that means that they are not planning to leave Guwahati as of now, and they are they are taking some time. They are preparing their strategy. They are strengthening their strategy, and if they are assured by their strategies, then they will move from Guwahati to Mumbai. That is what information is coming from inside.
They've got the numbers right now, but they're still waiting it out to see what the Deputy Speaker has to say. And that's what it'll come down to, Paras. Right now, one battle has been won by Eknath Shinde, which is that he's got the numbers with him. But there's a lot more also that needs to be figured out. It's not easy or a walk in the park for Eknath Shinde either. He's got, of course, a lot of legal challenges, hurdles that he'll have to cross. And what the Deputy Speaker does next is a big question mark, because Uddhav Thackeray has saw the disqualification of 12 MLAs. Eknath Shinde first sent across a resolution with 34 signatures, then quickly withdrew it, ensured 37 signatures, which was the needed for him, and sent it back. Paras?
Akshita, the thing is that right now Eknath Shinde is also struggling with many things. The legal battle that you are talking about, it may hamper the situation, but the numbers are on Eknath Shinde's side, okay, because the flow
Paras,
which we are
my
seeing from
apologies
last
for
so many
interrupting,
days,
but there's a big news spread that we're just putting out right now. One more Shiv Sena MLA, Dilip Lande, is leaving for Guwahati from Surat. So the camp for Shinde, they're getting bigger. Arvind Sawant of the Shiv Sena is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Sawant, this isn't looking good for the Shiv Sena. For those of you who are backing Uddhav Thackeray, numbers, more and more going in favor of Eknath Shinde right now.
Only the numbers goes, it doesn't make insurance. The legal action will be taken against them, because all those activities are illegal. And as per the Constitution of India, we have served the petition. We have already submitted the petition to the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Assembly to disqualify all these members who have left without any notice. And when we have served the notice to attend to a meeting, they did not attend the meeting yesterday, and therefore day before yesterday. So therefore, we have served the notice of we have served the petition to the Honorable Speaker to disqualify them. let us see what happens. Now it is a legal battle
Okay.
as well as a political battle. And everyone knows who is behind this.
Mr. Sawant, we've spoken to Eknath Shinde. We had a long conversation with him this morning. He's saying that this is an attempt to scare him and all the other MLAs who are backing him, that this is almost a threatening tactic that Uddhav Thackeray is resorting to as far as disqualification is concerned. Second, he's saying that he has the number of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs with him. He maintains that I'm the legislative party leader.
See, the number will be decided on the floor of the house, not outside. Try to understand that. There are people, they were in contact with us, they were pursuing that we have been forcibly kept in the camp. We are not allowed to move. Somehow 2 people have left it, escaped from their cage. But then others are still, either willfully there are not. Nobody knows it.
Sir, but
because of that only he is every day calling everyone.
Sir, that is something that was immediately contested, because yesterday after these 2 MLAs spoke out, there were pictures of them taking selfies in luxury planes. It didn't look like they were being forced at all to stay there.
It was all strategically taught to them what to do. They are not. See, today one audio clip has been issued by one of the MLAs from the suburb from Bandarpur. Now he says we have been told not to talk to anyone. After 3-4 days, we are now relaxed. We have got the number, and I am telling you, I am going to become the minister. And therefore, I have left. You can very well check up in Marathi channel, they are showing it. That shows no, it is they were in the camp. Who were protecting the BJP government officials?
That's a we've spoken.
Gujarat government was there. Where in Assam, see today one of the Shiv Sainikars gone to Assam, Guwahati, and asked him to go back to Uddhav Thackeray. And there he was arrested now.
But look at these pictures, sir. There are pictures of all these MLAs who were complaining yesterday. They're taking selfies outside a chartered plane. They're showing off the good time they're having. We spoke to Mr. Deepak Kesarkar today morning, and he also has said that I'm willfully there. I've decided to take this step very consciously.
Maybe. I don't want to contest on that right now. The reasons for which he has given a letter to us, in which he has mentioned that there was a bomb behind below his residence. I was trying to come out, and then my car was chased by someone, and then finally writes, my missus was not well. And now you just think of a reason. When somebody's wife is ill, he leaves her without taking her due care and goes to Guwahati. You just think of it, how many people are lying now. That's all. That's the example. We can produce that later about what he has written. So do you believe? There he has said, I should be allowed to remain abstain from the meeting.
Are these MLAs, sir, to you, are they doing this out of force or are they traitors?
See, we have appealed them to come back. Let us go. Let us remain within the party. I'll talk to the boss, and then see what further is to be done. Even yesterday, Sanjay Raut has also said, come, whatever your plea is there, we can follow with the party. But the clauses are very different. See, they can they can say we are 2/3 or more than that but they cannot remain as a Shiv Sena. They will have to merge in the political party.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point Mr. Eknath Shinde is making, Mr. Sawant.
Since you wanted to leave Shiv Sena.
No, they're saying we are the real Shiv Sena. The numbers are with us. We are the real Shiv Sena.
The amendment which was carried in 87-88 says that they can go for they can prove that we have a majority of 2/3 people with us, and then what will happen? They cannot remain as a separate group in the assembly. They will have to merge with someone. And when the merger comes, the issue of merger will come. And the people, all these have to join BJP, then the issue will come. Then you will come to know the truth. Whether they were really saying, they were really with Shiv Sena, they had a Shiv Sena in their heart or not, and today they are BJP members. That's the final issue.
Mr. Sawant, one final question to you. Your response to all of these allegations that the rebel MLAs have been putting forth, that Uddhav Thackeray was inaccessible, that they were humiliated constantly when they tried to meet him at Mantralaya?
You must consider what has happened in the past. I know in the last 3 years, you just think of almost 2.5 years. 2 years have gone into Corona. Nobody knows it. He has saved the life of this country, the people of the Maharashtra state. Not only that, he was admired. He was selected as the best chief minister of the country. Five chief ministers were there. He was one of them. Twice, 4 times. The survey was considered by some private, and they have said that he is one of the finest chief ministers. Imagine that he had to go for a major surgery.
But they're saying Congress NCP leaders could meet him, not us.
He survived. We pray God, the God's blessing, he survived from that. And during that, his movements were restricted.
No, I agree that he's had a lot of, medical incidents as well. But they're saying that he's met with Congress and NCP leaders. That Congress NCP leaders could meet them, not us.
One moment. The crises are there in our house, not with the NCP. Right now, when my leader is in critical condition, you are so inhuman to criticize him and trouble him. And that is what Maharashtra is looking after it. Yesterday, when he spoke to the people of the Maharashtra on Facebook, people cried. We have never seen such a cultured chief minister in the line of Yashwantrao Chavan and others.
Is Shiv Sena slipping away from the Thakres, Mr. Arvind Sawant? What's considered to be synonymous, Thakre and Shiv Sena, is that changing?
He has immediately vacated his residence also. Don't forget that also. He's that sort of person. He's not greedy of power. That is what he has shown by his action. Now the people who have gone for a power should come back and tell them, you are so... He's ready to relinquish why you want to continue with BJP. Everybody knows who is playing the role.
But then what's stopping Mr. Uddhav Thackeray from resigning?
No, you don't ask for that. We know this is a political battle. There's no legal battle.
Okay.
Now that legal battle will start. If they come, what he has said, I am ready to resign. Come and say it on my face. All of you come and say, sir, we don't believe in you. We don't have a trust in your leadership. So therefore, we want to join with Shinde. I will there itself give the resignation in your hand, submit it to the governor, and will not continue to be the chief minister of ours. What more you need?
Okay, all right. Mr. Arvind Sawant, thank you. Thank you, sir, for joining us here on India Today. So you heard what the Shiv Sena says. Arvind Sawant, loyalist of the Uddhav Sena here, speaking out and saying that we will disqualify these MLAs. It's now taking a legal route. That's the messaging essentially from Uddhav Sena. They're saying whatever numbers it may be, this is now a legal battle and we will pursue that accordingly. So they're hoping that legally they'll be able to, wiggle out of this political crisis, get some sort of a breather, get some sort of a relief. And that seems to be their clear strategy, even from going by what they've done so far, going ahead and approaching the Deputy Speaker saying disqualify 12 of these MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. Let's get you all the updates from the ground as well. There's also, in fact, an incident that's been reported in Guwahati where police have detained Sanjay Bhosle, who is the Deputy District Chief of Shiv Sena. So someone from the Uddhav camp was present near Radisson Blu Hotel to urge these party MLAs lodged at the hotel to return to Maharashtra. Was he an Uddhav emissary who has been now taken in is the question. What we're hearing is that he's been detained. Police are saying that the area around Radisson Blu has been identified as a sensitive area. Obviously, there'll be questions on what basis that's being said and why nobody's being allowed in or out of this hotel. But a person who's being deemed now as a mediator, who was there clearly on behalf of Uddhav Thackeray to reach out to these MLAs, last bit attempt perhaps to try and get Eknath Shinde to call off this rebellion, to get some of the MLAs back to their side because they're desperately in need of numbers, that has fallen flat. So this is the big breaking news that's coming in. This aide of Uddhav Thackeray has been detained in Guwahati. He was close to, in fact, the Radisson Blu Hotel. You see him at the gates there of the hotel. He's been detained now as the police maintain that this is a highly sensitive area. Again, I'll highlight that there will be questions on what basis this is deemed as a highly sensitive area. This particular person tried to enter the hotel, clearly with the intention of meeting some of these MLAs to try and reach out to them. Last-ditch effort, perhaps, by Uddhav Sena to try and get some of the MLAs back to their side, convince them to stop this rebellion, to end it, ensure that they get some of their numbers on their side. Because at this point, as things stand, numbers are swelling in the Shinde Sena camp. Uddhav Thackeray perhaps recognizes that, at this point, things are not in his favor. And that's why there are attempts perhaps being made to kind of send emissaries to kind of reach out to these rebel MLAs as well, get some of them back, convince them that all of their issues will be ironed out and get some of them back to Mumbai. Right now, it's not worked. There are no MLAs who've decided to change their minds, etc., except for the 2 of them who returned back and claimed that they were manhandled. But besides that, the number game is strong in the favor of Eknath Shinde. So this is the big update that's coming in from Guwahati. A lot of drama that's playing out right now at Radisson Blu. This at a time when we're picking up information of more Shiv Sena MLAs on their way, in fact, to Radisson Blu, on their way to Guwahati to join Eknath Shinde, to back him and to show their support to him. Numbers are swelling up for Eknath Shinde. Uddhav Thackeray will be very, very worried looking at the situation currently in Guwahati and looking at the fact that most of the MLAs, some of them considered to be his key aides, some of them considered to be extremely staunch Shiv Sena loyalists, they've all chosen now to side with Eknath Shinde. And obviously that calls for a lot of introspection. So this is the big breaking news that's coming in of all the drama that's right now playing out as we speak in Guwahati. Let's get you details of the battle plan of each side involved in this power battle that we're seeing playing out in Maharashtra. Let's start off with the defenders, the man who's currently on the CM throne, but for how long nobody knows, Uddhav Sena. What is his plan of action here? He's going to attempt to stop further defections. It looks like that is difficult right now because the information we're picking up is that more MLAs are on their way right now to Guwahati. Besides that, Uddhav Thackeray will be doing everything he can to try and bring back rebels. The numbers are in favor of Eknath Shinde and he recognizes that. So he's going to try to convince many of them. Stop the recognition of Shinde Sena as the main opposition, which is why largely to every Uddhav Thackeray aide we've spoken to, loyalists we've spoken to, they've said that this is now a legal battle. And to follow that up, they will legally challenge all the defections in court, saying that these are rebels and they cannot be recognized anymore. Besides that, another effort that Uddhav Thackeray will be taking, his side will be taking, is to ensure that MPs, members of parliament, also don't dump the party. Unfortunately for Uddhav Thackeray, already there has been news coming in of several MPs choosing to side with Eknath Shinde. Let's focus on what the allies are up to here. The NCP, Sharad Pawar, what's their strategy going forward? Their priority, number one priority here, will be to ensure that they don't face a similar crisis, that there's no rebellion within the NCP flock. That does look unlikely because the entire premise of the Shiv Sena rebellion is over the alliance with the NCP Congress. Besides that, Sharad Pawar himself said that we're ready for a long-drawn political crisis as well. Now, he's also said, of course, that I've seen this kind of crisis before. And that's why he's saying that, yes, there will be a political crisis. But also the messaging, and a very important one from Sharad Pawar, is that we're united in this fight with Uddhav Thackeray. There's no question of the NCP right now ditching him. They remain an ally of Uddhav Thackeray right now. What about the rebels? What about Eknath Shinde, as they're being referred to as the Shinde Sena? They're going to be trying to ensure that their numbers swell up further. Lure more MLAs, lure more MPs from Uddhav Sena. He's already got 37, but beyond this will be a muscle flexing exercise. They'll also, in fact, try to stake claim as the main opposition party, for which they've already shot off resolution letters also to the Deputy Speaker. Now, essentially what we're hearing is that Shinde Sena will be joining forces with the BJP to form the government. They need the numbers, of course. They've said very clearly they're not for the NCP or the Congress. And let's cut across to the big breaking news that's coming in right now. We're switching focus to some other stories as well, as the Supreme Court has dismissed a petition filed by Zakia Jafri, the petition against the Gujarat High Court order which rejected her plea against the SIT decision that questioned the clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So this is big breaking news that's coming in. The Supreme Court essentially upholding the Gujarat High Court order which ensured a clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Narendra Modi and 62 other persons for their role, for their alleged role in the Gujarat riots. This is big breaking news that's coming in. There was a petition that was filed in the Supreme Court on this. Nalini Sharma is joining us live with more details on this. Nalini, take us through exactly what the petition stated. This is a big breakthrough that's coming in. The Supreme Court upholding what the Gujarat High Court said in ensuring that clean chit to Prime Minister Modi.
Yes, Akshita, Zakia Jafri, who was the widow of a Congress leader called Ehsan Jafri, who was killed during the 2002 Gujarat riots, had approached the Supreme Court challenging the clean chit that was given not only to the PM but also 63 others by the SIT that was investigating this entire case. And today, 2 decades after the riots had happened in Gujarat, the Supreme Court's given its judgment and they've gone ahead and said that this petition that was filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merits, and on the basis of that, the Supreme Court dismissed the petition. They've also gone ahead and said that they've upheld the order of the magistrate that had accepted the report that was filed by the SIT, in which PM Narendra Modi along with 63 others were granted a clean chit regarding the issue of
Nalini, my apologies for interrupting, but let's get a reaction from the BJP on this. Shehzad Poonawalla is joining us on this broadcast. Shehzad, this is a big vindication for your party, a big vindication for Prime Minister Modi as well in the Gujarat riots case. Shehzad, can you hear me? All right, not sure if Shehzad Poonawalla is with us. Nalini, my apologies for interrupting you earlier. Go ahead, give us those details.
Yes, Akshita, like I was saying, that this entire petition was filed by Zakia Jafri challenging the clean chit that was granted to the PM along with 63 others. And what the Supreme Court said while dismissing the petition is that this petition was devoid of merits, and also that they've chosen to uphold the order of the magistrate that had accepted the report that was filed by the SIT in this matter. What Zakia Jafri had claimed before the Supreme Court was that there was a larger conspiracy behind the 2002 Gujarat riots, and that larger conspiracy should be probed. And she, in a sense, had challenged the decision of the SIT that had granted a clean chit to 64 people, including the Prime Minister. Today, the Supreme Court laid the matter to rest by stating that this entire petition has been dismissed because it is devoid of merits, and also the fact that the report that was filed by the SIT and was accepted by the magistrate, that order has now been upheld by the Supreme Court 2 decades after the riots had happened in Gujarat.
All right, so this is big breaking news that's coming in right now. In a clear vindication for Prime Minister Modi, the plea that questioned the clean chit that was given to him in the riots case has now been dismissed, as the Supreme Court has essentially upheld the Gujarat High Court order. Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP is with us on this. Shehzad, your reaction to this news break that's coming in, big vindication for your party, for Prime Minister Modi as well.
सत्यमेव जयते, सत्य को परेशान किया जा सकता है, पराजित नहीं. The truth always prevails. The magistrate had accepted the SIT closure report. It was upheld by the Gujarat High Court. It was upheld by the Supreme Court. But there is a cottage industry of Modi baiters, and in their haste to, in order to remove their political vendetta against Prime Minister Modi, who was then Chief Minister, they went to the extent of defaming Gujarat. They went to the extent of defaming India. And today, those people have got a resounding and a befitting reply from the Supreme Court. Today, those who insulted Gujarat, those who insulted India, should come out and apologize for this cottage industry of hate, propaganda, and poison that they were trying to continuously peddle in the name of the Gujarat riots. Today, they should come and tell us, will they not accept this final closure report of the Supreme Court, or will they still continue to poison minds and spread propaganda merely because they hate one man who's doing work for this country? So this entire propaganda has come to be exposed by the Supreme Court. We always knew the truth will prevail, but unfortunately, those who are the purveyors of propaganda and hate today have not been able to come out and apologize that they have been the ones who have been creating this kind of propaganda against Gujarat for entire 2 decades.
You know, this has gone on for a long, long time. And essentially what the Supreme Court has said here, Shehzad, is in fact that they've referred to Zakia Jafri's plea as being devoid of merit and deserving to be dismissed. Do you believe that all of this was a conspiracy to target Prime Minister Modi, drag him and, you know, bring the Gujarat riots case back in focus?
You know, it was always evident because many other matters which came up in the courts, none of them could hold ground. In fact, people had written books on this. Those books were completely disregarded by the Supreme Court. People had made false accusations. Those were completely busted in the Supreme Court. So these people behind whom there was a hand of support, there was a hand of patronage to kind of push this propaganda against Prime Minister Modi have been completely exposed today, not once, not twice, but multiple occasions at the highest forum of law, that is the Supreme Court. Today the question is that this hand of patronage, which was driving this cottage industry of hate and propaganda, will it come out and apologize for the kind of hate that they have propagated against the people of Gujarat and the propaganda that they created 2 decades ago merely because they could not stand one personality? They defamed Gujarat and they continue to defame people of Gujarat.
Okay, Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP, thank you for joining us on this broadcast. So 20 years after the Gujarat riots, the Supreme Court there upholding the clean chit to Prime Minister Modi as well as over 60 others. This was, of course, based on a petition that was filed by Zakia Jafri, where she claimed there was a larger conspiracy, and Nalini is with us on that. Nalini, the petition essentially said that there was a larger conspiracy. It also questioned the SIT report, which had given that clean chit to Prime Minister Modi.
Well, Akshita, yes, you're rightly saying that because this matter has been pending in the Supreme Court for quite a while now. It was senior advocate Kapil Sibal who was appearing for Zakia Jafri before the Supreme Court during the arguments in this case. While on the other hand, we had senior advocate Mukul Rohtke as well as Solicitor General Tushar Mehta who were defending the clean chit that was given to the Prime Minister along with the others that were involved in this entire matter in the report that was filed by the SIT. What the Supreme Court said today, the entire case was reserved back in December 2021. If I'm not wrong. So it's been over 6 months since the matter was reserved, and finally the verdict from the Supreme Court in this long pending case has been out, where they've said that this petition is devoid of merits, and on the basis of that it's been dismissed. They've also accepted the report that was filed by the SIT before the magistrate and the decision of the magistrate in accepting that report that was filed by the SIT. We are still waiting for the detailed copy of the judgment to understand what all issues the Supreme Court closely looked into to realize that this entire petition was devoid of merits and should not be entertained any further. But at the same time, it is only after we get the detailed copy of the judgment will we be able to exhaustively say what is the decision of the Supreme Court based on. But right now, in the one-line order that they've given before, the bench of Justice E.M. Khanwilkar has made it clear that this is the end of this case that has been long pending before the Supreme Court. There will be no probe into the larger conspiracy behind the 2002 Gujarat riots case, and along with that, the clean chit that was granted to 64 people, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and was accepted by the magistrate in Gujarat, has been upheld by the Supreme Court.
Okay, so 20 years on, this brings some closure to the entire case that's dragged on for many, many years in our courts as well. Nalini, thank you very much for joining us with all of those details. Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP is joining us on this broadcast. Gaurav, your first reaction to this news break coming in from the Supreme Court. After 20 years now, the Supreme Court has now upheld the clean chit to Prime Minister Modi.
I would say that the Honorable Supreme Court has given a verdict which is of great importance to everyone. And it shows that though justice has been delayed, but justice has not been denied. And we welcome the judgment because it shows the perseverance of a person who believed in rule of law, who waited. And now today, this judgment comes. The important part is that this has been taken. Now the opposition also should put an end to the dirt.
Looks like we've lost that connection with Gaurav Bhatia, but the BJP is claiming that this is a big vindication. And they're also lashing out the opposition, saying stop raking up the 2002 Gujarat riots now to target Prime Minister Modi because the Supreme Court has now given him a clean chit in this matter. I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. We're going to continue getting you all the reactions on that story and, of course, all the big updates, big news breaks coming in on the Maharashtra political pot boiler. Gaurav Sawant joining you with all of that and the headlines in just a bit.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Udayan Mukherjee.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small, they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
Sun. We depend on it for energy and light, but solar flares from the sun could be deadly. Are you confused and don't understand what this means? Don't you worry, we have it covered. A massive solar flare erupted from Earth's star as it got active in its new cycle. A sunspot exploded and produced flares which lasted for 8 hours. The event led to a shortwave radio blackout for 8 hours over Japan and Southeast Asia. Before we get into the technicalities of what caused this, let's learn about solar flares. A solar flare is an intense, localized eruption of electromagnetic radiation in the sun's atmosphere. Its occurrence will disrupt radio signals. The occurrence of solar flare also varies upon 11-year cycle. The solar flare unleashed superheated plasma from the sun, powering them at speeds ranging in millions of kilometers per hour. The growing sunspot AR3032 exploded, producing M3 class flares that lasted nearly 8 hours. It hurled towards the inner planets, including Earth, ionized the top of the atmosphere with the extreme ultraviolet radiation released from the sun. Geomagnetic storms are a major disturbance of Earth's magnetosphere that occurs when there is a very efficient exchange of energy from the solar wind into the space environment surrounding Earth.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
One more rebel Shiv Sena MLA seems to be heading towards Guwahati. The Eknath Shinde Sena numbers are swelling. Is this then endgame Uddhav Thackeray? Morning, I'm Gaurav Sawant. We will get to the latest, but first as always, let's get started with the headlines at 11. Rebel Sena MLA Eknath Shinde speaks to India Today, claims support of more than 50 MLAs, says he will come to Mumbai and meet the governor soon. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of the 12 rebel MLAs. Shinde camp hits back, says they are the real Shiv Sena, shoots off a letter to Deputy Speaker and Governor with 37 signatures. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut slams the BJP for threatening NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar, warns rebel Shinde that Shiv Sena workers are yet to hit the streets. Uddhav Sena's biggest offer to the Shinde camp, Sena ready to exit the Mahavikas Aghadi government if the rebels return to the party fold. NDA nominee for President Droupadi Murmu to file her nomination papers in a short while from now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says her nomination has been appreciated across the country. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. The Apex Court says the plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP says this is vindication. News just coming in. Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut will meet Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, in a short while from now. Sanjay Raut had yesterday claimed if rebels come back to the party fold, the Shiv Sena is ready to quit the Mahavikas Aghadi. At the same time, Sanjay Raut also claimed that Sharad Pawar is being threatened. The question remains, who is threatening Sharad Pawar and how? This is a major allegation that is being leveled by Sanjay Raut. Now, there appears to be a carrot and stick policy that Uddhav Sena is following towards the rebels, while Eknath Shinde camp claims they have the support of more than 50 Shiv Sena leaders. The situation is still not clear, with the Shiv Sena demanding the disqualification of 12. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Paras Dama joining us live from Devendra Fadnavis's residence in Mumbai. Paras, we are told Sanjay Raut is coming to meet Sharad Pawar. What is this meeting all about? Point 1. Point 2, give us details of this threat to Sharad Pawar. What kind of a threat is Sharad Pawar facing?
Gaurav, this is a very critical situation for MVA government right now in Maharashtra, and that's why the discussion will take place. And we had seen the important high-level meeting has been taken by NCP Supremo from last 2 days, and the Congress people also, and Shiv Sena also. And today also Sanjay Raut will go and meet Sharad Pawar, because before time Sanjay Raut took a press conference, and inside the press conference he said that there has been some threat given to Sharad NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar, and it has been given by some of leader in Bharatiya Janata Party. So this will be the major talk point of the meeting, and other will be the political scenario which has been in Maharashtra from last so many days. Now the main thing is that whenever MVA government was in problem, Sharad Pawar was a person who has made all this thing, probably all the things very much soft for everyone when there was a trouble for MVA government. And I think so this will be also a major point of talk when Sanjay Raut will go to meet NCP Supremo. Now the major thing is that how to solve this problem, because on a PowerPoint there is Eknath Shinde who is claiming that he has more than 50 MLAs on his side. On the other hand, Sanjay Raut is also saying that we are in connection with some of the MLAs which is in Guwahati. Yesterday Sanjay Raut took a press conference, and he just presented 2 MLAs over there that had said in the press conference that they were been kidnapped by the someone, and they were took to Guwahati. So now situation is very critical, and they need to speak about it to Sharad Pawar.
Paras, stay with me for a moment. We heard what Nitin Deshmukh and Mr. Patil had to say about that alleged abduction and being taken to Surat. But high political drama in Maharashtra, it actually continues to escalate, tearing into the BJP over this political crisis. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has said that the BJP is now making, and I quote, below the belt remarks against the NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar and threatening him. He said that the process was underway to disqualify 12 MLAs of the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, and that their numbers are only on paper. Sanjay Raut then went on to say that the fight is over numbers, papers, and actually in a way, is this a threat? Because he said the fight would be on the streets and that the Shiv Sena would win all 3. The fight on numbers, on paper, and on streets, because he made it very clear that Shiv Sena workers have still not taken to the streets. Meanwhile, Sanjay Raut will be meeting Sharad Pawar in a short while from now. In the light of these latest developments, Shiv Sena has called an emergency meeting of councillors of the Mumbai Municipal Corporation to prevent them from switching loyalties to Eknath Shinde. The crucial huddle will be held at the Shiv Sena Bhavan later this evening.
सरकार कब बनेगी ये लोगों की जो बोल रहे हैं मुझे मालूम नहीं, बनेगी भी या नहीं बनेगी उस बारे में कोई बोल नहीं सकता है। धमकियां देने का काम चल रहा है माननीय पवार साहब को, अगर ये सरकार को बचाएंगे तो देख लेंगे, ये केंद्रीय मंत्री बोल रहा है। रास्ते की लड़ाई रास्ते पर सड़क पर हो सकती है, हो जाएगी। अब तक शिवसैनिक सड़क पर नहीं उतरे हैं, चाहे कितने भी लोगों को आप खरीद लो, दबाव डालो, लेकिन कानून की लड़ाई, कागज़ की लड़ाई और सड़क की लड़ाई दोनों में हम जीत जाएंगे। अब ये लड़ाई जो है ये कानूनी लड़ाई हो जाएगी, लेजिस्लेटिव लड़ाई हो जाएगी। हमारे लोगों ने 12 विधायक जो है जिसने बगावत की भाषा की है उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लेने की शुरुआत की है। उनको डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए हमारे लोग सभापति महोदय के पास गए हैं।
This is a very important statement that's being made by Sanjay Raut. He's saying कानूनी लड़ाई है, कागज की लड़ाई है और सड़क की लड़ाई है। सड़क की लड़ाई, the Shiv Sena or Shiv Senics are yet to take to the streets, and this is where it actually sounds perhaps even dangerous. But what will happen on grounds, it remains to be seen. But amidst this maha political drama, India Today spoke exclusively to rebel leader Eknath Shinde. He insists he has support of more than 50 MLAs. He slammed Uddhav Thackeray for this disqualification threat and said he and the rebel MLAs are not scared of the Maharashtra Chief Minister and these threats. Let's listen in to that exclusive conversation.
सबसे पहला सवाल तो यही है कि कल 12 डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के पिटिशंस फाइल किए गए हैं शिवसेना के तरफ से। इन पिटिशंस को देखते हुए आपका आगे का रवैया क्या रहेगा?
देखिए, पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटिशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है, इसका मतलब व्हिप भी इलीगल है और माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उनको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास एमएलए है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं, क्योंकि आप कार्रवाई करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है।
दूसरा ये कल इन्होंने कहा कि जो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर है उन्होंने हमसे बात करते हुए कहा कि आपके जो हस्ताक्षर है उस पर उनको संदेह है और इसके वजह से आपका दावा वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या आपको लगता है कि एनसीपी इसमें आपको अपना गुट बनाने से रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है और इसके वजह से आपका गुट ना बन पाए?
ऐसा हमारा 37 का गुट और बाकी निर्दलीय मिलकर ग्रुप बनाने से हमको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। देश में डेमोक्रेसी है, कानून है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, रूल्स है, इसको तो कोई तोड़ नहीं सकता है और इसलिए ये सिर्फ प्रेशर टैक्टिस है। इसमें वो लोग कामयाब नहीं होंगे क्योंकि हमारे लोग पूरी तरह एकजुट है, हमारे लोगों ने पूरी तरह सोच समझ के ये स्टैंड लिया हुआ है।
क्या अभी आप गवर्नर को कहेंगे कि वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बहुमत खो चुकी है? इसके तहत गवर्नर से भी इसके बारे में बात की जाएगी, राज्यपाल से बात की जाएगी?
अभी हमारी बैठक होने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय हो जाएगी।
आप कल हमने सुना कि शरद पवार की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने शायद सुनी होगी, उन्होंने कहा कि जो बगावत करने वाले हैं उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा उसका नतीजा। पवार कह रहे हैं कि अभी भी आपके खेमे में कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो उद्धव ठाकरे से संपर्क में हैं और आपकी बगावत पर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए हैं कि बीजेपी का समर्थन है आपके बगावत को। नहीं,
बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे से बीजेपी के कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। अभी उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से आए, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
So Sahil Joshi there in exclusive conversation with Eknath Shinde. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Paulami Saha joining us live from the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, and in a way you're at the epicenter of this entire crisis, as the Shiv Sena would say, where Eknath Shinde insists that they will not come under pressure of Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut and also Arvind Sawant. But give us details. He claims he has the support of 50 MLAs. Does he actually have this kind of support on ground, Paulami?
Well, on paper, at least he has the support of 46 MLAs. That's the exact number which is in fact present inside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati as we speak right now. Of course, Eknath Shinde is claiming that he has the support of 50 MLAs. We are, of course, waiting to see if those numbers in fact swell. We do expect that there is one, of course, MLA of the Shiv Sena who's en route from Surat to Guwahati already. That is Dilip Lande. So there is obviously, there is expected to be some sort of increase in the numbers over here, but it is going to be a big challenge for Eknath Shinde to keep the flock together, because the more he stakes it out in Guwahati, the more that flock could grow restless. They might want to go for the kill, they might want to take certain concrete steps, because the fact is that the Shiv Sena is not sitting by and watching anymore. The Shiv Sena is proceeding with taking action. The Shiv Sena has already given a notice for disqualification of 12 MLAs, and that petition is before the Deputy Speaker. And as per my colleague Ritwik, who's reporting from Mumbai, it is expected that as per procedure, the Deputy Speaker will set a date and time for these legislators, these 12 MLAs, which includes Mr. Eknath Shinde, to come to Mumbai and, of course, present their position, because that's protocol. He's received a challenge towards their, their membership of the Legislative Assembly, and he has to, of course, seek their response concerning the same as well. So he is possibly going to set a date and time, and if they don't reach there, then again he'll have to possibly proceed with these disqualification proceedings. So it's going to be a very tricky situation, and of course it's turned into this game, which is of course going ball by ball right now, Gaurav, and everyone's watching for what's going to be the next move now, especially from the Eknath Shinde camp. They have put out a thread. Eknath Shinde has said that, the 10th schedule of the Constitution says that...
Stay with me. Key Sanjay Raut Sharad Pawar meeting is underway. Sanjay Raut has reached the YV Chavan Center, and this is where this meeting is taking place. Raut has reached the YV Chavan Stadium for this meeting, but what is extremely critical is what Sanjay Raut intends to say at this very crucial meeting. In this meeting, is there a conversation? And watch that. In this meeting is the Shiv Sena announcing that they are quitting the Maha Vikas Aghadi. That's extremely crucial because yesterday Sanjay Raut had given this indication. If majority of the Shiv Senics want to quit, then they are happy, they are willing to consider quitting. And is there no alternative now left to quitting this meeting? I quickly want to cut across to my colleague Ashutosh Mishra for more on this story. And Ashutosh, is the writing on the wall that Uddhav Thackeray buckles under pressure of the 50 plus rebels, as Eknath Shinde claims, and are they quitting the Maha Vikas Aghadi?
Well, in one perspective, of course, there's a pressure since the government is falling, and just we know we were right behind Sharad Pawar. You just reached Sanjay Raut is meeting, so the meeting is really gonna critical. But remember, beyond this, there are another perspective that need to be seen. That it was Sharad Pawar who stepped in on the front foot yesterday, coming out doing a press conference, and they said how tall he's standing with the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance. And within that meeting, where all the meeting with the NCP leaders happening, Arvind Sawant came, from the back door, and this certain meeting happened. And right after Sharad Pawar's press conference, if you remember, the story came out, the news break came out that how the Shiv Sena is mulling disqualification of 12 rebel MLAs, and that letter has been sent to the Deputy Speaker. So it is a strategy again being developed, and it is all goes credit to the Sharad Pawar, who has come to the rescue to Maha Vikas Aghadi. What Sanjay Raut said wasn't an indication that they're gonna quit Maha Vikas Aghadi, but it was an emotional appeal that all the MLAs come out. And remember, Uddhav Thackeray even said, come out and speak. If you want to change Chief Minister, we will change it. Come out, come to Mumbai, speak to me. If you want me to resign, I'll resign. And that's exactly what's said by Sanjay Raut, that if you want all of us to quit Maha Vikas Aghadi, come to Mumbai, speak to the Thackeray, and then let's take decisions. And had there been any indication of Shiv Sena quitting Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance, Arvind Sawant would not have reached the Yashwantrao Chauhan Center, where the Sharad Pawar was holding meeting with the NCP MLAs. Had the case that Shiv Sena is quitting the alliance, Sanjay Raut would not have come now to meet Sharad Pawar as YS Chauhan Center. A lot of being planned, but now since what we know, the Sharad Pawar is on the front foot, and everyone is just in the situation of wait and watch, because ultimately the final, all the acts will be done by Eknath Shinde. He has to come to Mumbai because it's about number, it is about the legislature procedures, and for that he has to come to Mumbai.
And Sharad Pawar made that very clear. He has to prove numbers on the floor of the House. Some seem to indicate that Sharad Pawar is actually calling the shots, telling Uddhav Thackeray to take a hard line on the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena. So is Sharad Pawar actually dictating terms to Uddhav Thackeray on what he needs to do with his party MLAs? All eyes now on the Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's next move. The speculation is rife that he may think or he may talk about quitting the Maha Vikas Aghadi to save his party. Uddhav Thackeray's allies have thrown their weight behind the Shiv Sena Supremo as of now. We bring you more in this report.
Will he or won't he
That is the big question right now. Now that Shinde Sena has managed to get at least 37 of Uddhav's MLAs to Guwahati, the collapse of the Ghadi government is imminent. So will Uddhav pull out of Mahavikas Aghadi to save his father's legacy? Shinde has made it clear the only way to save the Shiv Sena is to break its alliance with the NCP and Congress. Speculation is rife after Sanjay Raut's dramatic statement.
अगर वो चाहते हैं कि महाविकास आघाड़ी से हमको बाहर जाना है तो ये बहाना है, ये बात अब हमारे सामने आकर भी कह सकते हो।
In Mumbai, there was a full meltdown with NCP and Congress scrambling to recalibrate. The NCP has thrown its weight firmly behind Uddhav Thackeray.
विधानसभा में जब फ्लोर टेस्ट हो जाएगी तो पता लगेगा कि ये सरकार मेजॉरिटी में है।
सर्वांनी एकमुखाने उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांच्या बरोबर राहावं आणि त्यांना हे सरकार टिकवण्यासाठी प्रयत्न करावेत, त्यांनी प्रयत्न करावेत, आम्ही त्यांना आवश्यक ती मदत करावी.
Congress has adopted a wait and watch policy, but it maintains that it will abide by Uddhav's call.
कि पार्टी अंतर्गत जो सत्ता संघर्ष शुरू हो गया है उसमें हम महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ है. अगर मुख्यमंत्री जी को नहीं रहना और दूसरे किसी उनके पार्टी के किसी को बनाना है तो उनकी सोच है.
Aghadi allies have put the ball entirely in Uddhav's court.
विधायकों को बहुत दफा ज्यादा से मेजॉरिटी विधायकों का कुछ कहना हो तो पार्टी उनका सुनती है.
जो संजय राउत कह रहे हैं जी, वो बात अगर सही है, उस रास्ते पर वो जाना चाहते हैं तो वो हमारे नेता पवार साहब के साथ बातचीत करें.
Will a cornered Uddhav Thackeray crumble, or can he pull off a face saver? Bureau Report, India Today.
The fact remains Uddhav Thackeray is cornered. He's outnumbered, with Eknath Shinde claiming the support of more than 50 MLAs. In fact, news is he's not only claiming support of MLAs but also MLCs. He's reaching out to MPs, he's reaching out to corporators, and there may be a massive split in the Shiv Sena if the situation is not contained. That's the information, and we'll get you much more on this big story. India Today spoke exclusively to Eknath Shinde. He insists he has the support of more than 50 MLAs. He slammed Uddhav Thackeray over this disqualification threat and said he knows the law, he will not buckle under pressure, and they are not scared of what he calls are empty threats. Let's listen in.
शिंदे साहब जानना चाहेंगे, जिस तरह से कल से हम देख रहे हैं कि आपके तेवर तीखे हो गए हैं. आपने कल एक खत लिखा था, ट्वीट किया था कि हम आपकी धमकियों से डरते नहीं हैं, और अब एक खत भी भेजा है आपने जिसमें 37 विधायकों की सिग्नेचर है, और आपका ये दावा है कि आपका ही जो ग्रुप है शिवसेना का वही असली है. क्या बताएंगे शिंदे साहब?
नहीं, देखिए, लोकशाही में, डेमोक्रेसी में एक नंबर्स और मेजॉरिटी को बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस होता है, और वो हमारे पास में है. यहाँ पर जितने आवश्यकता है उससे कई ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ पर है. 50+ हमारे साथ में MLAs हैं, और इसलिए जो भी होगा कानून के मुताबिक होगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के मुताबिक होगा, और इसलिए यहाँ पर हम लोग यहाँ पर हैं, और आगे की रणनीति हम लोग अभी बैठक के बाद तय कर लेंगे. और इसमें हम लोग को ये नोटिस से किसको डर लगने की आवश्यकता नहीं. हमारे सब लोग तैयार है. उन्होंने कहा है ये इलीगल नोटिस देके डराने से हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं. ऐसे एक नोटिस आया तो 10 नोटिस आए. ये जो गलत है, और ये तो पैरों तले जमीन खिसक रही है. इसलिए ऐसे नोटिस जिनको जो माइनॉरिटी में है, जो माइनॉरिटी में, वो कैसे डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं. और दूसरी बात है, जो मिट्टी बैठक अटेंड नहीं किया तो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन. ये कौन सी, ये दुनिया में पहला एक एग्जांपल हो सकता है. तो ऐसा कुछ भी कर नहीं सकते.
शिंदे साहब,
करे तो इलीगल हो जाए।
नहीं, आपने कल ये आपके 12 एमएलएस को आपके साथ जो है उन्हें डिस्क्वालीफाई करने की नोटिस दिया जिसमें आपका भी नाम है, तो इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? सिर्फ 12 लोगों को एक तो दी गई है और जिसमें आपका और नए प्रतोद भरत गोगावले का भी नाम है।
मैंने अभी कहा है कि ये पूरी तरह इलीगल है, क्योंकि ऐसा माइनॉरिटी में जो है उनको अधिकार नहीं होता है। और जो गट नेता चेंज किया गया, मेरे को चेंज किया, तो उसके लिए भी मेजोरिटी होनी पड़ती है। सब विधायक जो है उनकी बैठक लेनी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गट नेता चेंज कर सकते हैं। वो भी इलीगल किया है, इसलिए वो नोटिस, वो पिटीशन ही इलीगल है।
शिंदे साहब, आप मुंबई कब आएंगे? इन सब मुद्दों को लेकर सब लोग यही चीज़ को लेकर अटकलें लगा रहे हैं कि मुंबई कब आएंगे, गवर्नर से मिलेंगे। अपने खत में गवर्नर को हाँ
जल्दी आएंगे।
कल एक बात और कही थी आपने कि आपके साथ एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, आपकी किसी के डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। क्या कोई राष्ट्रीय पार्टी, ये कौन सी है और कौन संपर्क में, क्या बता पाएंगे?
मैंने कहा था कि हमारे साथ में एक आशीर्वाद है, महाशक्ति है, हमारे बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की महाशक्ति जो हमारे साथ है, हमारे आनंद ये सब की शक्ति है और हमें कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं।
शिंदे साहब, तो आप अपने आप को अलग शिवसेना गुट के तौर पर अभी पेश करेंगे या आप अभी अपने आप को असली शिवसेना मानते हैं?
नहीं, अभी तो हम लोग तो कल भी हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के सैनिक थे, आज भी है, कल भी रहेंगे।
लेकिन क्या फिर अभी
बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है, उनकी भूमिका है, उसे ही हम लोग आगे लेके जाना चाहते हैं।
गवर्नर से मिलेंगे, आपके आंकड़ों की परेड की जाएगी?
वो आगे की बात है, बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
लेकिन कितने जल्द हम देख सकते हैं इस पर आगे की आपकी रणनीति?
जल्द ही बताएंगे।
क्या आपके अगर इन 12 को डिस्क्वालीफाई किया गया तो?
ऐसा कर ही नहीं सकते। ये कानून व्यवस्था है, देश की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ में ऐसा कोई भी कदम किसी को उठाने का अधिकार नहीं है।
शिंदे साहब, एक व्यक्तिगत सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा। इसके पहले जब भी पार्टी पर संकट आता था तो खुद अब एकनाथ शिंदे ने हमने देखा है कि वो पहाड़ बनकर खड़े होते थे सामने। इस वक्त आप ही को पार्टी से जूझना पड़ रहा है। व्यक्तिगत तौर पर कितना आपके लिए ये अनुभव कैसा है? दुखद है और या कैसा है?
ये अनुभव तो दुखद अच्छा नहीं है, निश्चित रूप से दुखद है। लेकिन अभी पार्टी के जितने भी एमएलए हैं उनको तकलीफ थी, उनकी भावना थी, उनकी अड़चने थी, उनको कई समस्या थी, तो उन्होंने ये सब कदम उठाया। मेरे लिए, मेरे स्वार्थ के लिए या मुझे कुछ पद चाहिए इसलिए ऐसा कोई हम लोग ने स्टैंड नहीं लिया है। लेकिन जब एमएलए लोगों की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अगर कोई काम नहीं होता है या उनके ऊपर अन्याय होता है, तो अन्याय के खिलाफ लड़ने की सीख जो है हमारे को बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने दी है।
शिवसेना की तरफ से 2 ऑफर आपको दिए गए थे। उद्धव ठाकरे कह रहे थे मुख्यमंत्री पद छोड़ने को तैयार है, कल संजय राउत कह रहे थे कि हम महाविकास आघाड़ी से बाहर निकलने को तैयार है। क्या दोनों शर्तें आपको थोड़ी भी मंजूर रहेगी या बिल्कुल नामंजूर है?
नहीं, अभी देखिए, अभी हम लोग तो यहाँ पर है, हम लोग अभी बैठक करेंगे, बैठक करने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय करेंगे।
जी, शुक्रिया शिंदे साहब।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
India Today has the biggest team of reporters on ground from Guwahati in the east to Mumbai in the west, getting you all aspects of this big story. I quickly want to cut across to Paras Dama joining us from Mumbai. I also have Polami Saha with me from Guwahati. And Paras, clearly the rebel Sena is not backing down. Eknath Shinde is very clear. He has the numbers. The actions that Uddhav Sena has taken, according to him, are illegal and in violation of law. So this clearly will either be addressed on the floor of the House or in courts of law.
Of course, Gaurav. This is a situation where the man in power is Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde have numbers, and that's why he's so confident that nothing will happen to him right now in a situation where there is so much happening in the Maharashtra politics and Mumbai. So, on another side, Uddhav Thackeray is on a verge of problems that is not. He is not getting out of any of his problem. He has just urged people, the MLAs, a few days ago on a Facebook Live that if you want to talk, just come and talk to me. I'll solve the problem. If you don't want me as a CM, I'll also quit, but come and face me. But on the other hand, I can see that Eknath Shinde is not backing out. Eknath Shinde is very much confident that he have MLAs on his side. He is claiming that he has more than 50 MLAs, and that's the main thing which is going to create problem for MVA government. On the other hand, if we talk about Sanjay Raut and NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar is taking a meeting. I'll just take you to the live visuals, Gaurav.
Yes.
We are at the Devendra Fadnavis house, and you can see continuously MLAs are reaching Devendra Fadnavis house. Ashish Shelar, the senior BJP leader, is also inside. Devendra Fadnavis is also inside. This may be a small meeting to just discuss the situation what is happening in Maharashtra and Mumbai. There will Devendra Fadnavis, we had seen he's just traveling to Delhi from a few days. He's back in Mumbai and he's inside, and there is a small meeting going around. What will be the topics? This is very important because the situation is very tense in Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis, on the other hand, he's traveling to Delhi. He's taking meetings. He's going to attend meetings. A lot of things happening in Maharashtra politics right now, Gaurav.
In fact, whether it's the Shiv Sena or the NCP or the Congress polemy, they're all blaming the Bharatiya Janata Party. They're saying it's the BJP that's orchestrating this entire tamasha in the Mahavikas Aghadi and engineering a split. But as of now, Eknath Shinde has clarified the Mahashakti he referred to. He's clarified to Kamlesh Sutar, saying that this Mahashakti is Bala Saheb Thackeray's blessings and not the BJP.
Well, he also said national party, so he didn't quite clarify on that aspect of it. He did say a national party, a superpower, a Mahashakti. So he just clarified on the Mahashakti part. I don't think that Balasaheb Thackeray or Anand Dikhe could be referred to as national parties. So it is definitely something which, of course, remains in the realm of speculation as we speak right now, Gaurav. The fact is that he is, of course, biding his time in order to see what exactly are the numbers like in his favor. He's still waiting for some more MLAs to join him on board over here in Guwahati. We do expect at least one MLA to arrive here very shortly. Dilip Lande, who's on his way already from Surat. He is on his way to Guwahati. He is the MLA from Chandivli in Mumbai, and he is going to join, in fact, the ranks of Eknath Shinde, which will take the numbers of the Shiv Sena MLAs here in Guwahati to 38, and then the total figure to 47. We do believe, of course, that he wants to reach the figure 50. He's already claiming that he has the support of 50 MLAs. That could be possibly counting others he's expecting to come down to Guwahati or who are already extending their support to him in Mumbai. But obviously, the actual figures, the actual numbers is what is going to matter eventually when he goes to the deputy speaker or even the governor. And what still remains to be seen, Gaurav, is the fact is whether he will in fact if and when the deputy speaker summons him and his colleagues to come before him in order to present their position vis-a-vis the notices which have been issued to the 12 rebel MLAs, does he and the others go down, and what will be their position? Because if they don't, then the deputy speaker may well proceed with the disqualification proceedings.
Okay, of course, Eknath Shinde clarifying there that he would be travelling to Mumbai shortly. But when will that shortly be remains to be seen. This political tussle continues to unravel in Maharashtra and in Guwahati. Uddhav Thackeray has actually been put in a corner as the Shinde faction continues to increase their numbers. Shinde's numbers continue to swell as Polemy was just reporting. So far, the information we had was 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, 9 independent MLAs, and they've taken the total tally to 46. Now we are being told, Polemy was just reporting that some other leaders are likely to reach Guwahati, and this number could actually touch/cross the 50 mark as claimed by Eknath Shinde. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, he's thrown another gambit. He's threatened to disqualify Shiv Sena MLAs who failed to show up at this meeting. And of course, as of now, 12 of them, including Eknath Shinde. But Eknath Shinde has hit back saying that they will not come under pressure. The Chief Minister's actions or the party's actions are illegal and bad in law. He actually warned the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray that such threats will not work with Shiv Senics, will not work with the leaders who are in Guwahati, because they have the numbers on their side. The Shiv Sena legislature party meeting took place in Guwahati yesterday. Eknath Shinde was appointed as the legislature party leader. Bharat Gogavle was appointed the chief whip. Copy of that letter with signatures of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs has now been sent to the Speaker Narhari Zirwal, Legislative Secretary and Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari. All eyes now on Uddhav Thackeray's next move. So we will get you much more on this big story, but in an exclusive conversation with India Today, rebel MLA Deepak Kesarkar, in fact Deepak Kesarkar and Bharat Gogavle, who are now in Guwahati in the Eknath Shinde camp, they've talked about their next course of action. Let's listen in.
सरकार जी कितने विधायक हैं अभी शिंदे कैंप में गुवाहाटी में?
We have already applied for a separate group, so we have sufficient number for making the application. So it is obvious that.
So 37 plus, you have Shiv Sena MLAs alone.
Yes.
What's your reaction, sir, to Uddhav Thackeray now, the Uddhav Sena as they're being referred to, seeking the disqualification of Shiv Sena MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde?
How they could disqualify? Basically, for not being present for a meeting cannot be a cause for disqualification. If you vote against the party, in spite of the will, that is one thing. Second thing, when you issue a notice to somebody, there is always principle of natural justice. You will have to give them a hearing, and after that you can take any action, and that action is to be also taken by the chairperson of Vidhan Sabha, that is Legislative Assembly.
So in such a circumstance,
these are all tactics to pressurize the MLAs, and I think that they should take appropriate decisions. If they at all, yesterday there was a statement saying that they are going to not going ahead with Maharashtra Mahavikas Agadi anymore.
Yeah.
But that has not come through. These are just announcements.
There's been no communication to you about that.
If they really want to do it, they should have done it, and then things could have moved in different directions.
Is there any communication, Mr. Kesarkar, from Uddhav Thackeray, from the Uddhav Sena to you or to your faction? Is there any communication about how they want to reach out and, kind of consider your conditions?
You'll have to understand one thing, that, talking to everybody, nobody could come to a conclusion, because they will have to talk to Sri Shinde ji, who is the in charge, or who is our leader now.
Okay.
So if they talk to him and if he agrees, then the solution could come through, but not with these methods of putting a pressure. Because MLAs are all matured, they are elected by lakhs of people. So in a proper fashion, had it been happened, then the things could have not come to this level.
हमारे शिंदे साहब है ना, वो कर रहे हैं,
क्या कर रहे हैं,
वो देखा जाएगा,
क्या कर रहे हैं सर,
तो कर रहे हैं कानून का और सबका, तो इसलिए नो टेंशन।
क्या आप लोगों ने क्या किया है? डिप्टी स्पीकर को चिट्ठी में लिखकर क्या कहा है आप लोगों ने?
दे दिया उसको, बोला उसको अधिकार नहीं, उसको बोला बनता नहीं, कुछ नहीं, मीटिंग पे नहीं जाना तो क्या डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन होता है क्या ऐसा?
नहीं, आप लोगों ने जो चिट्ठी लिखी है डिप्टी स्पीकर को, उसमें आप लोगों ने क्या क्या लिखा है?
हमारे मेंबर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, नो टेंशन।
So the rebel leaders are asking, is not attending a meeting ground for disqualification? They insist this is bad in law. This political tussle in Maharashtra seems to be getting murkier by the hour, and a lot of political reactions across the spectrum. Let's get to the latest.
जो उनके पार्टी अंतर्गत जो सत्ता संघर्ष शुरू हो गया है, उसमें हम महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ है। अगर मुख्यमंत्री जी को नहीं रहना और दूसरे किसी उनके पार्टी के किसी को बनाना है, तो उनकी सोच है। ये ईडी का डर बताकर फिर कर्नाटक की सरकार हो, मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार हो, अरुणाचल की सरकार हो, ये सरकार को केंद्रीय यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग कर केंद्र की बीजेपी सरकार जिस देश की लोकतंत्र को तहस-नहस कर रही है, ये बात सामने आती है।
जिन्होंने उद्धव ठाकरे जी के सत्ता के पूरे बंद कर दिए धंधे, उनका नाम है एकनाथ शिंदे, और एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने ये काम किया है। और ये बाला साहब ठाकरे के सच्चे बंदे, ये तो सब है बाला साहब ठाकरे के सच्चे बंदे। अब वो नहीं रहे अंधे, तो मतलब ये अंधे नहीं रहे, इसीलिए उन्होंने शिवसेना को धक्का दे दिया है, झटका दे दिया है और एक बहुत ही बड़ा निर्णय एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने ले लिया है। शरद पवार महाराष्ट्र के बड़े नेता है, जाने माने नेता है, उनको कोई धमकी नहीं दे सकते। संजय राउत के आरोप में बिल्कुल तथ्य नहीं है, मतलब इसमें बीजेपी का हाथ नहीं।
And this is strike 2 by the Shiv Sena on the Shinde Sena. Uddhav Thackeray's faction of the Shiv Sena has shot off another letter to the Deputy Speaker. The Shiv Sena has sought the disqualification of 4 more rebel leaders in Guwahati. So far they've shot off a letter seeking the disqualification of 12. A letter has gone for 4 more, taking the Shiv Sena request to the Deputy Speaker to disqualify 16 rebel leaders in Guwahati. Of course, the rebel leaders continue to argue that this request for disqualification is illegal and bad in law, and they will challenge it not just in front of the Deputy Speaker but also should the need arise in courts of law. As of now, they are saying that what are the grounds for seeking disqualification? Not attending a meeting, that cannot be grounds for disqualification. Point 1. Point 2. Eknath Shinde told India Today's Sahil Joshi and Kamlesh Sutar that the action taken by Uddhav Thackeray faction is illegal and bad in law. They cannot change the legislature party leader unless all leaders, all MLAs are present. So changing the legislature party leader is illegal, changing the whip is illegal, due process was not followed. The Rebel Sena also claiming that these are pressure and intimidation tactics. They will not be either pressured or intimidated by these tactics being adopted by Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde has made it very clear. He knows the law. He knows the procedures. He says India remains a democracy, and with 37 MLAs in Guwahati, how could the leader be changed? How could the whip be changed? This action of Uddhav Thackeray is illegal. His exact words or words to the effect, he says, उनके पैरों तले जमीन खिसक रही है और इसीलिए वो गलत कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, वो गलत एक्शन ले रहे हैं. The ground is slipping from beneath Uddhav Thackeray's feet, and the meeting that was held at Matoshri was that the writing on the wall. 37 plus MLAs in Guwahati and only 12 attended that meeting at Matoshri, plus of course Aditya Thackeray. So that would take the number to 13, and that is a point that Eknath Shinde had made throughout. He said only 13 will remain with Uddhav Thackeray. The remaining will actually follow, in his words or his claim, the ideals of Bala Saheb Thackeray, the Hindutva of Bala Saheb Thackeray, claiming that Uddhav Thackeray had moved away from the ideology of his father Bala Saheb Thackeray. That's the claim being made by Eknath Shinde. He also went on to say that these 37 MLAs with him, and that number according to him will go up even further. He's claiming that 42 Shiv Sena MLAs will be a part of the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena. I want to cut across to Paras for more on the story. Paras, bring us details. So far, a request had gone for disqualification of 12 MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. 4 more added to this list. Do we know who are these 4 more, and on what basis has the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray come to this number of first 12 and then 4 more out of the 37 in Guwahati?
Of course, Gaurav, Shiv Sena is trying everything to bring back the things to normal. So that's why now they had added 4 more names to disqualify, because right now what Shiv Sena is saying that they has illegal things which has been done by them, and that is the main thing. That's why they want to disqualify them. On the other hand, they are just saying, Eknath Shinde is saying that he has not done anything wrong. The MLAs which are in Guwahati has not done anything wrong and they are not scared of it. This is just done because they are trying to scare the MLAs who are in Guwahati, the rebel camp which is in Guwahati, and this is the thing Shiv Sena is trying. If they are trying to scare the people who is in Guwahati right now. So this is the last thing that Uddhav Sarkar is trying to play. This is the last chance they are taking. If something happens, if disqualification happens after all the procedures, so then it will be a big blow to Eknath Shinde's rebel camp. But right now, the man in power is Eknath Shinde, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. He remains the man in power. And what about at Sagar? What's happening at Sagar, where the Bharatiya Janata Party is holding a series of meetings at Devendra Fadnavis's residence? Are they actually hand-holding the rebel Sena through this entire crisis, as is the allegation leveled by the Mahavikas Aghadi?
Gaurav, this is the third consecutive day where we can see how Devendra Fadnavis and Maharashtra BJP is taking continuous meetings with their MLAs.
Okay, give me a moment. And let's quickly cut across. NDA's nominee Droupadi Murmu is to file her nomination papers. She's in Parliament before she goes to Rashtrapati, before she goes to file her nomination papers. She is with members of Parliament and BJP leaders and ministers. Droupadi Murmu was the governor of Jharkhand. If elected, well, she would be the first person from the tribal community, from the Adivasi community, to be President of India. She is 64 years old. A short while back, we saw images of the Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju supporting her nomination papers. Droupadi Murmu, incidentally, is a school teacher and a two-term MLA and minister. She was a minister between 2000 and 2004. She also has the unique distinction of being the first governor of Jharkhand to be able to complete her tenure, and this was between 2015 and 21. Incidentally, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he had taken to social media platform Twitter to say that Droupadi Murmu had devoted her entire life in serving society and empowering the poor, the downtrodden and the marginalized. So Gajendra Singh Shekhawat with her as she moves forward towards filing a nomination. The Prime Minister had also said that Droupadi Murmu has rich administrative experience and had an outstanding tenure as the governor. The Prime Minister had said that he is confident that she would end up being a great President of India. Millions of people, and this is where I'm quoting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he said millions of people who've experienced poverty, faced hardships, they will derive strength from her life. And before she files her nomination papers, that's Droupadi Murmu at the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi's statue outside the Parliament building. The Prime Minister had said that she has a very good understanding of policy matters. She is of a compassionate nature, and that is why she would play a key role and a crucial role in being a good President of India. Incidentally, does the BJP or the BJP and the NDA, do they have the numbers to see her nomination through, to ensure she becomes the President of India? The BJP is very confident. They have the numbers, of course, with the support that's also now being extended by the BJD and the YSRCP. There is also hope that several others would extend support. They may break ranks from the UPA and vote. They may be cross-voting in Droupadi Murmu's favor. That is what analysts say She is the first lady from the tribal community who could be President of India. The numbers game, the BJP is very confident. On their own, they have 49% of the electoral college, about 532, 351 of the 1086, 431 votes in the electoral college. The presidential elections are on the 18th. The BJD, incidentally, with about 31,686 votes, and the YSRCP with another 45,550 votes. We are also told that the AIA-DMK, we are told that the Shiromani Akali Dal, and that's the analysis that several others are also likely to support her, which will see her through the presidential elections without any trouble. The Prime Minister had also said that there was a great response from across the country to Droupadi Murmu's nomination as President of India by the NDA. Yashwant Sinha is the opposition choice, but will opposition unity remain? And this is Droupadi Murmu at Birsa Munda, Bhagwan Birsa Munda's statue. And this is an image of just a short while back of Droupadi Murmu at the statue of the Father of the Nation. The green cover that you see behind is the security barricade, because a new parliament building is also coming up. So Droupadi Murmu there greeting BJP leaders, ministers and MPs as she files her nomination papers. So she has been, and her administrative experience includes being fisheries, animal husbandry and commerce minister. She joined the BJP in 1997. She was born in Mayurbhanj in Odisha. She was an assistant professor at the Sri Aurobindo Integral Education and Research Institute. Kaun banega president? It is, according to analysts, there will be no trouble for Droupadi Murmu to be past the halfway mark. And I quickly want to cut across to Aishwarya Paliwal joining us live for more on the story. Aishwarya, take us through the process that will be followed from this point on. And as far as the numbers game is concerned, Droupadi Murmu very comfortable. The NDA will ensure she sails through with the support of BJD, YSRCP and others coming her way.
Well, definitely. Not just that. In fact, the JMM too was one of the parties which had initially supported the opposition candidate, Yashwant Sinha. But now we are seeing they are also giving signals that Droupadi Murmu is the candidate that they will go ahead with. Already the NDA has 48% with them, and with all those parties which are now coming forward. What's very interesting is that some of these parties were initially with the opposition camp, but now after the name was announced, all these parties are now giving their signals, giving the feelers that they will support Droupadi Murmu. And also, this will be a first for someone to be the president from where she comes from. So definitely it will give her an edge. We are also seeing, the strength with which the Bharatiya Janata Party, all the chief ministers are inside. It clearly shows how confident the NDA is that they will be able to make her the president of the country. We will have to wait and watch exactly how the numbers stack up. But at the moment, it looks like Yashwant Sinha will have a very tough fight in this one. Gaurav.
In fact, the opposition had trouble coming together to find a candidate, to find a suitable candidate. Everyone the opposition reached out to seemed to say no. And even when it comes to Yashwant Sinha, the opposition is not united. As you're reporting, the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha in no way, and those are indications as of now, will go with the opposition candidate. They will go for there is no way that they cannot not go with Droupadi Murmu. That's what you're reporting.
Yes, definitely, and that is what it looks like, Gaurav. We did see how there were so many names. Sharad Pawar initially, he said no. Then we also saw Farooq Abdullah. Once his name was floated, he also came ahead and said that he still wants to remain active in politics. He also said no. Then the grandson of Mahatma Gandhi, Gopal Krishna Gandhi, also declined the offer. So, if we count, then actually Yashwant Sinha was the fourth choice. And finally, the opposition was able to come up with his name. But hours after Yashwant Sinha's name was floated by the opposition party, we saw Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, it was a wait and watch for the ruling party. They gave the name only after Yashwant Sinha's name came from the opposition bloc, and it really looks like this will be sort of a comfortable win for the NDA. The numbers already are stacked in their favor. They have almost 48% in their kitty, and when all the some of the opposition parties also, the kind of feelers that we are getting, once they also join hands, then this definitely will be a comfortable win. It will definitely, Gaurav, be a big blow to the opposition, because they were seeing this as something which they wanted to experiment. They want to experiment for 2024 elections, but this is something which clearly at the moment looks like, Gaurav, is not happening. We'll have to wait and watch exactly when the election takes place on the 18th of July what happens, but at the moment, Gaurav, it looks like it will be a comfortable win for Droupadi Murmu.
Because look at how numbers are stacking up. I mean, just on back of the envelope numbers, the BJP between 48 and 49%, 49% with 532, 351 of the 1086, 431 votes. So they on their own are at 49% or close to 49%. The BJD with 31,686. The YSRCP with 45,550. We are told the AIA DMK with 14,940. You're saying the JMM. We are told there are some feelers that are already coming from the Shiromani Akali Dal, from the Bahujan Samaj Party, because the BJP is reaching out to them. The opposition seems to be in a disarray, and overall the indications are it's smooth sailing all the way for Droupadi Murmu.
Well, Gaurav, 27th June is when Yashwant Sinha will come ahead and file. We'll have to wait and watch whether he actually does that, because there are talks there is a possibility that he might also, say no at the last moment. That is also something which the opposition parties are keenly looking at. So if that happens, then, things will really turn around. But at the moment, in terms of numbers, the feelers that the Bharatiya Janata Party is getting from all the parties, it looks like this will be a very comfortable win. Also, we are seeing, the kind of scrambling which took place. We saw all the opposition parties, first of all, they were not able to come together. They were not able to get names, and all the names that came out, one by one, we saw how people were opting out. The possibility of it was because they understood how strong the Bharatiya Janata Party actually was, and that could also be possibly one of the reasons why we saw some of those leaders turning down what the opposition was giving them. And now, 27th June is when Yashwant Sinha will come here, and the election will be held on July 18th. We will see, 18th of July, and the results on 21st of July. Gaurav.
Aishwarya Paliwal, for the moment, many thanks for joining me here on this broadcast. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that he believes that she would be an outstanding president, given her background, her compassionate nature, her rich experience in administration. All of that. We'll be tracking the story on the 18th of July very closely. A quick break, back with the headlines and our top stories. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
this testing shows us that there is a vast potential in the commercial use of drones, especially in urban area. And this is a further step of creating an economically viable model.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Mango, pharma, textiles, cow dung. What's really common in these things? They're all items that India exports. Yes, you heard that right. Along with wheat, cereals, vegetables and more, India is expected to export 192 metric tons of cow dung to Kuwait. But why? Agricultural scientists of Kuwait have found cow dung to be very beneficial in date palm cultivation. This comes in the midst of the Prophet Muhammad controversy. Scientists in Kuwait used cow dung in date palm cultivation and found that it increased the yield. After this, Kuwait decided to import cow dung from India. This is the largest foreign order for cow dung that India has ever received. The orders are being sent from Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. India is the largest producer of cow dung. Now the government is also preparing a strategy to focus on the export of cow dung. The current consignment will be sent from Kanakapura railway station in Rajasthan to Mumbai. From there, the dung will be taken to Kuwait by ship. This consignment has been packed under the supervision of the Customs Department at Sunrise Organic Park at Sri Pinjrapol Gaushala in Jaipur. India has 30 crore cattle and about 30 lakh tons of cow dung is produced. In India, cow dung is mainly used as fuel. Internationally, it is used by Britain and China for producing electricity.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching in
Good afternoon, you're watching India Today. I'm Gaurav Sawant. We will get you the latest in the tussle for power in Maharashtra. But first, as always, the headlines at 12. Rebel Sena MLA Eknath Shinde speaks exclusively to India Today. Claims support of more than 50 MLAs. Says they will come to Mumbai and meet the governor soon. Uddhav Sena seeks disqualification of 4 more rebel MLAs, taking the number to 16. Eknath Shinde hits back, says they are the real Shiv Sena, shoots off a letter to Deputy Speaker and Governor with 37 signatures. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut slams the BJP for threatening the NCP Supremo. Sharad Pawar warns the rebel Sena that Shiv Sena workers are yet to hit the streets. Uddhav Sena's biggest offer to the Shinde camp. Sena ready to exit the Mahavikas Aghadi government if the rebels return home. NDA nominee for President Droupadi Murmu to file her nomination papers shortly. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says her nomination has been appreciated across the country. Supreme Court upholds clean chit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. The Supreme Court says plea filed by Zakia Jafri is devoid of merit. BJP insists this is vindication. It is Sena versus Sena. The Shiv Sena's Uddhav Sena versus the Eknath Shinde Sena, and the political tussle continues to escalate all the way from Maharashtra in the west to Assam in the east. And India Today is the only channel to get you a 360-degree perspective on this big story and the latest news breaks. Uddhav Thackeray has been cornered. The Shinde Sena continues to claim that their ranks are swelling. Shinde Sena's numbers, according to Eknath Shinde, are now past the 50 mark, including Shiv Sena MLAs and independent MLAs. The information is 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, one more en route, plus 9 independent MLAs. Sources are also telling India Today that this number, and Eknath Shinde is already claiming it, their numbers will cross the 50 mark. He says only 13 will remain at Varsha. The 13 who were there in Matoshri and Varsha, the official residence of the Chief Minister and the ancestral residence of the Chief Minister, only those number of Shiv Sena MLAs will remain with Uddhav Thackeray. He actually warned Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray against threatening the real Shiv Sena, as he calls his faction. He says Uddhav Thackeray is running a government, he does not have the numbers. Shiv Sena, on the other hand, the Uddhav Sena, they filed for disqualification for 4 more rebel MLAs, taking the total number to 16 of the Shinde camp. Now, after going through Shiv Sena's disqualification petition, the Deputy Speaker, he is likely to take the next course of action and could well mean issuing a notice to these 16 MLAs. Hear their side of the story, and this incidentally includes Eknath Shinde. Shiv Sena legislature party meeting took place in Guwahati yesterday. Eknath Shinde was appointed the legislature party leader. Bharat Gogavle has been appointed as the chief whip. A copy of the letter with signature of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs has now been sent to the Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal, the Legislative Secretary and the Governor of Maharashtra Bhagat Singh Koshyari. All eyes now on Uddhav Thackeray's next move. News is coming in. Shiv Sena's Zilla Pramukhs from across the state are coming to the Shiv Sena Bhavan. These, we are told that Bhaskar More, the Zilla Pramukh from Buldhana, he said that they are in contact with MLAs and all MLAs will return. The present government will remain. That's a major statement that's coming from Bhaskar More. Bhaskar More, incidentally, is the Zilla Pramukh from Buldhana. A Zilla Pramukh has a number of MLAs who work in tandem with him, between 3 and 4 in every district. The present government will remain, is what Bhaskar More is saying as of now. All Zilla Pramukhs from across Maharashtra, Shiv Sena Zilla Pramukhs from across Maharashtra are coming to the Shiv Sena Bhavan. There will be a series of meetings that will be held, and this is intense crisis management that is taking place at the Shiv Sena headquarters, at the Sena Bhavan in Mumbai. And Paras Dama joins me for more on the story. So Paras, bring us details of the crisis management by the Shiv Sena at this point of time, the measures that they are taking, and we'll get Paulami Saha for countermeasures in Guwahati. Paras, take it away.
Gaurav, Shiv Sena will try every card now because they know their situation is very much into danger. The dangerous situation has been created for MVA Sarkar and Uddhav Sarkar also. So now they'll just plan to intact the MLAs that are remaining, that are not rebellions. So they'll just plan systematically what to do and what not to do, because the situation is very much worst for MVA government, because there is nothing left as the situation. We can see in Maharashtra today. Probably 12:30 is the major time where the meeting will take place at Sena Bhavan, where Uddhav will also come, CM Uddhav Thackeray will also come, and he will discuss the plan of action with all the Jilla Adhikaris which has been called for a meeting. It's a very important meeting because in the meeting he will discuss all the things, all the situation which has happened, and now how to take precautionary measures, because if number rises it will create a major problem for the government. And after that, if the number rises like this, which is happening every day we are seeing some 3-4 MLAs going to Guwahati and strengthening Eknath Shinde's camp, rebellion camp. So it may create a thing. So now it's time for the disaster management. So this is the last chance or the last try which has been done by Shiv Sena and Uddhav Sarkar.
Oh, absolutely. 12:30 is when this meeting takes place of all the Zilla Pramukhs. Now, the Zilla Pramukhs, are they reaching out to all the MLAs? 37 plus 1 is the figure that we've been given as of now. 38 in Guwahati. An effort is... Okay, let's quickly cut across. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Parliament. The Prime Minister is accompanying Droupadi Murmu as she files her nomination. We are told that the Union Home Minister will also be there, as will other senior BJP leaders. Kaun banega Rashtrapati? Kaun banega President? That's the big question, because the race to Raisina Hill is in top gear, and the BJP, the entire NDA, they've thrown their weight behind Droupadi Murmu. She was Jharkhand governor. Incidentally, another piece of information that's coming in, if elected, she would be the first president to be born post-independence, would also be the first lady who's a tribal to be president of India. She comes from the Adivasi community. India has never had an Adivasi president. She's 64 years old. And these multiple images that you see are of Droupadi Murmu, who's a school teacher. She's been a two-time MLA and minister, and the first governor of Jharkhand, incidentally, to complete her tenure between 2015 and 21. So there she's meeting and greeting, being greeted by BJP MPs, ministers accompanying her as she files her nomination papers. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that she devoted her life to serving society, empowering the poor and the downtrodden and the marginalized. He said that she had rich administrative experience. She'd had an outstanding tenure as the governor. I'm confident she would be a great president. And that's where you're seeing her political... She was made a minister in the BJP coalition government in Odisha. She was Commerce, Fisheries and Animal Husbandry Minister, has rich administrative experience. 2015, she became the governor of Jharkhand and finished her tenure last year in 2021. Incidentally, the first to finish her tenure. She was born in Mayurbhanj, the first woman governor of Jharkhand, first tribal woman from Odisha to become governor, and was governor of Jharkhand, first presidential candidate from the tribal, first woman presidential candidate from the tribal community. So Murmu has many firsts to her credit. She's seen as someone who's very compassionate, very determined. She's a fighter. Now, the party is backing Droupadi Murmu, and this is where it appears to be a very easy journey for her. The numbers strongly in her favor. As we were just showing you graphics, apart from the BJP, which has about 49% of the electoral college in our country, the BJD is supporting her, the YSRCP is supporting her. We are told that the AIADMK, the Shiromani Akali Dal, the Bahujan Samaj Party, the TDP are likely to support her. Aishwarya Pariwal joins me for more on this. And Aishwarya, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said her rich administrative experience and her compassion and the fact that her nomination has been appreciated almost across the country really work in her favor, Aishwarya?
Well, Gaurav, she was also a teacher. So that is also something which has to be emphasized, and the kind of compassion that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was speaking about comes from the fact that before she took a plunge into politics, she used to teach. So all those things are something which were being talked about, and this is also something which Prime Minister also spoke about. That's what sources have told us when they were trying to come out with a name. Also, if she does become the president, she would be the first from the tribal community to become the president of India, and she would be the second woman president after Pratibha Patil. So a lot of things are stacked in her favor. Of course, she being a woman and the kind of administrative experience she has had, she's also been an MLA twice. So all those things will definitely work in her favor, and that perhaps could be one of the reasons why we are seeing one after the other, chips from the opposition bloc are breaking away, and we are seeing the kind of feelers which are being given. She was the first governor of Jharkhand to complete the 5-year term. So all these things speak volume about the kind of person she is, and also why, Gaurav, it will be easy. It looks like at the moment it will be a little easy for her to win this election, Gaurav.
Keep tracking that story. I will come back to you for more. I quickly want to cut across to Maharashtra. Breaking news coming in. Shiv Sena's Zilla Pramukhs from across Maharashtra are coming over to Shiv Sena Bhavan. Let's quickly cut across and listen in to Sanjay Raut.
सांगतोय महाविकास आघाडी मजबूत आहे आणि महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार पुढलं 2.5 वर्ष राहिलेलं पूर्ण करेल आणि पुन्हा सत्तेत येईल. जे गेले गृहमंत्री जी राष्ट्रवादी के प्रमुख नेता है, अनुभवी नेता है. गृहमंत्री जी कभी विधानसभा के स्पीकर भी रहे. वो कानून नियम अच्छे तरीके से जानते हैं, हमसे भी अच्छे तरीके से जानते हैं. उनमें और अनिल देसाई जी में पूरी बातचीत लीगल बैटल के बारे में हो रही थी, और मुझे लगता है जो हमको करना है वो हमने कर लिया है. जब पवार साहब हमारे महाविकास आघाड़ी के नहीं तो देश के राजनीति के सबसे बड़े नेता हैं. मैं तो उनको भीष्म पितामह कहता हूँ. और पवार साहब और मुख्यमंत्री जी का निरंतर डायलॉग चल रहा है. हम सब एक दूसरे के संपर्क में है, चाहे कांग्रेस के नेता हो, एनसीपी के बड़े नेता हो, शिवसेना के नेता हो, हम सब एक साथ. लड़ाई शुरू के लिए हो गया. आप आइए. रास्ते बंद हो गए. सारे रास्ते आप हाउस पर.
Okay, I quickly want to now cut across to India Today's senior executive editor Sahil Joshi for more on the story. Sahil, very, very clearly Sanjay Raut insists the Mahavikas Aghadi is together. They stand united. They will complete their tenure. An interesting aspect was this threat to Sharad Pawar. What more do we know about this and the strategy of the Mahavikas Aghadi from this point on?
Well, Mahavikas Aghadi, specifically Shiv Sena, because the fight has more become within Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena, specifically Uddhav Thackeray, will need to save his party. The legislative party has completely split at this point of time. 2/3 MLAs of Shiv Sena are with Eknath Shinde. He has claimed it very clearly. The letter which he released yesterday, and also the conversation I had with him in the morning, he specifically said that all the MLAs have signed an affidavit claiming that they have come there on their own will. They have not been forcibly brought to Guwahati. So he has 37, the required 2/3 number with him at this point of time. He has already sent the letter to the governor so that he should be in know of the political situation, and to the deputy speaker. He has not claimed yet that he is a separate group. He is claiming that he is the original group. So what Shiv Sena needs to do now is to fight him legally, and that is the reason why what we saw yesterday and even today, that almost 17 MLAs, Shiv Sena has requested Deputy Speaker's office to disqualify them for anti-party activity, not following the whip, not listening to the whip set by the party for the party meetings. Now, Eknath Shinde is very clear on that. He says that these are the tactics to scare off MLAs, which is not going to work out because the party meeting was not for any legislative work. The party meeting was for the party work, and the MLA, not remaining present for such kind of meetings doesn't attract the anti-defection law. So this is going to be another legal fight altogether. More importantly, what will happen when these MLAs will be brought to Mumbai is going to be the big question. As Shiv Sena has been claiming that there are some MLAs, almost 18, which was claimed by Shiv Sena yesterday, are in touch with the Shiv Sena chief, that is Uddhav Thackeray, and they have said that once in Mumbai, they will switch over again to the Uddhav Thackeray side, and that will be the game over for Eknath Shinde. But that seems to be a bit difficult because more and more MLAs, even after that, are going to Guwahati on their own. It was a different situation when all the MLAs were taken together to Surat. But now, I heard that 3 more MLAs are going to Guwahati. So that is a very tricky situation. I'm again saying this. If Uddhav Thackeray does not have the numbers, I think the government is going to go. In 2019, Fadnavis did not have the numbers.
Yes, that's a very interesting point that you make.
He tried all the tactics, but he couldn't do anything about that because he did not have the numbers. The same thing goes with Uddhav Thackeray in 2022. Even if Pawar is claiming that the people may come back, but that is still a hope against hope. We'll have to wait and see that when these MLAs will be brought into Mumbai, after that, what happens? Because, this whole situation is being monitored very closely, even by the BJP top brass. That was not a situation in 2019. This time, they are also directly involved in this Operation Lotus. Even if Eknath Shinde is saying that the BJP has nothing to do with it, everyone knows that this operation clearly has a BJP hand, and that means that the BJP top brass is also looking into the whole situation. So this is going to be very
Stay with me,
tricky.
Sahil. This is a battle of wits. It's a battle of patience. It's also a battle of who holds his nerves. It's a battle of nerves. Now, Sahil Joshi, just a short while back, also spoke exclusively to Eknath Shinde. And we'll get you details of that conversation. Eknath Shinde, he's not backing down. He claims he has support of more than 50 MLAs. This becomes extremely interesting. Shiv Sena MLAs, independent MLAs, and in a moment I'll come back to Sahil. It's not restricted just to MLAs. MLCs, corporators, we are told even members of parliament and other leaders. We'll come to that aspect in just a moment. But let's listen in to Sahil Joshi in exclusive conversation with Eknath Shinde.
सवाल तो यही है कि कल 12 डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के पिटिशंस फाइल किए गए हैं शिवसेना की तरफ से। इन पिटिशंस को देखते हुए आपका आगे का रवैया क्या रहेगा?
तो देखिए, पहली बात है, ये ऐसा पिटिशन करने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने गठनेता चेंज किया है वो उसके लिए गठनेता चेंज करने के लिए पूरे सभी विधायक जो है उनकी मीटिंग बुलानी पड़ती है और मेजोरिटी से गठनेता तय किया जाता है। वो एक तो इलीगल गठनेता बनाया है, इसका मतलब व्हिप भी इलीगल है, और माइनॉरिटी में जो लोग हैं उसको कार्रवाई करने का, डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है, और मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए नहीं किया, इसके लिए डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं। ये सिर्फ डराने की बात है, ये डराने की चेष्टा है, और इसलिए ये शिवसेना के जितने हमारे पास एमएलएस है, निर्दलीय है, उन्होंने कहा है कि ऐसी एक नोटिस नहीं 10 नोटिस आएंगे तो भी हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं, क्योंकि आप कार्रवाई करने का अधिकार ही नहीं है।
दूसरा ये कल इन्होंने कहा कि जो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर है उन्होंने हमसे बात करते हुए कहा कि आपके जो हस्ताक्षर है उस पर उनको संदेह है और इसके वजह से आपका दावा वो सुनने को तैयार नहीं है। क्या आपको लगता है कि एनसीपी इसमें आपको अपना गुट बनाने से रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है और इसके वजह से आपका गुट ना बन पाए?
ऐसा हमारा 37 का गुट और बाकी निर्दलीय मेगा गुट बनाने, ग्रुप बनाने से हमको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। देश में डेमोक्रेसी है, कानून है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, रूल्स है, इसको तो कोई तोड़ नहीं सकता है, और इसलिए ये सिर्फ प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स है। इसमें वो लोग कामयाब नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि हमारे लोग पूरी तरह एकजुट है, हमारे लोगों ने पूरी तरह सोच समझ के ये स्टैंड लिया हुआ है।
क्या अभी आप गवर्नर को कहेंगे कि वोट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए महाराष्ट्र में, क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार बहुमत खो चुकी है, इसके तहत गवर्नर से भी इसके बारे में बात की जाएगी, राज्यपाल से बात की जाएगी?
अभी हमारी बैठक होने के बाद ही आगे की रणनीति तय हो जाएगी।
आप कल हमने सुना कि शरद पवार की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने शायद सुनी होगी, उन्होंने कहा कि जो बगावत करने वाले हैं उनको भुगतना पड़ेगा उसका नतीजा। पवार कह रहे हैं कि अभी भी आपके खेमे में कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो उद्धव ठाकरे से संपर्क में हैं और आपकी बगावत पर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए हैं कि बीजेपी का समर्थन है आपके बगावत को।
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, हमारे साथ बीजेपी की कोई संपर्क नहीं है और पवार साहब हमारे लिए बड़े नेता है महाविकास आघाड़ी में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में महाविकास आघाड़ी काम कर रही है और मेरे लिए पवार साहब भी आदरणीय व्यक्तिमत्व है। अभी उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि जो विधायक है पूरी तरह स्वेच्छा से अपनी मर्जी से यहाँ है, वैसा उन्होंने एफिडेविट भी यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है।
Is Eknath Shinde actually eyeing the Shiv Sena Pramukh post? Now, India Today's senior executive editor Sahil Joshi put this question to him. He did not deny it. He said that this would be decided in a meeting later. I quickly want to cut back to Sahil Joshi on this. Sahil, this is actually taking the battle altogether to a different level. This is, in a way, moving forward to a Shiv Sena 3.0 from Balasaheb Thackeray to Uddhav Thackeray, now trying to be in control. Is that actually happening? Give us details.
Well, I asked him very specifically that, is he eyeing for the post of Shiv Sena chief, because he has already split the party, the Shiv Sena legislative party. He has more than almost 40 MLAs at this point of time with him who were elected on Shiv Sena's ticket. Hardly 10 to 12 MLAs now remaining in Mumbai are going to be with Uddhav Thackeray, and every day his strength is growing. So, is he eyeing for the post of Shiv Sena Pramukh? Is he going to completely take over the whole party and claim Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy? He didn't deny anything about that. He just said that, all the decisions are being taken by sitting together. I am not the only one who is taking the decision at this point of time. So, there is a thought definitely going on in this. But splitting the party is a different thing altogether. It requires more time and strength. It can definitely continue because, the structure of Shiv Sena is completely different. In 2003, Shiv Sena actually started becoming a formal party. Before that, it worked more like an organization, and in that organization, Shiv Sena chief was the last word. But when the election commission said that, no, you have to elect your president every year, every 2 years or whatever the term is, then the constitution of Shiv Sena needed to be made, and that's how the Shiv Sena's constitution came into existence. And that is how Uddhav Thackeray, for the first time in Shiv Sena's life in 2003, was made the working president of the Shiv Sena, who was, whose re-election happened every specific time. There are 260 people, like the way All India Congress Committee and the BJP Parliamentary Board and other BJP working committees are there. Similarly, Shiv Sena has 260 people in its working committee, which comprises of the district presidents, the councillors, some of the councillors, some leaders, the MLAs, as well as member of parliaments, and some leaders which have been appointed by Uddhav Thackeray. So that body decides that who is going to be the president of the Shiv Sena. In fact, that scenario, Uddhav Thackeray...
Sahil, is Eknath Shinde moving in the direction of not just splitting the party at the level of MLAs, not just the legislature party in the state assembly, but also members of parliament, MLCs, Zilla Pramukhs, right down the middle? Is that his aim?
Right now it will be too early to claim that, but if he already had so many MLAs with him, they have shown faith on him rather than Uddhav Thackeray. He might eye for that, because finally it's a big, big political space in Maharashtra. Will BJP want to keep Shiv Sena alive is another question. Rather than that, taking an opportunity, they can just pull the slug out of Shiv Sena and just eat them up completely. But will the Thackeray brand continue to be with the Shiv Sena? Will the Shiv Sena brand continue to be with Uddhav Thackeray? The legislative parties always split, but the main party always remain intact, and that is how the politics move forward. There are instances even in the past that MLAs have deserted, but the main party has always survived. So will Eknath Shinde allow Uddhav Thackeray to run Shiv Sena as a party, or will he decide to do this. It's something which he has not answered yet very clearly. He didn't deny that. That is something which is very important, Gaurav.
And what are indications on ground? Because Sanjay Raut made a very interesting statement. Sanjay Raut said that this fight is to be fought at multiple levels. It will be fought in the assembly, in courts of law, also on ground. On ground, he said Shiv Senics have not taken to the streets just as yet. But the Shiv Senics, when they take to the streets, will they be split too? Or are majority of the Shiv Senics with either Uddhav Thackeray or with Eknath Shinde?
Well, Gaurav, I have been covering Shiv Sena since last 20 years, and it will be really difficult to answer at this point of time. I can tell you for a fact one thing, that if Eknath Shinde would have dared to do what he is doing today, his MLAs would have been really scared to come back to Mumbai. That is what Shiv Sena was in Mumbai, which doesn't seem to be the case at this point of time. But of course, there are multiple angles to it. The center is solidly behind Eknath Shinde. He himself claimed that one of the biggest power of India is backing us, so don't worry about it. The center has already given CISF security to many people in Mumbai, including Kirit Somaiya, Navneet Rana, Ravi Rana and all other people, even Kangana Ranawat for that matter. So obviously these MLAs might come to Mumbai equipped with the security by the central forces, and it will be very difficult for them to break away. But more importantly, Dadar, where the Shiv Sena Bhavan is in Mumbai, that is the headquarter of Shiv Sena, and that is, that used to be like a completely stronghold of Shiv Sena. You can't imagine Dadar without Shiv Sena. Only the dent could happen when Raj Thackeray broke away and got his MLA elected in 2009.
Yes.
But other than that, Shiv Sena is heavily strong there.
Yes.
Even the MLA from Dadar and Mahim have switched over to Eknath Shinde. So on ground, what happens? It's something which will unfold over the period of time. Lot of times in Shiv Sena, be it a split of Chhagan Bhujbal, be it a split of Narayan Rane, be it a split of Raj Thackeray, the cadre has remained intact and been with the party. Yes. Will this happen this time? Because this time it is a bigger blow. This time more number of MLAs have left. The things have changed. Last 3 desertations happened at the time when Shiv Sena was in opposition. This time Shiv Sena is in power. So the power game has changed. The politics has changed
and with Congress
since
and
2014.
NCP. Yes. Absolutely. Sahil, stay with me. Stay with me. We will continue talking about this in greater detail in the hours and days ahead. But in an exclusive conversation with India Today, the rebel MLAs, whether it's Deepak Kesarkar or Bharat Gogavle, they are in Guwahati, they are in the Eknath Shinde camp as of now. And they've said that the next course of action will be decided when the entire 37 MLAs sit together with Eknath Shinde and then discuss the road ahead. Let's listen in.
सरकार जी, कितने विधायक हैं अभी शिंदे कैंप में गुवाहाटी में?
We have already applied for a separate group, so we have sufficient number for making the application. So it is obvious that.
So 37 plus, you have Shiv Sena MLAs alone.
Yes.
What's your reaction, sir, to Uddhav Thackeray, now the Uddhav Sena as they're being referred to, seeking the disqualification of Shiv Sena MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde?
How they could disqualify? Basically, for not being present for a meeting cannot be a cause for disqualification. If you vote against the party, in spite of the whip, that is one thing. Second thing, when you issue a notice to somebody, there is always principle of natural justice. You will have to give them a hearing, and after that you can take any action, and that action is to be also taken by the chairperson of Vidhan Sabha, that is Legislative Assembly.
So in such a circumstance,
these are all tactics to pressurize the MLAs, and I think that they should take appropriate decisions. If they at all, yesterday there was a statement saying that they are going to not going ahead with Maharashtra Mahavikas Agadi anymore.
Yeah.
But that has not come through. These are just announcements.
There's been no communication to you about that.
If they really want to do it, they should have done it, and then things could have moved in different directions.
Is there any communication, Mr. Kesarkar? from Uddhav Thackeray, from the Uddhav Sena to you or to your faction? Is there any communication about how they want to reach out and, you know, kind of consider your conditions?
You'll have to understand one thing, that, talking to everybody, don't nobody could come to a conclusion, because they will have to talk to Sri Shinde ji, who is the in charge, or who is our leader now.
Okay.
So if they talk to him and if he agrees, then the solution could come through, but not with these methods of putting a pressure. Because MLAs are all matured, they are elected by lakhs of people. So in a proper fashion, had it been happened, then the things could have not come to this level.
हमारे शिंदे साहब है ना, वो कर रहे हैं,
क्या कर रहे हैं,
होगा वो देखा जाएगा।
क्या कर रहे हैं सर?
जो कर रहे हैं कानून का और सबका, तो इसलिए नो टेंशन।
क्या आप लोगों ने क्या किया है? डिप्टी स्पीकर को चिट्ठी में लिखकर क्या कहा है आप लोगों ने?
दे दिया उसको, बोला उसको अधिकार नहीं, उसको बोला बनता नहीं, कुछ नहीं, मीटिंग पे नहीं जाना तो क्या डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन होता है क्या ऐसा?
नहीं, आप लोगों ने जो चिट्ठी लिखी है डिप्टी स्पीकर को, उसमें आप लोगों ने क्या क्या लिखा है?
हमारे मेंबर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, नो टेंशन।
So Deepak Kesarkar makes it very clear that their only condition was cut off ties with the Mahavikas Aghadi and then they could reconsider. But since that hasn't happened, because you heard Sanjay Raut just a short while back, Sanjay Raut made it very clear that the Congress, the NCP and Uddhav Thackeray, they were together, constantly in touch, and they were moving forward. So what next? India Today's Akshita Nandgopal now explains the final battle plan for Maharashtra.
Let's take you through the plan of action, the battle plan for each side right now, beginning with the Uddhav Sena, who we've referred to here as the defenders. They're going to try and ensure that they stop further defections. Right now, it's one MLA after another ditching him, ditching Uddhav. He's also going to try hard to bring back the rebels. So far, he's been completely unsuccessful in that effort. Now, what also is becoming the big main focus right now is to stop any sort of recognition of Shinde Sena, and that's why they've taken that step of disqualification as well. Of course, legally also, he's going to be seeking some relief to challenge these defections in court, but there'll be questions on how he'll do that, especially if Shinde has 37 plus. He's also going to ensure that MPs, members of parliament, also don't follow suit and dump Sena, though there have been news breaks coming in of several MPs now choosing to back Eknath Shinde. What about the ally? What about Sharad Pawar? What is his particular strategy right now? Number one will be to keep the NCP flock together. Not really a problem, considering the rebellion is fueled within the Shiv Sena over the NCP Congress alliance. Now, also another
And these are the latest images coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the BJP President JP Nadda, the Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh accompanying the BJP or the NDA's presidential nominee Droupadi Murmu. This is the BJP's big show of strength as the entire party and government top brass accompany the presidential nominee as she files her papers. Droupadi Murmu was governor of Jharkhand till 2021. The Prime Minister has complimented her, saying she has rich administrative experience and that she had an outstanding tenure as the governor of Jharkhand. The Prime Minister said he is confident that she would make a great president of India. Images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda accompanying Droupadi Murmu as she files her nomination papers to be the next President of India. Kaun banega Rashtrapati? Indications are Droupadi Murmu has the numbers stacked in her favor. Not just NDA numbers, but also parties like the BJD who see this as Odisha's pride, as Jharkhand leaders, we are told, they will also be supporting the fact that she would be the first tribal woman president of India, the second woman to be president of India if elected, and the first tribal woman to be elected as president of India. We are told that the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha may also break ranks and support her nomination. The BJD, the YSRCP, the AIA-DMK, the Shiromani Akali Dal, the Bahujan Samaj Party, the indications are and the word is that all of these parties could and would also extend support to Droupadi Murmu, taking her comfortably past the requirement to be President of India. Droupadi Murmu was born in Mayurbhanj. She was an assistant professor at the Sri Aurobindo Integral Education and Research Center. She joined the Bharatiya Janata Party in 1997. In fact, she has been Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Commerce Minister in Odisha. She was the governor of Jharkhand, and the Prime Minister says she'd had an outstanding tenure as President of Jharkhand. In fact, she also has the distinction of being the first woman woman governor of Jharkhand to also complete her tenure between 2015 and 2021. That was last year. The Prime Minister took to the social media platform Twitter to say that millions of people who've experienced poverty, faced hardship, they would derive strength from her life. He also appreciated her understanding of policy matters, appreciated her compassionate nature, and said that she had devoted her life to serving society, empowering the poor and the downtrodden and the marginalized. There you see images of Droupadi Murmu filing her papers. And this is the BJP's big show of strength. Aishwarya Paliwal, my colleague, joins me for more on this. The Prime Minister, the Defence Minister, the Home Minister, the BJP President, several ministers, MPs, allies, all accompanying Droupadi Murmu. We see Nitin Gadkari also in these images. Okay, let's for a moment try and listen in to what's happening on ground. Aishwarya, I'll just come to you in a second. her nomination to be the next president of India. If elected, she would be the first tribal to be president of India. She is a former school teacher. She's a two-term MLA, a former minister. She was minister between 2000 and 2004. She was Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Commerce Minister, the first governor of Jharkhand. The Prime Minister, there as she files her papers, compliments her rich administrative experience. The BJP President JP Nadda sitting next to the Prime Minister, sitting next to Droupadi Murmu is the Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and then the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, also flanked by Road Transport and Highways Minister Nitin Gadkari. Aishwarya Paliwal, my colleague, joins me for more on the story. Aishwarya, as far as the numbers game go, it's easy or it's being seen as easy for Droupadi Murmu to be the next president of India. Just a short while back, we also had Kiran Rijiju saying, the Union Law Minister saying, privileged to join my colleagues in signing nomination papers of NDA's candidate Droupadi Murmu ji for the presidential elections. Aishwarya.
Gaurav, at the moment 48% electorate, that's what the NDA has in its favor, and the kind of strength that we are seeing. You know, all the top union ministers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we have the Home Minister Amit Shah, we have Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, we have Nitin Gadkari, all of them present. All this is a very clear indication, Gaurav. See, in politics, a lot is about optics, and what we are seeing today is actually optics. This also is the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party's way of showing that they are firmly standing behind their candidate, and somewhere they do understand that this will not be a very tough fight. However, for the opposition, this will be. If, we see Droupadi Murmu becoming the president, it will be very good for the country, but we could see this as a big blow for the opposition parties, because we are seeing after candidate, people backed out. They said that they do not want to be a part of this race, and finally when the opposition came out with the name of Yashwant Sinha, we are now seeing that a stronger candidate, at least in terms of numbers and in terms of stature, has come out. And if Droupadi Murmu does become the president of our country, she will be the second woman president after Pratibha Patil. So all these things at the moment, in her favor, and the visuals are for everyone to see. We are seeing the ruling party, the top leaders there wishing her. All of them are wishing her. In fact, the Prime Minister, as you were pointing out, Gaurav, has also gone ahead and said that her administrative capabilities will give her an edge, and they are all looking forward to see her become the president of the country. Gaurav.
And we are told, and okay, you also see several chief ministers sitting here. Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, is seen in these images. The Haryana Chief Minister is seen in these images. It just very clearly goes on to show that the entire might, nationwide might of the BJP and the NDA seen in these images. They've claimed 49% of the electoral college votes. So very, very clearly, this is BJP saying it in style, in full strength. And the opposition could not even agree on a candidate, because the opposition ranks split wide open even on Droupadi Murmu's name. There are opposition parties that are saying they will vote for her. Aishwarya.
Well, we are seeing one after the others, a lot of those parties which were in fact in the opposition bloc immediately after the BJP came out with Droupadi Murmu's name. We saw how all of them started sending feelers. In fact, we saw how Naveen Patnaik was amongst the first leaders who went ahead and congratulated Droupadi Murmu and said that his party is giving her full support. We understand the JMM, Hemant Soren too, has been sending signals and, in a veiled way saying that he will support Droupadi Murmu. Also, a very smart play by the Bharatiya Janata Party, a candidate who will be acceptable to almost all the parties. See, she is such a name, such a person. And if she does become, definitely, it will give a boost to the tribal community, something that the Prime Minister has been talking about through all the schemes. The Bharatiya Janata Party has been trying to uplift the community, and if she does win, she will become the first tribal president of our country, giving the community and BJP a big boost. Gaurav.
Okay, let's for a moment try and listen into what's happening on ground. I'll come to you in a moment. And let's, Aishwarya, for a moment, do a little number crunching. The BJP has close to 49% of the Electoral College votes on their own. The BJP also, Droupadi Murmu's candidature is also getting the BJD support. So let's look at the BJP votes. It's 5,32,351. Let's look at BJD, that's 31,686. YSRCP is about 45,550. AIADMK is about 14,940. The Prime Minister's smile.
बहुत सुदूर लोगों बहुत दूर से भी आए हैं समर्थक ही नहीं होंगे नहीं इन लोगों को भी तो प्रैक्टिस होनी चाहिए जी नहीं वो तो नहीं आया सर जब से 50 की संख्या हुई है तब से थोड़ा मुश्किल हो गया है वो रहे नहीं जरा
Okay, very interesting, the conversation and the support that is coming for Droupadi Murmu from across the length and breadth of our country is something that's a topic of conversation there. The Prime Minister's smile, Aishwarya, is a clear giveaway that numbers are stacked heavily in Droupadi Murmu's favor, it would seem.
Well, definitely, you know, politics has always been all about optics, and we are seeing this as an optics being played out. And, you know, the little conversation, the little snippet of the conversation we just heard Prime Minister, acknowledging the fact that people have come from far off areas. And definitely we are seeing the chief ministers of many states coming and standing with the Prime Minister and giving their support to Droupadi Murmu, also showing her that the entire might is with her. Gaurav, if you remember, you know, one of the first visuals which came out after Droupadi Murmu's name was made public, we saw her sweeping the floor of the temple. So those visuals also are something.
Mr. Narendra Modi's signature for the nomination of Droupadi Murmu to be the 15th President of India.
Thank you, भैया.
सीधी तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं.
So those are the images that you were seeing, and now the chief ministers are filing out. Piyush Goyal seen in these images. Pushkar Singh Dhami, Uttarakhand chief minister seen in these pictures. The Nagaland chief minister seen in these pictures. Uttar Pradesh chief minister was seen in these pictures. Ramdas Athawale, several, the governor, the chief minister of Manipur, N. Birenson seen in these pictures. And after filing her nomination papers, Droupadi Murmu is now coming out. And the BJP's might across the length and breadth of this country, plus the support of BJD, YSRCP, AIADMK. Aishwarya, once again, as we look at these pictures, take us through how the numbers stack up in favor of Droupadi Murmu and how it becomes an uphill battle for the opposition candidate, Yashwant Sinha.
Well, it definitely is an uphill task for Yashwant Sinha. He will go and file his nomination on the 27th of June. Now, there are some rumors that, that the fact that the opposition is now understanding that this will be an uphill task. They were hopeful that they'll be able to put their their person on top. They were also looking at it as a kind of a practice for 2024. But it looks like all those hopes are coming dashing down. The kind of smile we also saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, cracking some jokes there, and he also acknowledged the fact that people and chief ministers from far off states have also come. So all this.
Okay, big breaking story coming in from Guwahati. Rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde leaves for Mumbai. Eknath Shinde leaves for Mumbai, and this battle now becomes very, very interesting because Eknath Shinde claims he is the real Shiv Sena. He has the support, he claims, of 50 MLAs. 37 plus 1 of the Shiv Sena is his claim, plus 9 independent MLAs and more coming in. That's the claim of Eknath Shinde. He says he is the real Shiv Sena. In fact, Deepak Kesarkar, Shiv Sena MLA, also told India Today in an exclusive conversation that the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena have already applied to be a separate group in the Maharashtra Assembly. They said that they have affidavits of all required numbers. He did not specify 37, but he said they have affidavits of all the required number of MLAs to say that they are with Eknath Shinde on their own and not under pressure. This battle now intensifies. This battle now is being taken to the next level. Big churn in the Maharashtra Game of Thrones as Eknath Shinde leaves for Mumbai. This is where Uddhav Thackeray and his faction of the Shiv Sena will have to prove their mettle versus Eknath Shinde and his faction of the Shiv Sena. Just a short while back, Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena Member of Parliament, had said that the Mahavikas Aghadi is strong and united and will complete their tenure. Deepak Kesarkar, the rebel Shiv Sena MLA, had told India Today that the only condition on which they were willing to reconsider their decision was if the Shiv Sena walks out of the Mahavikas Aghadi. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Vidya for more on this. Vidya, this battle now enters a decisive phase with Eknath Shinde headed towards Mumbai. What next, Vidya? Okay, give me a moment as I try to re-establish that link with Vidya. Vidya, can you hear me? And if you can, Eknath Shinde is on his way to Mumbai. What's the next course of action now?
I'm right now at Shiv Sena Bhavan, and right here there's a huge crowd gathering. There are a couple of meetings that have been lined up with lower rank, Shiv Sainiks. One is the Shakha Pramukh. Right now the meetings are being held with Jila Adhyaksh across Maharashtra. People from Buldhana, people from far-flung areas have come over to the Shiv Sena Bhavan.
Stay with me for a moment. I'll come to that meeting in Shiv Sena Bhavan in just a moment. Vidya, our senior executive editor Sahil Joshi now joins me for more on this. Sahil, is this battle now coming into a very decisive phase with Eknath Shinde flying to Mumbai? What next, Sahil?
Well, Eknath Shinde has now decided to take it head on. He has moved towards Mumbai, keeping his MLAs at Guwahati. He'll be coming to Mumbai. He will directly go to Maharashtra Assembly, what it looks like at this point of time, and he'll be meeting the Deputy Speaker or the Assembly Secretariat to stake his claim that he is the leader. He is the main legislative party leader, nobody else. He has the numbers. He has the signature of 37 MLAs, the 2/3 of the Shiv Sena's majority. Shiv Sena has been telling him that come in front and talk to us. Whether he will talk to Shiv Sena or not, that is something is still under question. But one thing is very clear, that he's going to come to Mumbai, go to Maharashtra Assembly, meet the Deputy Speaker and tell them that this is what is going to happen. So this is going to be a really twist and turn story in Maharashtra politics going to happen in a while now. Eknath Shinde coming to Mumbai from Guwahati will be coming in a chartered flight. He'll be reaching Mumbai soon, maybe after two and a half hours. After that, he will directly go to the Deputy Speaker's chamber, meet the Deputy Speaker. After that, what he does is going to be really important. Every time the things are changing rapidly, and it's very clear that now the fight between Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde is in the last leg. That's what we can see.
Sahil, absolutely. Sahil, this is actually a battle for, in a way, survival and supremacy. Who is the real Shiv Sena, with Deepak Kesarkar telling India Today that they've already filed a letter with the Deputy Speaker saying that they should be recognized as a separate group of the Shiv Sena in the assembly. So this is an astitva ki ladai, so to say, a battle of prestige, both for Eknath Shinde and for Uddhav Thackeray, Sahil.
Well, this battle is turning interesting every time. You know, this point of time is not reacting. The BJP is not reacting to this battle at all. What we can see here is that the BJP is quiet. Devendra Fadnavis is in Mumbai. He is having meeting with his leaders at his residence in Mumbai. So things are going his way. He was just waiting that that what happens further. Now Eknath Shinde in Mumbai, things will unfold soon. That was it.
Unfold soon. The Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, they've applied to be a separate group in the Maharashtra State Assembly. Sahil, on the other hand, you have Sanjay Raut saying that they have now sought disqualification of 16 Shiv Sena MLAs. So both sides, the battle lines are very clearly drawn. Deepak Kesarkar also saying in case they leave the Mahavikas Aghadi, we could have reconsidered. That clearly is not happening, Sahil.
Well, reconciling with Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi is out of question for Eknath Shinde. His position was clear since day one that he is not going to go with the Mahavikas Aghadi. The MLAs have said that they have given enough time that the Shiv Sena leadership should quit the Mahavikas Aghadi. Now the time is gone. Now things won't change. Is what the leadership is saying here.
Okay, so explain this to us, Sahil. Why is it that Uddhav Thackeray or Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, Arvind Sawant, they are putting all their might to remain a part of the Aghadi, even at the cost of losing the Shiv Sena or having 37 MLAs move in the other direction? What's so compelling?
No, it's not, even if they would have left the Mahavikas Aghadi, the thing is that the Shiv Sena chief Uddhav Thackeray, he thinks that according to him, with being in a Mahavikas Aghadi, he is in control. In alliance with the BJP, he is not in control. The BJP is the bigger brother and they are in the controlling streak. Whereas in Mahavikas Aghadi, Shiv Sena being a bigger partner, they are in the controlling streak, and that is the reason why he actually entered into Mahavikas Aghadi rather than going with the BJP. Now things are changing rapidly. His MLAs were not happy with him, specifically Eknath Shinde, who was eyeing for the chief minister's post when the Mahavikas Aghadi actually happened. But 2019 was a different year altogether. Yes. It was Sharad Pawar who thought that the Aghadi, the senior leaders from Congress NCP, will not accept Eknath Shinde as their leader, as a chief minister, who is relatively junior to a lot of people in Congress and NCP who have been ministers since last 15 years. That is the reason why he actually forced Uddhav Thackeray to become chief minister and take the reins in his own hands, which has actually backfired for Uddhav Thackeray in his own party, and that is why all these things are happening. Now the things are going to change rapidly because Eknath Shinde back in Mumbai is a nightmare for Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde directly going to meet the Deputy Speaker. After that, how the things will unfold is something nobody can answer at this point of time. But one thing is very clear. He has the numbers, and if he has the numbers, then definitely it's an end game for Uddhav Thackeray. Right now what we are hearing that Uddhav Thackeray has decided not to resign but to take the fight further. Whether he will be able to take this fight further or not, that is something what we have to understand in the next couple of days.
Okay, Sahil, stay with me because few people understand what's happening on ground better than India Today's team of reporters led by Sahil Joshi in Maharashtra, and Polami Saha now joins me from Guwahati for more on this. Polami, Eknath Shinde is moving very cautiously. He's flying alone, is it? None of the 37 plus are flying with him. Neither are the independent MLAs. Is that the latest situation on ground?
Gaurav, could you please repeat your question?
Is Eknath Shinde flying alone on board that chartered flight to Mumbai, or are other leaders, either independents or from Shiv Sena, flying with him?
Well, Gaurav, we saw only one vehicle leave and it had one person and we speculate that there was a BJP member of parliament, Pallab Lochan Das, in fact, in that vehicle, and one person who was sort of hiding his face and was behind dark car windows, and one escort vehicle following that vehicle, that Innova vehicle. So clearly it was just one individual who left in a vehicle.
Give me 10 seconds. Let's quickly cut across and listen in to Sanjay Raut on Aaj Tak.
मुंबई में तो आना ही पड़ेगा ना। जब तक वो मुंबई में नहीं आते, जब तक जहां से वो चुन कर गए हैं महाराष्ट्र से, उनके साथ जो विधायक है वो महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के सदस्य है, उनको यहाँ आना पड़ेगा, हमारे सामने आना पड़ेगा। शिवसेना के विधायक है तो हम तो उनका इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि भाई आइए, यहाँ वहां दर दर की ठोकरें खाकर मत घूमिए, महाराष्ट्र आपका है। पहले सूरत में गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी में गए, अब मैं सुन रहा हूँ गुवाहाटी से गोवा में जा रहे हैं। क्या जरूरत है सब करने की? जो बातें आपके मन में है वो आप यहाँ हमारे सामने बैठकर, उद्धव जी के सामने बैठकर भी बात कर सकते थे। इसके लिए आपको भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सिक्योरिटी और सहारा लेना पड़ा सूरत से गुवाहाटी तक। ये लगता है ये कोई एक सच्चा शिव सैनिक का आत्मसम्मान नहीं है, ये मानता हूं मैं, ये प्रतिष्ठा नहीं है शिव सैनिक की। आप अपने आप को अगर शेर कहते हो तो ये शेर की इज्जत नहीं है।
राउत साहब, मैं ये सवाल आपसे इसके लिए पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि 2 दिन पहले जब उद्धव ठाकरे ने ये कहा था कि उनकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत हुई है, आपने अपने कई बयानों में बातचीत दिया हुआ है, क्या पिछले 2 दिनों में आपकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बात हुई है? क्या
मेरी और उनकी लगभग 10 दिन बातचीत हो रही है। उनके साथ जो विधायक हैं उनके साथ भी मेरा संवाद और संपर्क चल रहा है, हम बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए वो हमारे दुश्मन नहीं है, हमने सालों साल एक साथ काम किया है, हमारा एक रिश्ता है। वो रिश्ता सिर्फ पार्टी में राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर नहीं है, खून का रिश्ता है, पार्टी का रिश्ता खून का रिश्ता है।
लेकिन रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है राउत साहब? रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? इतनी अगर बातचीत हो रही है तो रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? कौन सी ऐसी बात है जिसको लेकर एकनाथ शिंदे कह रहे हैं कि अब मैं उद्धव ठाकरे की शिवसेना में नहीं रहूंगा?
अब एकनाथ शिंदे के हाथ में कुछ बचा ही नहीं है, उनका कब्जा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरा ले चुका है। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी तय करेगी एकनाथ शिंदे क्या बोलेंगे, क्या करेंगे, खाना खाएंगे नहीं पिएंगे, अब उनको सोना है या उठना है, बैठना है, स्नान करना है, ये अब बीजेपी तय करेगी। अब एकनाथ शिंदे और उनके विधायकों के हाथ में कुछ नहीं बचा है।
नहीं राउत साहब, जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि अब एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो बीजेपी के कब्जे में हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये भी सवाल होगा कि ना सिर्फ एकनाथ शिंदे बल्कि उनके साथ में जो बागी एमएलए हैं वो भी बीजेपी के कब्जे में, और ये भी नजर आ रहा है कि अब तो शिवसेना भी उनके कब्जे में है क्योंकि उनके पास नंबर्स अंगगणित के हिसाब से ज्यादा हैं।
देखिए हमारे पास अब 55 विधायक विधानसभा में है, उसमें से मैं मानता हूं सभी विधायक चले गए, जाने दो। कागज पे विधायक जाने का मतलब पार्टी खत्म हो गया ऐसा नहीं होता है। विधायक चले जाते हैं, पार्टी खड़ी रहती है, वापस विधायक चुनकर लाते हैं। 2 बार बगावत हुई है, नारायण राणे ने बगावत की, छगन भुजबल ने बगावत की, उनके साथ भी विधायक चले गए, लेकिन चुनाव में उसमें से एक भी विधायक वापस चुनकर नहीं आया महाराष्ट्र में। उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। इस बार भी जो विधायक रहेंगे उनके साथ, समझ लीजिए उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। दूसरी बात, महाराष्ट्र की जनता सड़क पर उतर गई है। आज 10 जगह पे जो विधायक चले गए, उनके घर पर, उनके कार्यालय के ऊपर बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने मोर्चा निकाला है, आंदोलन किया है। ये तो एक स्टेप है, आगे आगे देखो क्या होता है।
राउत साहब, मैं आपसे एक सवाल करना चाहूंगा। आपकी आज मुलाकात हुई शरद पवार जी से, उस मुलाकात में क्या क्या बातचीत हुई, क्या इसके बारे में आप बता पाएंगे? और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है, क्योंकि आपने बयान दिया कि वो अभी भी इस अलायंस के नेता हैं, बड़े नेता हैं, पितामह की तरह हैं वो। क्या उनके सजेशन थे, आपकी क्या बातचीत हुई और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है आपकी?
रणनीति की बात तो नहीं है, हम तो विधायक जहाँ कहाँ छुपा कर रखे किसी स्टेट में, वो आने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। पवार साहब तो हमेशा महाविकास आघाड़ी की प्रेरणा रहे है, ऊर्जा रहे हैं, और आज भी हम सब लोग एक साथ, कांग्रेस हो, एनसीपी, शिवसेना, मुख्यमंत्री, लड़ने के मूड में। हम लड़ेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर भी और लड़ेंगे सड़क पर भी, हर स्थान पर लड़ेंगे हम।
एक कानूनी लड़ाई की भी आप लोगों ने तैयारी की है, इस तरह की खबरें हैं कि
कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, लेकिन हर लड़ाई को हम तैयार है। जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर स्टेट में जहां बीजेपी का शासन नहीं है, वहां की सरकारें तोड़ फोड़ कर अपनी सरकार बनाना चाहती है, ये देश के सामने, लोकतंत्र के सामने एक बड़ा आह्वान है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, पूरे देश भर का माहौल ऐसा है कि महाराष्ट्र के मुद्दे पर पूरा देश का विपक्ष एक साथ आ रहा है। चाहे ममता बनर्जी हो, चाहे तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे तमिलनाडु के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री हो, पूरे देश से हमको समर्थन मिल रहा है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये जो खेल शुरू किया है, ये जो आग लगाई है, इस आग में जलने वाले वही है।
राउत साहब, एक मैं सीधा सवाल करूंगा आपसे, राजनीतिक सवाल नहीं होगा ये। आप ये बताइए कि ऐसी गड़बड़ कहां पे हो गई जहां पे आपके इतने जो विधायक थे, बड़ी संख्या में 37-40 का आंकड़ा दिया जा रहा है इस समय, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में वो तैयार हो गए एकनाथ शिंदे के लिए जाने के लिए, ना कि उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ रहने के लिए?
ये सवाल आप ईडी को पूछ लीजिए। जिस तरह से ईडी ने इंटरेस्ट लिया था ये सरकार तोड़ने में और नई सरकार बनाने में, तो ये सवाल तो मैं जो केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसी है उनसे पूछूंगा कि आपने इतना इंटरेस्ट क्यों लिया। 17 हमारे एमएलए हैं जिनके ऊपर ईडी की कार्रवाई इस दरमियान शुरू हो गई, उनको धमकाया गया। मुंबई से उनको ईडी का एक अफसर और बीजेपी का एक अधिकारी, एक नेता, ईडी का अफसर ने उसके कब्जे में देते थे एमएलए और बोलते थे सूरत में जाइए, गुवाहाटी में जाइए। ये कौन सा खेल इस देश में चल रहा है? जो विपक्ष का आवाज उठेगा उसको आप सेंट्रल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी के माध्यम से अगर दबाओगे तो हमारा आवाज दबने वाला नहीं है। चाहे आप हमको जेल में डालिए या फांसी दीजिए, हम नहीं डरेंगे। हमारे जैसे 100 लोग पैदा हो गया हो, अगर हमको अंदर डालेंगे। हमारे विधायक दबाव में है, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स, ईडी, ये दूसरा कास्ट सर्टिफिकेट का मामला आता है बीच में, वो हमारे 2 विधायक आए, सबको 1 घंटे में क्लियर कर दिया ईडी ने। जो सालों साल बीजेपी उनके ऊपर आरोप कर रही थी, उनको अपने कब्जे में लेकर 1 घंटे में दिल्ली में उनको क्लियर कर दिया। क्या क्लियर हो गए?
आप एक बड़ा आरोप लगा रहे हैं, इस आरोप का क्या प्रतिक्रिया होगी उसको लेकर भी हम बातचीत करेंगे। लेकिन इस वक्त हमारे साथ आपके बागी जो नेता हैं उसमें से भरत गोगावले फोन लाइन पर जुड़ गए हैं। भरत साहब, स्वागत है आपका आज तक में इंडिया टुडे पर।
मेरी बातचीत खत्म हो गई है।
राउत साहब, उनकी बात तो सुन लीजिए ना, आप ही के नेता है वो, आप ही के नेता है वो,
बात की है,
आप ही के नेता है। राउत साहब, उनकी बात सुनने में क्या दिक्कत है? आप ही के नेता है।
मैं किसी की बात नहीं सुनना चाहता हूँ, मैंने अपनी बात कह दी है, आप मुझसे बात कर लीजिए। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
ठीक है राउत साहब, मैं आप ही से बात करता हूँ, मैं राउत साहब, मेरे कुछ आखिरी प्रश्न है, उसके मैं सिर्फ आपसे जवाब लेना चाहूंगा। आपने जो सेंट्रल एजेंसीज है उनके ऊपर आरोप लगाया, बीजेपी के ऊपर आरोप लगाया, लेकिन लोगों के मन में सवाल ये भी खड़ा हो रहा है कि आखिरकार जो एकनाथ शिंदे महाराष्ट्र से निकलते हैं, सूरत पहुंचते हैं, गुवाहाटी पहुंच जाते हैं, रातों रात इसकी भनक भी आप लोग तक नहीं पहुंचती है, जबकि सरकार आपकी थी, पूरा खुफिया तंत्र आपके साथ में था।
सब कुछ भनक है। एकनाथ शिंदे जी के ऊपर भी जिस तरह से ईडी का फांस या सब कुछ चल रहा था, सबको मालूम है। ये डर पैदा करते हैं, ये लोगों को डराते हैं, धमकाते हैं, जेल में डालने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचते हैं। कुछ लोग डर जाते हैं, कुछ लोग नहीं डरते, जो हमारे साथ रहते हैं और रहेंगे। इस तरह से काम करने से विपक्ष की आवाज नहीं खत्म होगी। ये देश का लोकतंत्र बहुत मजबूत है। इंदिरा गांधी के जमाने में भी हमने देखा है, और भी सरकारें हमने देखी है। ये चलता रहेगा। लड़ने वाले लोग लड़ते रहेंगे और देश के लिए मरने वाले लोग मरते रहेंगे।
राउत साहब, आपकी उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी बातचीत हुई होगी, आप काफी करीबी हैं ठाकरे परिवार के। उद्धव ठाकरे का क्या कहना है? कुछ दिन पहले जब प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी उन्होंने बोला कि शिवसेना से कोई भी अगर सीएम पद का उम्मीदवार बनता है या सीएम बनना चाहता है तो वो उसके लिए तैयार है। क्या इस तरह का कोई भी इस तरह का?
उद्धव ठाकरे खुद सीएम बनने को तैयार नहीं थे। हम सभी ने उनको मनाया कि आपको सीएम बनना पड़ेगा। ये 3 पार्टी की सरकार है, महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार है, तो चाहे शरद पवार साहब हो, सोनिया जी हो, हम सब लोग हमने उनको बनाया कि आप मुख्यमंत्री बनना पड़ेगा, आपको लीडरशिप जो है सरकार की करनी पड़ेगी। ये अपने मन से नहीं बने हैं उद्धव जी, हमने उनको सबको उनके ऊपर प्रेशर डाला था।
क्या जब एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत हुई थी तो क्या उन्हें सीएम पद का ऑफर भी दिया गया था? राउत साहब, एकदम सीधा सवाल है आपसे।
देखिए, मेरा एक सीधा मैं आपको जानकारी देना चाहता हूं। अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी उनको सीएम बना सकती है तो बना दीजिए, बनाने को तैयार है। अगर वहां आप सीएम नहीं बन सकते तो फिर यहाँ क्या आपको कम है? हाँ, वो तो आपका सबसे ऊपर का स्थान है कैबिनेट में, दूसरे नंबर का, तीसरे नंबर का। आप वहां
मैंने सीधा सवाल पूछा था, आप घुमा के जवाब दे रहे हैं। क्या ऑफर दिया गया था एकनाथ शिंदे को कि आप महाविकास आघाड़ी के नेता बन जाइए, आप या चीफ मिनिस्टर बन जाइए महाराष्ट्र के?
देखिए, हम सत्ता आती है, सत्ता चली जाती है। ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता चली जाएगी। और क्या होता है, अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ हमारा अलायंस जो था, उसमें जो हमको एक वचन दिया था कि 2.5 साल मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे शिवसेना और बीजेपी का, अगर वो शब्द मान लेते तो जरूर एकनाथ शिंदे उस वक्त मुख्यमंत्री बनते। एकनाथ शिंदे को अगर मुख्यमंत्री बनने नहीं दिया है, वो तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नहीं बनने दिया है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ।
यानी कि आप कह रहे हैं कि अगले 2.5 साल एकनाथ शिंदे महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री होते हैं?
नहीं, अगर हाँ हो जाते जरूर। अगर बीजेपी ने जो बात हमसे करार किया था, जो एग्रीमेंट किया था, उसके ऊपर कायम रहते तो डेफिनेटली एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री होते। लेकिन बीजेपी की वजह से मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने और अभी आप बीजेपी के खेमे में जाकर बैठे हैं।
राउत साहब, एक सवाल का जवाब पूरा देश जानना चाहता है कि आखिरकार आज की तारीख में शिवसेना के कितने विधायक उस गुट के साथ में हैं जहां पर खुद उद्धव ठाकरे उनके नेता हैं, और कितने ऐसे बागी नेता जिनको आप कह रहे हैं वो एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ में खड़े हैं? अंक गणित को थोड़ा समझाइए, क्योंकि पूरा का पूरा महाराष्ट्र का खेल जो है वो अब आकर अंक गणित पर रुक गया है।
हाँ, अंक गणित तो उसमें है। लोकतंत्र तो अंक गणित पर चलता है आजकल। लेकिन ये अंक गणित तो होता है ना, बहुमत, ये बहुत बड़ा चंचल होता है। आंकड़े कभी किसी के पास कायम नहीं रहते। अभी हमारे पास 16 विधायक हैं,
16। और बाकी के सारे एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ में?
जी हाँ, वो वहां चले गए, हम टीवी पे देख रहे हैं, और क्या मैं देख सकता हूँ।
आपने एक जो कुछ बागी नेता हैं उनको डिस्क्वालीफाई करने के लिए भी आपने एक प्रक्रिया शुरू की हुई है।
कानून की लड़ाई चलती रहेगी।
नहीं तो आगे आपकी रणनीति क्या है? क्या उनको डिस्क्वालीफाई करके ये दिखाना कि एकनाथ शिंदे शिवसेना को हथिया नहीं सकते हैं, शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे की रहेगी? क्या रणनीति क्या है?
शिवसेना के ऊपर कोई कब्जा नहीं कर सकता। या ऐसी पार्टियां बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने बनाई है। विधायक टूट गए, सांसद टूट गए, इसका मतलब पार्टी नहीं टूट गई, पार्टी जमीन पर है, सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा है, पार्टी चलेगी, हम वापस अपने विधायक चुनकर लेके आएंगे। ये ताकत इस पार्टी में है। हमारे जैसे लोग बैठे हैं यहाँ काम करने के लिए।
नहीं राउत साहब, आपका ये कहना है कि आप लोग वहाँ पर काम करने के लिए बैठे हैं, सड़क पर उतरेंगे, वोट बटोरेंगे और उसके बाद आप लोग सरकार बनाएंगे, सरकार में रहेंगे। लेकिन यहाँ पे तो बड़ा सवाल ये भी खड़ा हो रहा है कि शिवसेना के बागी नेता भी यही बोल रहे हैं कि वो शिव सैनिक हैं, आपके जो साथ हैं वो भी बोल रहे हैं कि शिव सैनिक है। आखिरकार असली शिव सैनिक कौन रह जाता है? क्योंकि एकनाथ शिंदे ने बार बार एक ही चीज बोला हुआ है कि वो हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे पर शिवसेना छोड़कर जा रहे हैं, अपना एक नया शिवसेना तैयार कर रहे हैं। वो क्या हिंदुत्व में उद्धव ठाकरे सॉफ्ट पड़ गए?
नहीं, ये पागल लोग है, सब मूर्ख लोग है, ये सब उनको पता चलेगा कितनी मूर्खता की है लोगों।
नहीं, हिंदुत्व की जो बात हो रही है, देखिए बीजेपी लगातार खुले मन से, खुले मुख से वो बोलती रही है कि वो हिंदुत्व को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। वही बात एकनाथ शिंदे भी बोल रहे हैं।
महबूबा मुफ्ती से अलायंस करके कश्मीर में जो किलिंग चल रहा है कश्मीरी पंडितों का, वो रोक नहीं सकते। कौन से हिंदुत्व की बात आप लोग कर रहे हैं?
तो आपका ये कहना है कि उद्धव ठाकरे आज भी उसी हिंदुत्व पर खड़े हैं जिस पर बाला साहेब ठाकरे खड़ा हुआ करते थे?
पार्टी की एक आइडियोलॉजी है हिंदुत्व की। महाराष्ट्र की जो सरकार बनी है वो कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम पर बनी है। हमारी आइडियोलॉजी हिंदुत्व की है, उसमें कोई खोट नहीं आएगी। हमेशा हम उसके लिए लड़ते रहेंगे और विचार जो हमारा है, विचारधारा है, वो विचारधारा से कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं है।
एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूँगा संजय राउत साहब कि इस पूरे प्रकरण के बाद में आपकी कांग्रेस और एनसीपी के जो नेताओं से बैठक हुई है, क्या आप सीधा जवाब दीजिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि अभी भी आपकी सरकार बचेगी या फिर अब आप लोग मन बना चुके हैं कि अब अगला चुनाव होना चाहिए और चुनाव में उतरना चाहिए?
देखो, सरकार बचेगी जब ये विधायक मुंबई में आ जाएंगे, हमारे सामने आ जाएंगे, फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर आ जाएंगे, तब नजारा आप देख लीजिए।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया संजय राउत साहब बात करने के लिए। तो ये थे संजय राउत। साफ तौर पे उन्होंने कई आरोप बीजेपी के ऊपर लगाए, एकनाथ शिंदे के ऊपर लगाए। उन्होंने यह भी कह दिया कि एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो गलती कर रहे हैं और बीजेपी पर उनका कब्जा हो चुका है। लेकिन अब आगे ये देखना पड़ेगा कि आखिरकार शिवसेना की क्या रणनीति होती है, एनसीपी की क्या रणनीति होती है।
Big statement coming in from Sanjay Raut, and we'll get you much more on that. But for the moment, I want to stay with these live images. Aditya Thackeray at Matoshri. Let's listen in.
जिनके साथ वो खड़े नजर आ रहे हैं और संजय आपको ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं मातोश्री के बाहर आदित्य ठाकरे और जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद के नारे लग रहे हैं। संजय, यहाँ पे जिंदाबाद के नारे लग रहे हैं। मातोश्री में लगातार जब परसों से जब उद्धव ठाकरे भीतर गए उस समय तमाम शिव सैनिकों का समर्थन था और आज आप देखिए आदित्य ठाकरे जब वहाँ पे मातोश्री से निकलते हैं तो सिविल सोसाइटी के समर्थक और यहाँ पे के मेंबर्स और यहाँ पे एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे नजर आ रहे हैं और उनकी गाड़ी बाहर निकली थी पर उसके बाद वो फिर से एक बार भीतर अंदर चले गए और एनसीपी समर्थकों से उन्होंने मुलाकात की। यहाँ पे एक कड़ी चुनौती उद्धव ठाकरे के सामने, ये एक तरफ एकनाथ शिंदे दावा ठोक रहे हैं और आदित्य
So that's Mosmi Singh reporting live from outside Matoshri, where Aditya Thackeray met some of the Shiv Sainiks. We are told that some NCP supporters were also there. Is this some kind of show of solidarity? Because Sanjay Raut has made it very clear that the Maha Vikas Aghadi remains strong, united, and will complete their tenure. What's extremely interesting, Sanjay Raut in that exclusive conversation with India Today's Munish Pandey makes it very clear that the rebels will have to come to Mumbai, face Shiv Sainiks, there are already protests that are happening outside the homes of those Shiv Sena MLAs who are currently in Assam, in Guwahati. Extremely interesting the road ahead, because he says whatever may be the numbers right now, he concedes that as on date, there are only 16 of the 55 Shiv Sena MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. The remaining are seen on television cameras with Eknath Shinde, the rebel leader. But he says this situation will change the moment those Shiv Sena MLAs come back to Mumbai and a floor test is carried out, because the government will survive the moment a floor test is carried out, insists Sanjay Raut. But the fact remains, this is the biggest challenge that Uddhav Thackeray faces to his leadership, where 2/3 of his party MLAs, 2/3 of Shiv Sena in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly have rebelled against him, rebelled against his leadership, rebelled against the Mahavikas Aghadi, and have sought a separate group status in the assembly. Mosmi Singh joins us from Matoshri. Mosmi, beyond the optics of supporters at Matoshri, what's the real picture on ground as far as Uddhav Thackeray and support to Uddhav Thackeray in Shiv Sena is concerned, with at least 37 MLAs led by Eknath Shinde forming a separate group?
Gaurav, clearly support for Uddhav Thackeray has been dwindling since the past 2-3 days, with bad news after bad news trickling in. We are at Matoshri, and Aditya Thackeray in fact just left a short while ago meeting the NCP supporters. So a lot of parleys and a lot of talks in terms of perception and a lot of optics out on play here. NCP supporters, the NCP president of the women's wing in Maharashtra, she met Uddhav Thackeray, and now you have Aditya Thackeray.
No reaction yet from Aditya Thackeray. All sides keeping their cards close to their chest. At this point of time, we are told that what could be a major setback for the Shiv Sena. We are told that Deepak Lande has also landed in Guwahati, and this would indicate, Mosmi, this would indicate that the Eknath Shinde numbers are swelling. One more joins the rebel camp amidst Eknath Shinde, and reports from Guwahati insisting that he now has the support of 38 Shiv Seniks and at least 8 to 9 rebels. He himself says, I have more than 50. Mosmi.
Absolutely, Gaurav. If you add those figures, they actually are hovering around the 50-figure mark. So the buffer stock, the buffer zone, as far as, you know, if it comes to the floor test or somebody switching or changing his or her mind at the last moment, has also been readied by Eknath Shinde. You saw those visuals of Aditya Thackeray. I was just telling you that he just drove out of Matoshri. We expected that he would give a media bite, but it stopped for the NCP supporters. There has been a very little messaging or media interaction in the past 3 days ever since Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray drove off from Varsha, and Aditya in fact showed that victory sign. But today there was no victory sign. He just ducked all the questions that the media was asking. I signaled to him to speak to us, but he perhaps, you know, keeping the cards close they know that this is a testing time for not only Uddhav Thackeray but also about the future of Aditya Thackeray and the Thackeray family. So Gaurav, we'll have to wait and see, but with this entire political drama climaxing in Mumbai and Eknath Shinde likely to come to Mumbai, this is going to go till the very end. This game is being fought till the very end, and it is a battle, an ideological battle as well as a strategic battle. That's one reason that Sharad Pawar, Sanjay Raut, everybody wanted that these MLAs should come to Mumbai, and Sharad Pawar in fact indicating to his supporters that here there will be no BJP leaders to guide them. So we will have to wait and watch, but the Maharashtra political mayhem continues.
In fact, Mosmi, it appears to be intensifying. It appears to be heading into a very critical phase because battle lines are very clearly drawn. Till some time back, there was this conversation and Deepak Kesarkar was saying, had Uddhav Thackeray withdrawn from the Mahavikas Aghadi, the 37 plus rebels would have reconsidered their stance. But with Sanjay Raut making it very clear, there is no withdrawal. Uddhav Thackeray is very strong, both with the Congress and with Sharad Pawar and the NCP. It just indicates that the split is right down the middle and wide open, Mosmi.
Absolutely. So the tensions are prevailing on the ground. Many NCP workers, supporters indicating that let the Eknath Shinde camp come to Mumbai. Remember, the Thane man, has been a trusted loyalist of Uddhav Thackeray. But with many of the Uddhav Thackeray loyalists from Mumbai joining the rank and file of Eknath Shinde, it has also given rise to speculation that are these MLAs in the last moment being sent by Uddhav Thackeray? Are they moles in the entire camp, or is the political drama somewhat scripted? And that speculation is still hovering, Gaurav. Clearly, with the numbers swelling in the Eknath Shinde camp, is everything really well? What was the need for Eknath Shinde to actually send that video bite claiming that the superpower party is with them, backing strongly? So is it a psychological war? Is Eknath Shinde really walking a tightrope, or is he confident of making sure that the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government is on the way out, is the big question.
Oh, absolutely. Mosmi, stay with me. I also want to quickly bring in Vidya into this conversation. Vidya, this battle, as it extends into another round, are only the MLAs rebelling? Shiv Sena is having a meeting of all the Zilla Pramukhs. So, are all the Zilla Pramukhs united? Is the party rank and file with Uddhav Thackeray, or do we see a split even in the rank and file, not just the MLAs?
Just about everyone that matters in Shiv Sena is going to be here. Uddhav Thackeray obviously will be connected through the video conferencing, but Aditya Thackeray is here, Diwakar Raut is here, there's Vinayak Raut here. Just about everyone, the Zilla Pramukhs from across Maharashtra, you name the district and the people, representatives are here. everyone is inside. The meeting will begin as soon as Aditya Thackeray reaches here. The discussions will obviously revolve around the latest issues that are, are persisting with the party right now. But of course, even though everyone, while going in, said that they will stick to what the government that has formed, the MVA, but right now, if you can see, there's Aditya Thackeray, who is about to reach here any minute now. He would be the deciding what will be really happening, along with his father, who will be connected through video conferencing. And right here, the decision will be taken as to what is to be done, what will happen in this particular fashion. Right here, you can see Aditya Thackeray being greeted by the people here, by people who are waiting to see him and speak to him. Obviously, everyone will be expressing, what they feel about the latest situation from the Zilla Pramukhs. I've spoken to quite a few of the Zilla Pramukhs, and they have been stating that whatever has happened until now is not right. In fact, what they say very clearly is that the government should have stayed, the MVA should have stayed, it should not have been disrupted because of these few MLAs. So certainly at this juncture, Aditya Thackeray just walked in, and the meeting will now begin any minute in the next couple of minutes. And here the important decisions are going to be probably taken. What it will revolve around, we'll get to know a little later when everyone really walks out after the meeting.
Oh, absolutely. So this is in a way, Vidya, show of strength from both sides. If yesterday you had Eknath Shinde parading 37 plus MLAs, 37 of the Shiv Sena, which give him 2/3, mark to break the, anti-defection law barrier, plus 9 independents, and we are told Deepak Lande has just arrived in Guwahati. The second aspect is the Shiv Sena puts together all the Zilla Pramukhs. So it's MLAs versus Shiv Sena, Zilla Pramukhs and the party structure, Vidya.
Well, obviously, what many people that we have been speaking to, they all see that they are the party workers. They are the ones who determine who will be the MLA and who will not be, because they are the voters. They are the people who stand by the party every minute since the inception. And that's one of the reasons why they feel that what the MLAs have done is wrong, and they need to be taught a lesson is something to the extent of that people have gone on to say. But of course, everything will be decided as to what will happen, whether, the kind of threats that are being given by the party, that should continue, or, the change in stand of the party, should that happen. Just about everything will be decided. But right now, as every Mumbaikar, every Shiv Sainik said, Chukitsa maafi nahi. That means there is no forgiveness for a mistake that happens. So in this case, Eknath Shinde and others have committed a grave mistake, and that's the reason they should not be given forgiveness, is what most Shiv Sainiks have been speaking about.
And in that exclusive conversation with India Today, Sanjay Raut, is he actually giving us a sign of times to come when he says Shiv Sainiks have held a morcha outside the homes of these 37 plus Shiv Sena MLAs? We'll fight in the assembly, we'll fight in courts, we'll also fight in streets, is what Sanjay Raut told Munish Pandey. Is that already happening on ground, the fight on the road?
In fact, Gaurav, that is a stand that, in fact, when we were speaking to a lot of Shiv Sainiks who were standing outside Matoshri, or people who are standing outside here as well, when we spoke to them, that is exactly what they are saying. They're just waiting for Thackeray to give them an order, and they would do that. But then, they are holding out the fort only because the direction, the yes from Thackeray's hasn't come on that. And that's one of the reasons why, at this juncture, what everyone has been saying is that they're still waiting. So this meeting probably will decide a whole lot of things today, after from how to deal with the people there in Guwahati, what to do here, how does the groundwork, and also remember municipal elections are just a few months away. that is also very important for the Shiv Sena. So after this meeting, there's also going to be, with the corporators, with the local people in every cities. That meeting has also got to happen today itself. So various rounds of meeting, trying to meet the ranks and people from every Shiv Sainik that they can afford to meet. That's what the senior Shiv Sainiks are right now doing, including Aditya Thackeray.
Give me a moment, Vidya. Stay with me. Like I said, India Today has the biggest and the best team of reporters on ground from Guwahati to Delhi to Maharashtra to get you a 360-degree perspective on this developing story. Those are images that are coming in from the Guwahati airport. And you have Shiv Sena MLA Dilip Lande, who's just landed in Guwahati, which means the rebel strength goes up by 1. And Shiv Sena MLAs with Uddhav Thackeray, the strength goes down by 1. Vidya, what does this indicate?
Well, as of now, the party stand is very clear. Remember that they have already filed applications for cancellation of nominations of about a dozen of them. That is also being going ahead. In fact, in Vidhan Sabha, a couple of leaders, including Anil Desai, including a couple of other MPs, they are already there. They are processing what's really going to happen in Vidhan Bhavan with the letters that have been sent by them. Their letter of choosing the legislative party leader has already been accepted by the deputy speaker. So they are hoping that the second letter too would be accepted, where they are asking for the cancellation of the nominations of these MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. So all that will happen, and the deputy speaker has already said that he will issue notices to all these 12 for whom the party is seeking cancellation. So legal work has already started on that front. Here, what's going to be decided is the mode of what's going to happen. There are also being threats. Remember, I've been speaking to quite a few of the Shiv Sainiks, and they have actually been saying we just want one order from the Thackerays, and we will show the MLAs what they have done and how it can be corrected. The kind of threats being given out by the Shiv Sainiks, the lower rank, that also has to be taken into account. So the party is looking into all these issues, how to deal with the MLAs who are right now in Guwahati, not following the party direction, and what is to be done in furtherance of what they have done.
Oh, absolutely. How do the numbers stack up as of now? Of course, numbers are to be proven on the floor of the House, and Sanjay Raut made it very clear. The moment all the 55 MLAs are in the assembly, the government, the Mahavikas Aghadi government will survive. That is what he said. But the fact that Deepak Kesarkar says they've already applied for a separate party status in the assembly, the fact that they say they want to be treated as a separate group, how are numbers stacking up as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned, all the factions?
Well, the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena obviously has not been able to keep its camp. Remember, when this entire saga really started, Eknath Shinde actually had nothing more than 25-30 people, but slowly the camp had grown, and that which really meant that the Uddhav Thackeray-led Sena had not been able to keep its flock together. People were actually, even till last night, people have been leaving this party and going over to Eknath Shinde's camp, which clearly meant that the numbers are not with Uddhav Thackeray-led Sena. Now, the only issue is that why was Eknath Shinde still waiting? If he had the numbers, he could have just moved in. It's not really known what he keeps saying. Shinde keeps telling that he is, discussing issues with his party people. He will, discuss all this and then make a move. But in spite of all that, the kind of things that, he could have actually moved in immediately. If he had the numbers, the 37, if he had crossed it, he could have staked the claim before saying that he is the original Shiv Sena and not the one led by Thackeray, but he's still not doing it. So everyone's been wondering why what's really stopping him from doing that. But as of now, the people here are extremely confident that those who have gone to Guwahati will return to the party fold, and that's one of the key things that will be discussed right here at the meeting in Shiv Sena Bhavan.
So as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned, you have MLAs and you have the Zilla Pramukhs. What kind of influence is wielded by the Zilla Pramukhs? Explain for the benefit of our viewers. You have Uddhav Thackeray, the boss on top, the Supremo, the party Supremo. Explain the hierarchy and why Uddhav Thackeray thinks that this meeting with Zilla Pramukhs becomes extremely crucial in terms of putting pressure on the rebel MLAs to come back into the party fold, Vidya.
Well, Jilla Pramukhs are like the party presidents in their particular district. So, they do have quite a bit of hold over the party rank. The MLA is not the only authority who holds in a constitutional area. The Jilla Parishads, that are there, the lower rank is controlled by these people. So that's the reason the Jilla Pramukhs, the Vibhag Pramukhs, the Shakha Pramukhs, that's that entire hierarchy that over the years Shiv Sena has built. Remember, yesterday itself we had seen that Sada, one of the MLA who had shifted from the Uddhav Thackeray-led camp to the Eknath Shinde camp, he was removed from being a Vibhag Pramukh because under Vibhag Pramukhs, there are 6 MLAs there used to be, but Uddhav Thackeray had recently changed it to 3 MLAs, which meant that as a Vibhag Pramukh, he was exerting pressure on 3 MLAs, and when he went, he took those 3 MLAs with him. So immediately after that, yesterday there was a meeting held, and immediately Sada was removed from holding that post, and someone else was given that post. So, that entire exertion of a pressure in the party, the ranks of the party, that happens within. It's not just the MLAs. It's also the various other structures that are built inside the political party that work towards creating what is really going to happen. So certainly at this juncture, meeting everyone in those ranks is extremely important for the Thackeray's to understand what they want, one, and secondly, to carry on with what's happening, to decide whether they have to go to, the other wing, the BJP. Well, that could also be decided, whether they have to stay with the MVA. But remember, everyone who walked in, and when we were speaking to all of them, they kept saying that the MVA is the right way of going ahead with the government right now. We should not be shifting to the BJP. So that's the mood with which they have gone in. But it really have to see as to what the decision in the meeting would be when they really come out.
Stay with me, Vidya. I want to now just cut across from Western India to Eastern India. I want to cut across from Mumbai to Guwahati. And Anupam Mishra now joins me for more on this. Anupam, Dilip Lande has landed in Guwahati, we are being told. What does this mean for the rebel camp numbers, actual numbers on ground in terms of Shiv Sena MLAs? And also, what is the next course of action as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned?
Gaurav, as far as the numbers are concerned, what we know from the inside that there are 38 Shiv Sena MLAs inside this Radisson Blue Hotel. I'm standing just in front of this hotel, and these are the security arrangements here. And 9 independent MLAs are there inside the hotel. So these are the numbers which we are getting from inside, and 3 more MLAs are supposed to come today itself. And there is a vehicle, there is a escorted vehicle coming inside the hotel. I want to show you the visuals of the vehicle, and we don't know yet who is coming inside. This is the escorted vehicle. Police is escorting the vehicle, and there is Eknath Shinde getting inside. Dilip has gone inside. Dilip has gone inside. There's a very fast movement of vehicles outside the hotel, and as you know, Dilip Lande was about to reach, and he has just reached inside the hotel. This is the situation out here in Guwahati in front of Radisson Blue Hotel.
Okay, so with this you're saying 37 they had, which gave them 2/3 numbers, plus Dilip Lande, which takes it to 38, plus 9 independents, which would take it to 47. On what basis, as of now, is Eknath Shinde claiming 50 plus?
We are only seeing the trends coming in.
That we don't know yet, because as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, he is claiming that he has much more MLAs with him, and what we know that he is talking to a lot of MLAs in between these 2 days. So maybe there are more MLAs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde, and when the right time comes, they will show up. They will support Eknath Shinde. That is the I think basis of the claim made by Eknath Shinde. Gaurav.
Okay, so we are seeing a lot of claims and counterclaims. Of course, Anupam, you heard Sanjay Raut in exclusive conversation with India Today's Munish Pandey, where he conceded that they have the support only of 16 Shiv Sena MLAs. That Sanjay Raut concedes, indicating the remaining are with Eknath Shinde. But he claims the moment they come on the floor of the House, the Mahavikas Aghadi government will survive, because once again those Shiv Sena MLAs who are in Guwahati will vote for Uddhav Thackeray. Is that the indication that you're also picking up? Are some MLAs here against their wishes, or are these mind games and narrative building that's on from both sides, Anupam?
Gaurav, actually, this is the main concern of Eknath Shinde group, that the moment they will land in Mumbai, the situation will be totally changed. The challenge is much more there after reaching Mumbai, and what will happen after reaching Mumbai if they are going to Mumbai, and some of the MLAs will drift towards the other group. That is the main concern. That is why I think they are taking time, and they are not moving Mumbai right now, and they are taking time, and they are consolidating their numbers, so that they are ensuring that the moment they will land Mumbai, the numbers will intact with them. That is the main concern at present, and that is the basis of the claim made by Sanjay Raut.
Okay, Anupam Mishra is reporting from ground zero. On both sides, intense mind games are being played. Is Eknath Shinde really not sure of his numbers? Because reports seem to indicate that he's already en route Mumbai. There's another report that seems to be coming in that seems to be indicating, Anupam, that he's still in a huddle with his team. He wants to meet Deepak Lande. He wants to understand the latest from him, and only then take the next step, because once he gets to Mumbai... Okay, there's breaking news that's coming in. Stay with me for a moment. Assam Chief Minister Himant Biswa Sarma has taunted Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Himant Biswa Sarma has said that the Maharashtra Chief Minister should also come to Assam for a vacation. Himant Biswa Sarma. Okay, and then I want to quickly cut across and listen into Himant Biswa Sarma before I get you more on that story.
आपका मुंह से ही सुना कि और पहुंच रहा है, तो और भी पूरा देश का जितना विधायकगण है सबको मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं, असम में आइए। मैं तो सबको बुलाता हूं, सब आइए असम में।
आप उद्धव ठाकरे जी से क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस समय?
आप भी वेकेशन में आइए असम में। आपका मुंह से ही सुना कि
आप भी आइए छुट्टी मनाने, एक एक करके आपके नेता आ रहे हैं. That's a taunt that goes out from Himant Biswa Sarma to Uddhav Thackeray. The Shiv Sena numbers with Uddhav Thackeray seem to be dwindling, and the rebel camp numbers are actually rising. Of course, a trickle at this stage, 37 plus 1. Dilip Lande has just landed. We are told that 3 more are en route, so 3 more could come to Guwahati. Does that indicate that once Eknath Shinde is comfortable with the support of 40, then they move to Mumbai? Before I get you more on the story and before I get you Anupam Mishra, let's listen into Himant Biswa Sarma again.
आपका मुंह से ही सुना कि और पहुंच रहा है, तो और भी पूरा देश का जितना विधायकगण है सबको मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ असम में आइए। मैं तो सबको बुलाता हूँ, सब आइए असम में।
आप उद्धव ठाकरे जी से क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस समय?
आप भी वेकेशन में आइए असम में।
आप सब आइए असम में, rest, relax, recuperate, have a vacation. I want to quickly, is the indication that comes from Hemant Biswa Sarma. I want to bring in Anupam Mishra once again. Anupam, is there some information that these 37 or 38 plus 9 independent MLAs could now be flown to Goa? This zigzag from Surat to Guwahati to Goa, is that what is likely to happen? This was claimed by Sanjay Raut in their exclusive conversation with India Today just about 20 minutes ago.
There's no confirmation that they will be flown to Mumbai today or tomorrow, but ultimately they will be flown to Mumbai. So the timing is the crucial, and that is what we are getting from inside, that Eknath Shinde group is buying some time. They are consolidating their efforts. They are ensuring that when they land, when they reach Mumbai, there will be no hustle, and because the main concern, main challenge is will start after reaching Mumbai. That is what Eknath Shinde group is considering, and that is why they are buying time. So there is no certainty that they will leave today or tomorrow, and we have heard some of the MLAs saying that we will go to Mumbai after 2 days or 3 days. So there is time. I think they will be flown ultimately, because they will have to go to Mumbai to prove the numbers. So this is the crucial thing, that when they are going to Mumbai and the meetings are taking place inside, and a lot of activities are happening outside this hotel, a lot of cars, a lot of vehicles coming inside the hotel, lot of vehicles going outside the hotel with a tilted glass, and it's very difficult to identify persons who are traveling in or outside the hotel. So today I can say that there is a lot of activity happening outside the hotel, but there is no certainty that they will leave today or tomorrow.
Okay, Anupam, stay with me. It's the consolidation phase, and this becomes very interesting before the battle is taken into the next stage. Consolidation happening on both sides. We'll show you those two images, both sides, that is Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena and Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena. Both the factions are consolidating their numbers. Sanjay Raut is indicating that this very crucial meeting is happening right now at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. Vidya reporting from ground zero that Uddhav Thackeray would be addressing all the Zilla Pramukhs via video conferencing, and just a short while back you saw those images of Aditya Thackeray arriving for that meeting. So while there are, according to Sanjay Raut, 16 Shiv Sena MLAs who are currently in Mumbai, including Aditya Thackeray with Uddhav Thackeray, it's the Zilla Pramukhs who become more important, or district presidents of the Shiv Sena across Maharashtra. The other picture is the consolidation by the Eknath Shinde group, and Eknath Shinde now has the support of 38 Shiv Sena MLAs. Images that you see on your television screen, battle lines very clearly drawn. Is this endgame Uddhav Thackeray? From that emotional appeal that he made on a Facebook Live to this combative Shiv Sena after that conversation with Sharad Pawar, who we are told advised Uddhav Thackeray to be aggressive and take a hard line on the rebels. Now 38 Shiv Sena MLAs are currently with Eknath Shinde, and Sanjay Raut says MLAs have ditched us before. MLAs do not comprise the party. The backbone of the Shiv Sena, the Zilla Pramukhs, the Shiv Sainiks, the rank and file and the cadre, they remain together, and they will ensure that these MLAs do not get re-elected. And this is being said very clearly by Sanjay Raut. And this is end game. That is very clear. And there you see the other image, very, very crucial image being put out. This is an India Today exclusive, a show of strength being made at the Radisson Blu in Guwahati. Look at those pictures as the show of strength very clearly indicates where majority of the Shiv Sena MLAs are. The numbers are rising from Vinod Agrawal, independent MLA, also joins me on the broadcast. Mr. Agrawal, what's the latest position? What is the stance of the party at this stage? What is the stance you're taking, sir? विनोद जी, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? विनोद अग्रवाल जी, मेरी आवाज आप तक पहुंच रही है? We will once again try and establish a link with Vinod Agrawal. The question remains, is this end game? Is this end game Uddhav Thackeray? Because the rebel faction, and you see this picture out on your television screen, the story is very clear. The rebels have actually now demanded the removal of the deputy speaker, Narhari Jirwal. They want an independent, they want an impartial deputy speaker. The allegation is very clear that the deputy speaker is towing the Mahavikas Aghadi line or the NCP line at this point of time. But Eknath Shinde is likely to be homebound in a short while from now to claim, as Deepak Kesarkar was telling India Today, that they've already applied to be a separate group and they have the numbers. These are the numbers on your television screen. 38 MLAs standing together. Vinod Agrawal, independent MLA, joins me. Vinod ji, आपकी आगे की अब रणनीति क्या है?
हमने जो शिवसेना ने पत्र दिया था कि भाई 16 एमएलए को आप डिस्क्वालीफाई कीजिए, हमने विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष उपाध्यक्ष जी को हमने कहा है कि इस प्रकार से डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन आपको करते नहीं आता। उसके संदर्भ में सुप्रीम कोर्ट के होंगे, हाई कोर्ट के होंगे या समय समय के ऊपर में देश के अनेक सभागृह के निर्णय होंगे, उनके दाखिले हमने उनके साथ में दिए है। और इस प्रकार से नियम बाह्य करना और ये नहीं होना चाहिए, ये हमारी भावना, इस हिसाब से हमने यहाँ पर पत्र दिया है।
ठीक, ये भी अभी खबर आ रही है कि शिवसेना के अलग नेता असेंबली में बनाए जा रहे हैं। शिवसेना लेजिस्लेचर पार्टी के चीफ विप एक अलग बनाए जा रहे हैं। तो क्या आपके लिए ये एक बड़ा झटका होगा?
कैसा, किसके नेता अलग बनाए जा रहे हैं?
महाराष्ट्र असेंबली में नरहरी जिरवाल ने, खबर ये आ रही है कि शिवसेना के एमएलए अजय चौधरी को शिवसेना लेजिस्लेचर पार्टी का लीडर बनाया जा रहा है, सुनील प्रभु को पार्टी का चीफ विप बनाया जा रहा है। तो जो 37 या 38 नेता इस समय गुवाहाटी में है, वो तो कह रहे हैं कि हमारा नेता तो एकनाथ शिंदे है। तो क्या ये आपके लिए एक सेटबैक होगा?
नहीं, मेरे लिए फीडबैक का सवाल नहीं है, लेकिन आज जो एकनाथ जी शिंदे है, जो गठनेता है, जो विधानसभा का नियम कहता है, बाकी जो कानूनन सभी बातें हैं, उसको देखते हुए वही गठनेता रहेंगे, ऐसे मुझे लगता है।
तो अभी आप लोग कब तक रहेंगे यहाँ पर गुवाहाटी में? आपकी आगे की रणनीति क्या होगी सर?
सर, मैं अभी मुंबई में हूँ और आने वाले समय में जब भी जो भी पेचीदे अनेक प्रकार की अड़चने आएंगी, उन अड़चनों के ऊपर में मात करते हुए उसमें रास्ता निकालना, ये हमारा कार्य है।
लेकिन अभी सबसे बड़ी अड़चन क्या है? क्योंकि अभी संजय राउत जी ने आज तक से इंडिया टुडे से खास बातचीत की और उन्होंने ये कहा कि अभी चाहे 37-38 हमारे विधायक हो गुवाहाटी में, जब वो मुंबई आएंगे तो महाविकास अघाड़ी की सरकार सुरक्षित रहेगी।
मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता। आज जो विधायक है पूरी तरीके से, जहाँ तक मुझे जानकारी है, पूरी तरह से शिंदे जी के साथ में है और आखिर तक शिंदे जी के साथ में रहेंगे, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
विनोद जी, आपके मुताबिक आंकड़ा क्या है समय? कितने शिवसेना के विधायक और कितने निर्दलीय विधायक इस समय एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ हैं?
करीब 40 के आसपास में शिवसेना के विधायक और 10 के आसपास में करीब निर्दलीय विधायक, ऐसे 50 का आंकड़ा निश्चित तौर पे एकनाथ जी शिंदे के साथ में, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
और आपकी दृष्टि में ये एकजुट रहेंगे महाराष्ट्र असेंबली में जब वोटिंग की अगर बात आएगी?
बिल्कुल एकजुट रहेंगे, आज एकजुटता के साथ में है ही वो।
क्योंकि संजय राउत ने जब आज तक से बात की तो उन्होंने ये इंडिया टुडे से तो उन्होंने ये साफ किया कि मोर्चा निकालना शुरू हो गया है। शिवसैनिक बहुत नाराज हैं अपने एमएलए से, अभी उनके घरों पर मोर्चा निकाल रहे हैं और ये लड़ाई सड़कों पर भी होगी, असेंबली में भी होगी और कानून की भी होगी, अदालत में। तो क्या दबाव में आएंगे ये 38?
संजय जी राउत जी बड़े नेता है, उनके ऊपर में टिप्पणी करना या बातें करना मैं नहीं चाहता, लेकिन मेरे को इतना मालूम है कि आज जो शिवसेना के विधायकों ने जो अपना जो स्टैंड लिया है वो उनका स्टैंड एकदम सही है। और आज निश्चित तौर पे उनके ऊपर में जो आज उनके मतदार संघ के लिए निधि नहीं मिलना या विचारधारा से प्रताड़ना करने का जो कार्य हो रहा था, उस हिसाब से उनका लिया हुआ जो कदम है सही कदम है, मुझे लगता है।
विनोद जी, कब तक ये पूरी टीम जो इस समय जिसका आंकड़ा आप बोल रहे हैं हो सकता है लगभग 50 का हो या 42-43 का है, जो गुवाहाटी में है, वो कब तक मुंबई पहुंचेंगे? क्योंकि एक ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि हो सकता है वो यहां से गुवाहाटी से गोवा जाए।
अभी वो क्या करने वाले इसके बारे में मुझे जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन ये 2-4-8 दिन के अंदर में सब ये परिस्थितियां सब निश्चित तौर पे साफ हो जाएंगी और आने वाले समय में मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि नई एक सरकार बनने की दिशा में एक नई पहल होगी।
तो जो नई सरकार बनेगी उसमें मुख्यमंत्री शिवसेना अर्थात एकनाथ शिंदे होंगे या फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के देवेंद्र फडणवीस होंगे?
एकनाथ जी शिंदे ने जो कहा है कि भाई भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ में मिलकर के सरकार बनाना चाहिए, वैसा उन्होंने आह्वान उद्धव जी से किया है, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ में एकनाथ जी मिलकर के सरकार बनाएंगे।
तो मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा सर?
वो तो एकनाथ जी जो चर्चा करेंगे उसके हिसाब से मुख्यमंत्री तय होगा, मुझे इसके बारे में जानकारी नहीं है, तो उसके बारे में वो भी बता सकते।
और आपका इस पर क्या मत है? एक निर्दलीय विधायक होने के नाते आपका क्या मत है इस पर?
निश्चित तौर पे आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एकनाथ जी शिंदे का गठन हम लोग पूरी शिवसेना ने मिलकर के जिस प्रकार से 2019 में मिलकर के साथ में चुनाव लड़े थे और उनको बहुमत मिला था, लोगों ने उनके बारे में उनको बहुमत दिया था, उसी प्रकार से आज उसी विचारधारा के साथ में महाराष्ट्र में सरकार बनाना चाहिए। आज एकनाथ जी के साथ में बहुतांश विधायक है और वो एक बीजेपी ने और एकनाथ जी ने मिलकर के सरकार बनाना चाहिए और ये सरकार को हमारा पूरा समर्थन रहेगा, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है।
और विनोद अग्रवाल जी, एक विधायक के रूप में नरहरी जिरवाल साहब जो डिप्टी स्पीकर है, उनके काम पर, उनके निर्णय पर आपको क्या कहना है? क्या आप उससे सहमत हैं या आप सहमत नहीं हैं?
मेरी उनसे यही अपेक्षा है कि भाई किसी भी प्रकार के दबाव में न आते हुए जो लोकशाही को अपेक्षित है इस प्रकार का निर्णय उन्होंने करना चाहिए, क्योंकि एक तो उनके ऊपर में इसके पहले मेरी जानकारी के हिसाब से उनके ऊपर में विपक्ष ने अविश्वास प्रस्ताव भी लाया हुआ है और ऐसे स्थिति में किसी भी प्रकार की कृति करते समय वहाँ कहीं भी गलती न हो, इस प्रकार का उन्हें पूर्ण ध्यान रखना चाहिए।
तो किस तरह के दबाव में, क्या ये आपका मत है कि नरहरी जिरवाल जी जो डिप्टी स्पीकर है वो दबाव में काम कर रहे हैं और किसके दबाव में काम कर रहे हैं?
मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि किसी भी प्रकार के दबाव में न आते हुए उन्होंने काम करना चाहिए। मैं ऐसा नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि उस पर किसी का दबाव है,
क्योंकि कुछ दिशा से इस तरह की भी बात आ रही थी कि नरहरी जिरवाल जी को संभवतः हटा देना चाहिए, जिस तरह के निर्णय की अपेक्षा है कि वो बिल्कुल निष्पक्ष होकर निर्णय करेंगे, ऐसा नहीं होगा। क्या इस बात में दम है, क्या इस मत में दम है कि उनको हटाकर एक निष्पक्ष व्यक्ति को लाने की आवश्यकता है?
निश्चित तौर पे उन्हें निष्पक्ष अपना निर्णय देना चाहिए। अगर निष्पक्ष निर्णय नहीं देते तो निष्पक्ष व्यक्ति को लाना जरूरी हो जाएगा।
क्या शिवसेना के विधायक इस समय दबाव में हैं? शिवसैनिकों के दबाव में जो मोर्चा निकाला जा रहा है उन 38 शिवसेना नेताओं के खिलाफ जो इस समय गुवाहाटी में हैं?
शिवसेना विधायक किसी भी प्रकार के दबाव में नहीं है। मैं भी उनके साथ में 2.5 साल से लगातार काम कर रहा हूं और समय समय पर हमारी जो चर्चाएं होती है वो निश्चित तौर पे कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी के साथ में शिवसेना की युति से वो लोग खुश नहीं थे और साथ में शिवसेना का मुख्यमंत्री रहने के बावजूद भी किसी भी प्रकार के कार्य उनके नहीं होते थे, इसलिए वो पूरी तरह से नाराज थे। और आज जो भी निर्णय लिया है पूरे विधायकों ने मिलकर के एक साथ में निर्णय लिया है, मैं ये निश्चित तौर पे आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ।
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि लगभग 40 शिवसेना के विधायक और 10 स्वतंत्र निर्दलीय विधायक वो एकजुट हैं और वो असेंबली के फ्लोर पर भी एकनाथ शिंदे का साथ देंगे?
100% साथ देंगे, पूरे मिलकर के साथ देंगे, मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है।
ठीक, कब तक मुंबई आएंगे इस पर अभी लेकिन आपको क्लैरिटी नहीं है?
नहीं, उसके बारे में मुझे जानकारी नहीं।
क्या ये डर है कि वो स्थिति बदलेगी? विनोद जी मेरे साथ रहिएगा 2 मिनट के लिए। विनोद अग्रवाल, इंडिपेंडेंट एमएलए विद अस। प्रोटेस्ट बाय द कांग्रेस इन गुवाहाटी, लेट्स क्विकली लिसन इन।
अभी बाढ़ का विषय है, 50 लाख के ज्यादा आदमी अभी बांध पानी के लिए भुगत रहा है। और असम का मुख्यमंत्री ने असम में जो डार्टी पॉलिटिक्स शुरू किया है, ये हम लोग कभी यहाँ पे स्वीकार नहीं करेगा। असम में डार्टी पॉलिटिक्स चलने नहीं देगा। बीजेपी मुर्दाबाद will not allow nasty politics, dirty politics in Assam. Eknath Shinde should go back immediately. Otherwise, he will face very dangerous consequence. He should not disturb in this crucial time. Assam is
some people to be given relief. We don't want the money politics from Assam. We ask the Maharashtra people to go back to Maharashtra.
Assam Congress का president.
So, Congress workers in Guwahati protesting outside the Radisson Blu Hotel, saying Maharashtra leaders should go back to Maharashtra. There should be no money politics from Maharashtra that should be brought to Guwahati, where the focus of Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sarma should remain flood relief work. The state is facing a deluge. There is the flood problem, lives have been lost, property has been lost, and the focus remains on these 38 plus 9 Shiv Sena and independent MLAs who are currently at a 5-star hotel in Guwahati. And that image that you see on your television screen tells the story. Vinod Agrawal ji, आपने सुना असम कांग्रेस के नेता कह रहे हैं कि ये पैसे की राजनीति जो महाराष्ट्र के नेता गुवाहाटी में कर रहे हैं, इनको अपने राज्य मुंबई वापस चले जाना चाहिए, महाराष्ट्र वापस चले जाना चाहिए।
देखो, कांग्रेस की स्थिति ऐसी है कि देश में आज उनको कोई भी सीरियसली नहीं लेता। आप क्यों उनको इतना सीरियसली ले रहे हैं, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
प्रमुख विपक्षी दल है अग्रवाल जी कांग्रेस पार्टी, और वो ये कह रहा है कि पैसे की राजनीति, और कल ममता बनर्जी भी कह रही थी ये पूरा हवाला का खेल हो रहा है, मनी पावर है, जिससे बीजेपी सत्ता परिवर्तन करने की साजिश रच रही है महाराष्ट्र में।
इसमें कोई साजिश वाली बात नहीं है, और निश्चित तौर पे एकनाथ जी ने जो किया है वो अपने बलबूते के ऊपर में किया है, और इसमें किसी प्रकार की साजिश है ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता।
अभी जो ये तस्वीर हम देख रहे हैं गुवाहाटी में, 38 शिवसेना के जो विधायक है वो, और 8 या 9 जो निर्दलीय विधायक है वो एक साथ है। लेकिन ये एक साथ होने के बावजूद गुवाहाटी में क्यों है, मुंबई में क्यों नहीं है? विनोद अग्रवाल जी, अगर इतना शक्ति पर आपको भरोसा है तो मुंबई जाइए, फ्लोर टेस्ट कीजिए, यही महाविकास अघाड़ी के नेता कह भी रहे हैं।
देखो, समय आने के ऊपर में जब भी फ्लोर टेस्ट की बात आएंगी सब लोग आएंगे, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। इसमें कोई अलग हो रहा है ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता। जब भी इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होती है देश में, सभी पार्टियां इस प्रकार की सब चलता है, आपको पता ही है।
ठीक, विनोद अग्रवाल जी, आज तक इंडिया टुडे से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आई ऑल्सो वांट टू क्विकली कट अक्रॉस टू इंडिया टुडेज पॉलमी साहा, who joins us live. Polami, is Eknath Shinde reassessing his strategy given the strong counter-attack that's come from the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena? Explain these images that we see, two factions and both sides claiming that they have the numbers, one of MLAs, the other of the Shakha Pramukhs or the Zilla Pramukhs.
Well, that's right. Now, both sides basically, Gaurav, are flexing their muscle, basically trying to show that they have the strength, they have the numbers, and they have the win.
महिन्यात किमान 10 वेळेस मान्य उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांना ते वर्षभर भेटले असतील। पाण्याच्या योजनेच्या संदर्भात असेल, मराठवाड्यातल्या प्रश्नाच्या संदर्भात असेल, स्वतः त्यांच्या पक्षाच्या कार्यालयाच्या उद्घाटनाला स्वतः उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेब उपस्थित होते, संभाजीनगरात गेले होते त्यांच्या आमंत्रणावरून। त्यांच्या मतदारसंघात हजारो कोटी रुपयाचा निधी दिला आहे, त्याचं डिटेल्स माझ्याकडे उपलब्ध आहे. त्यामुळे संजय शिरसाट स्वार्थापोटी खोटं बोलत आहेत.
पैशाचं वगैरे लालच वगैरे दिले
ते मला माहिती नाही, ते त्यांना विचारा. परंतु हे खोटं बोलतात संजय शिरसाट, एवढं 100% सांग.
सर हिंदी में बताइए, आज की जो बैठक है वो कितनी महत्वपूर्ण होगी, क्या क्या निर्णय इसमें लिए जाएंगे?
शिवसेना में रूटीन मीटिंग पक्ष प्रमुख लेते हैं. आज हम सब संगठन के पदाधिकारी है, जिला प्रमुख है, संपर्क प्रमुख है. और जो महाराष्ट्र में जो स्थिति निर्माण हुई, कुछ विधायकों ने निर्माण की है. शिवसेना ऐसी स्थिति से डरती नहीं है. शिवसेना ऐसी स्थिति में और ताकत से काम करती है और हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख के नेतृत्व में हम सब विश्वास करके और ताकत से आने वाले वक्त महाराष्ट्र में काम करने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हैं.
अच्छा, प्रवीण दरेकर है, उन्होंने राज्यपाल को लेटर लिखा और कहा है कि जो अंधाधुंधी हो रही है, जो अंधाधुंधी भरे निर्णय हो रहे हैं, उसको लेकर के आप हस्तक्षेप करें.
उन्होंने ये लेटर राष्ट्रपति को भी लिखना चाहिए. हिंदुस्तान में भी अंधाधुंधी चल रही है, इन्होंने राष्ट्रपति को भी ऐसा लेटर लिखना चाहिए. संजय शिरसाट ने झूठी बात की है. संजय शिरसाट झूठ बात करते हैं. संजय शिरसाट हमारे मतदार संघ में रहते ही नहीं है, वो मुंबई में रहते हैं. कभी तो भी संभाजीनगर में आते हैं. उनके मतदार संघ में शिवसेना पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब, सीएम साहब ने हजारों कोटी रुपए दिए हैं. उनके कार्यालय के उद्घाटन के लिए खुद शिवसेना पक्ष प्रमुख हाजिर थे. और पिछले 2-4 महीने में मेरे हिसाब से कम 4 बार हम मिले, उसमें से 2 बार तो मैं खुद साथ में था वर्षा पे. इसलिए संजय शिरसाट स्वार्थ के कारण झूठ बात कर रहे हैं, पक्ष प्रमुख गलत आरोप कर रहे हैं, उसका हम निषेध करते हैं.
एकनाथ शिंदे मुंबई आ रहे हैं, ऐसी भी एक खबर आ रही है, उसके बारे में
वो मुझे नहीं पता कब आ रहे हैं क्या.
So I want to once again cut across to Paras Dama joining us live on this story. Important meeting of the Zilla Pramukhs or the district presidents of the Shiv Sena held by Uddhav Thackeray. What transpired? What's emerged?
Gaurav, most important meeting is underway right now because Jilla Adhikaris plays very important role with the MLAs and all that under the parties. So right now the most important meeting is underway because the situation is very critical for Uddhav Sarkar. So now Uddhav Thackeray doesn't want anything to happen. He wants to use every card to save the Mahavikas Aghadi Sena. So he is doing meeting with the Jilla Adhikaris at the Sena Bhavan. Aditya Thackeray reached few minutes ago over there, and this all meeting is underway right now. We had seen how yesterday there was a video which got out where Eknath Shinde is expressing his things to the fellow MLAs, which is in Guwahati. So right now the major meeting is underway, and it will be very important to see what happens after the meeting because Shiv Sena is playing every card that can save their government because there is so much going around Shiv Sena. On the other hand, Eknath Shinde is very much confident that if anything will happen, he is confident that no one will go out of his camp. On the other side, Sanjay Raut is also claiming that he is in touch with some of the MLAs in Guwahati and they want to come back. So there are some blame games also happening in this situation, but if we talk about the power game, right now the most powerful man in this whole scenario is Eknath Shinde. He will decide what will happen next in Maharashtra politics. But right now, Uddhav Thackeray is the main man who have to convince all the MLAs who is in Maharashtra, who is not gone to Guwahati and who has not been into the rebel camp till now. So he have to convince all of them to save Shiv Sena and Mahavikas Aghadi Sena. So this is the important meeting which is underway, and we have to see what will happen after the meeting.
Explain this for the benefit of our viewers, and in a moment we'll also be joined by Polami in Guwahati. Is Eknath Shinde only moving in the direction of splitting the MLAs, claiming 2/3 support of the MLAs and becoming a separate group in the Maharashtra State Assembly? Or is his effort even deeper, where he's trying to split the party, including Zilla Pramukhs and MLCs and MPs and other leaders of the Shiv Sena at the grassroots level?
he will try everything, because right now MLAs are in support of Eknath Shinde, and we are seeing that how MLAs are supporting Shiv Sena. We had seen some MLC also supporting Eknath Shinde in an indirect way, but right now if considering the whole scenario, we can see how situation has arisen, and we can definitely say that MLCs and MLA will support Eknath Shinde also, and this is the main thing. So this is the main thing where we can say Eknath Shinde on a power place.
Okay, and the image that we see of Dilip Lande also reaching the Radisson Hotel in Guwahati, which means the Eknath Shinde camp's numbers swell to 38. We are also being told, Vinod Agrawal was saying at least 10 independents are with Eknath Shinde. Is it actually true on ground that this number is now touching 50, 40 Shiv Sena and 10 independent? Or is there merit? Eknath Shinde himself was saying 13 will remain with Uddhav, the remaining are with me. Paras.
Yeah, Gaurav, as Eknath Shinde is claiming that he has more than 50 MLAs, and we are seeing the rises of number that is happening because every day we are seeing that MLAs are going to Guwahati and landing their support to Eknath Shinde. So it may happen that on a ground level also some more MLAs will join Guwahati soon. But right now the situation we can see on official level, Dilip Lande has reached Guwahati, and over there he has just landed his support to Eknath Shinde, and we can also see that it seems like many other MLAs of Shiv Sena are in touch with Eknath Shinde, because I am continuously saying that right now Eknath Shinde is in a power position, so everyone wants to land his support to Eknath Shinde because there are many things going around Shiv Sena and MVA government. We had seen a letter bomb written by Eknath Shinde yesterday, where MLA also just said that they are not happy with the Sarkar. They doesn't used to enter Varsha. So there were so many problems which was happening around Shiv Sena. So right now, considering the situation, Gaurav, we can see, we can just consider that there will be many more MLAs who can join Eknath Shinde rebel camp in Guwahati.
MLAs or others too, and let me take that question. Paras, stay with me. Let me take that question to our Western India Bureau Chief and Senior Executive Editor Sahil Joshi, who joins us on the broadcast. Sahil, it's a day of fast-paced developments. Just as we were expecting Eknath Shinde to fly to Mumbai, we are being told that Dilip Lande has also landed in Guwahati, and there is a huddle. Explain what's happening behind the scenes in both the camps, Sahil.
होल्डवर ठेवला आहे.
Okay, our call is on hold, and I'll just take a moment and reestablish that link with Sahil Joshi. But those images are very clear. Dilip Lande being welcomed very warmly as he lands and as he reaches that hotel in Guwahati. These are images that you see exclusively on India Today. The leaders being welcomed into the Shiv Sena rebel fold, which Eknath Shinde claims is the real Shiv Sena. It's now the big fight. Which is the real Shiv Sena? Is the real Shiv Sena the one that is led by Uddhav Thackeray, or is the real Shiv Sena the one that is led by Eknath Shinde, now claiming support of 38 MLAs of the Shiv Sena and 10 independents, also claiming that there are at least 3 more Shiv Sena MLAs who are about to reach Guwahati for the numbers to swell even further. I once again want to come back to Paras Dama joining us in Mumbai. Paras, we are seeing these 2 images of a show of strength that's happening in Guwahati. this would also be an indication to the Zilla Pramukhs and the other leaders who are in Maharashtra. Both sides are playing very intense mind games for us.
Of course, Gaurav, it's a mind game right now because we had seen mind game played by Uddhav Thackeray 2 days ago when he just came on live on Facebook where he said that you have came to me if MLAs had told me that they don't want me as a CM, I would have resigned. But if you want that, come to me and talk to me. This type of mind game has been played by Shiv Sena. On the other hand, Eknath Shinde is also playing some of the important mind games which is very necessary in a situation where you know that you are in a power place and you know that you are very much confident that you can do the changes. So right now Eknath Shinde is showing his strength. Every day a new MLAs is coming to Guwahati. Many MLAs are coming to Guwahati. That's what Eknath Shinde wants to convey to Shiv Sena and MVA government that I have strength right now. I am ahead in numbers. So please wait and watch. I am going to play my part soon. Whatever you want to do, you can do. So this types of this types of mind games have been played by both the side. It will be Shiv Sena or Eknath Shinde. But the power man, the key man right now in whole Maharashtra politics, it's Eknath Shinde, where Eknath Shinde knows he has a strength. On the other hand, Shiv Sena, Sanjay Raut, the main man for Shiv Sena right now, who is speaking up everything on behalf of Shiv Sena. He's saying that I'm also in talks with some of the MLAs and they are not happy there. We had seen a press conference taken by two of the MLAs who has come from the Guwahati. They said that they were not happy. They were been kidnapped by the following party. So these things are happening. Mind games are played by both the sides, but it will be very important to see who will win this situation.
Okay, and it remains to be seen, whether it's game over for Uddhav Thackeray or whether he can still pull a rabbit out of the hat. It very clearly appears there's a change, Paras, in the manner in which Uddhav Thackeray has responded in the past 3 days. From walking out of Varsha to Sanjay Raut saying that Uddhav Thackeray will be back in Varsha, and some of the protests that are being carried out against the Shiv Sena MLAs who've gone to Guwahati, it's almost as if pressure tactics are being mounted on those who are currently in Guwahati.
Yeah, of course, Shiv Sena wants to use every weapon that they have right now because they know their situation. If anything happens, if one or two major thing happens in forthcoming hours, the government will perish like a card. So Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, MVA government, or we can say Sharad Pawar, they will try everything. Also, on the other hand, Shiv Sena wants Eknath Shinde to come back. They also want the MLAs which are rebels, which are staying in Guwahati right now. They also want them to come back. But how? How will they come? How will situation will be in a position where MVA government will able to save the thing which is happening in Maharashtra? So there are some of the important questions which are rising day by day, and the most importantly the MLAs number which are soaring day by day. We had also seen today 3 MLAs had in Guwahati. They just reached Guwahati. So this will be the important part. How will Shiv Sena will handle this situation? Important meeting going at Sena Bhavan. After that we will see picture clearing a little, Gaurav.
Okay, give me a moment, Paras, as we wait for a reaction that's coming in. I want to cut across to the Shiv Sena Bhavan, where Pankaj Upadhyay now joins us from the Shiv Sena Bhavan, and this meeting will perhaps set the tone on what happens next. Agenda for this meeting, what transpires, and what's likely to come out when Uddhav Thackeray addresses the Zilla Pramukhs or the district presidents, Pankaj?
Absolutely. I think there is a lot of significance to this meeting. And this meeting that has been called today, where Sena leader and cabinet minister Aditya Thackeray is present, Vinayak Raut is present, and recently elected to the council, Sachin Ahir, he's also present. Now, this is a clear indication that Shiv Sena is not going to give up so easily, even though at this point of time they clearly realize that the odds are heavily stacked against them. But it seems that the Shiv Sena is going to give a good fight at this point of time. And this meeting of the district presidents, I think, also is an indicator that the Shiv Sena is now on battleground. I think the first move was made some days back by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray himself when he moved out from his official residence, official bungalow, Varsha, and moved towards Matoshri. You know, for decades, Matoshri has been the place where late Bala Saheb Thackeray has been using the remote control and exercising his power in Mumbai and Maharashtra. So, Uddhav Thackeray has clearly moved from Varsha to Matoshri, a clear indicator that he is also on fight mode now. Today,
okay, stay with me for a moment. We have Shiv Sena MLA Bhaskar, who's countering Sanjay Raut. Is there more rebellion brewing in the Sena? Don't challenge your own people. Let's listen in. I'll get you more on the story.
असं आहे की संजय राऊत हे आमचे फार मोठे नेते आहेत, मुख्य प्रवक्ते आहेत. त्यांना मी सल्ला देण्यात मी मोठा नाही, पण तरी देखील मी संजय राऊतांना नम्रपणे सांगतो की ही आव्हानं देण्याची ही वेळ नाही, ही जोडण्याचीच वेळ आहे, हे शोधण्याची वेळ आहे. त्यांची नाराजी खरी खोटी आहे का ती समजून घेण्याची वेळ आहे, ती नाराजी दूर करण्याची वेळ आहे. आपण एकमेकाला आव्हान देण्यापेक्षा लोकशाहीचं जे तत्व आहे की संवाद वाढवा, आव्हानं नका जास्त देऊ, संवाद वाढवा. संवाद वाढला तर मतभेद दूर होतील, संवाद वाढला तर पुन्हा कुटुंब एकरूप होऊ शकतं असं मला वाटतं आणि म्हणून संवाद वाढवायला हवाय.
Communicate, don't take on your own people. Bhaskar Jadav's big attack on Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut, of course, speaking exclusively to India Today, as Munish Pandey made it very clear, the time for talks is over. He, in a way, taunted these 38 Shiv Sena MLAs who are in Guwahati, saying that the BJP is giving you instructions on when to wake up, when to sleep, where to go, and are they headed to Goa next? This is an India Today exclusive.
उनको यहाँ आना पड़ेगा, हमारे सामने आना पड़ेगा. शिवसेना के विधायक है तो हम तो उनका इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि भाई आइए, यहाँ वहां दर दर की ठोकरें खाकर मत घूमिए. महाराष्ट्र आपका है. पहले सूरत में गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी में गए, अब मैं सुन रहा हूँ गुवाहाटी से गोवा में जा रहे हैं. क्या जरूरत है सब करने की? जो बातें आपके मन में है वो आप यहाँ हमारे सामने बैठकर, उद्धव जी के सामने बैठकर भी बात कर सकते थे. इसके लिए आपको भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सिक्योरिटी और सहारा लेना पड़ा सूरत से गुवाहाटी तक. ये लगता है ये कोई एक सच्चा शिव सैनिक का आत्मसम्मान नहीं है. ये मानता हूं मैं, ये प्रतिष्ठा नहीं है शिव सैनिक की. आप अपने आप को अगर शेर कहते हो तो ये शेर की इज्जत नहीं है.
2 दिन पहले जब उद्धव ठाकरे ने ये कहा था कि उनकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बातचीत हुई है, आपने अपने कई बयानों में बातचीत दिया हुआ है. क्या पिछले 2 दिनों में आपकी एकनाथ शिंदे से बात हुई है? क्या
मेरी और उनकी लगभग 10 दिन बातचीत हो रही. उनके साथ जो विधायक हैं उनके साथ भी मेरा संवाद और संपर्क चल रहा है. हम बात कर रहे हैं. देखिए, वो हमारे दुश्मन नहीं है. हमने सालों साल एक साथ काम किया है. हमारा एक रिश्ता है. वो रिश्ता सिर्फ पार्टी में राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर नहीं है, खून का रिश्ता है. पार्टी का रिश्ता खून का रिश्ता है.
लेकिन रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है राउत साहब? रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? इतनी अगर बातचीत हो रही है तो रुकावट कहाँ पे आ रही है? कौन सी ऐसी बात है जिसको लेकर एकनाथ शिंदे कह रहे हैं कि अब मैं उद्धव ठाकरे की शिवसेना में नहीं रहूंगा?
अब एकनाथ शिंदे के हाथ में कुछ बचा ही नहीं है. उनका कब्जा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरा ले चुका है. अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी तय करेगी एकनाथ शिंदे क्या बोलेंगे, क्या करेंगे, खाना खाएंगे, नहीं पिएंगे, अब उनको सोना है या उठना है, बैठना है, स्नान करना है, ये अब बीजेपी तय करेगी. अब एकनाथ शिंदे और उनके विधायकों के हाथ में कुछ नहीं बचा है.
जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि अब एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो बीजेपी के कब्जे में हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये भी सवाल होगा कि ना सिर्फ एकनाथ शिंदे बल्कि उनके साथ में जो बागी एमएलए हैं वो भी बीजेपी के कब्जे में. और ये भी नजर आ रहा है कि अब तो शिवसेना भी उनके कब्जे में है क्योंकि उनके पास नंबर्स अंगगणित के हिसाब से ज्यादा हैं.
देखिए, हमारे पास अब 55 विधायक विधानसभा में है. उसमें से मैं मानता हूं सभी विधायक चले गए. जाने दो, कागज पे विधायक जाने का मतलब पार्टी खत्म हो गया ऐसा नहीं होता है। विधायक चले जाते हैं, पार्टी खड़ी रहती है, वापस विधायक चुनकर लाते हैं। 2 बार बगावत हुई है, नारायण राणे ने बगावत की, छगन भुजबल ने बगावत की, उनके साथ भी विधायक चले गए, लेकिन चुनाव में उसमें से एक भी विधायक वापस चुनकर नहीं आया महाराष्ट्र में। उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। इस बार भी जो विधायक रहेंगे उनके साथ, समझ लीजिए उनकी पॉलिटिकल करियर खत्म हो गई। दूसरी बात, महाराष्ट्र की जनता सड़क पर उतर गई है। आज 10 जगह पे जो विधायक चले गए, उनके घर पर, उनके कार्यालय के ऊपर बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने मोर्चा निकाला है, आंदोलन किया है। ये तो एक स्टेप है, आगे आगे देखो क्या होता है।
आपकी आज मुलाकात हुई शरद पवार जी से, उस मुलाकात में क्या क्या बातचीत हुई, क्या इसके बारे में आप बता पाएंगे? और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है, क्योंकि आपने बयान दिया कि वो अभी भी इस अलायंस के नेता हैं, बड़े नेता हैं, पितामह की तरह हैं वो। क्या उनके सजेशन थे, आपकी क्या बातचीत हुई और आगे की रणनीति क्या होने वाली है आपकी?
रणनीति की बात तो नहीं है, हम तो विधायक जहाँ कहाँ छुपा कर रखे किसी स्टेट में, वो आने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। पवार साहब तो हमेशा महाविकास आघाड़ी की प्रेरणा रही है, ऊर्जा रहे हैं, और आज भी हम सब लोग एक साथ, कांग्रेस हो, एनसीपी, शिवसेना, मुख्यमंत्री, लड़ने के मूड में। हम लड़ेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर भी और लड़ेंगे सड़क पर भी।
एक कानूनी लड़ाई की भी आप लोगों ने तैयारी की है, इस तरह की खबरें हैं कि
कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, कानूनी लड़ाई तो चलती रहेगी, लेकिन हर लड़ाई को हम तैयार है। जिस प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर स्टेट में जहां बीजेपी का शासन नहीं है, वहां की सरकारें तोड़ फोड़ कर अपनी सरकार बनाना चाहती है, ये देश के सामने, लोकतंत्र के सामने एक बड़ा आह्वान है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, पूरे देश भर का माहौल ऐसा है कि महाराष्ट्र के मुद्दे पर पूरा देश का विपक्ष एक साथ आ रहा है, चाहे ममता बनर्जी हो, चाहे तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे तमिलनाडु के मुख्यमंत्री हो, चाहे राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री हो, पूरे देश से हमको समर्थन मिल रहा है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये जो खेल शुरू किया है, ये जो आग लगाई है, इस आग में जलने वाले वही है।
शिवसेना MP Sanjay Raut is taking solace in the fact that the entire opposition is coming together on the aspect of what's happening in Maharashtra. But his own party leader is telling him, look within, talk to your own people, don't let this fight escalate. And this is coming from his own Bhaskar Jadhav of the Shiv Sena. He says, don't challenge your own people, speak to them. Now is the time to understand why your own people are upset. I once again want to cut across to Pankaj Upadhyay joining us from Shiv Sena Bhavan. Pankaj, Bhaskar Jadhav is still in Mumbai, and Bhaskar Jadhav is telling Sanjay Raut, talk to your people, don't antagonize them. What's actually happening within the Shiv Sena in Mumbai, in Maharashtra?
Gaurav, it's a very difficult situation for Shiv Sena at this point of time. You know, I'm standing right outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan. I was trying to have a word with the Shiv Sena cadres. They are not ready to speak right now. All they are saying is they are waiting for a word from Uddhav Thackeray as to what is going to be the next plan of action of these people. What is going to be the next plan of action of these party loyalists? What are they supposed to do? Should they resort to sloganeering? Should they protest against the Shinde camp? Or should they stay still? If they protest, it would be like protesting against their own party. If they do not protest, it would be like they are endorsing whatever the Shinde camp is doing. How would they prove whether they are with the Shinde camp or with their Thackeray camp? So there is confusion all around. While on one hand, a list of 16 Shiv Sena MLAs against whom the process of disqualification is being initiated by the Sena leaders is being circulated. On the other hand, within the Shiv Sena, we have the likes of MLA Bhaskar Jadhav, who clearly maintain that, look, this is not right. This is the time to unite the Shiv Sena. This is the time to fill up the cracks. And let us bring all these rebels, these dissidents together. And let's get together. Let's talk over the issues and sort this out. But the resolution is not going to be
Give me a
easy,
moment.
Gaurav.
Give me a moment. We have the first reaction that's coming in on the Maharashtra crisis from the Bharatiya Janata Party Union Minister Piyush Goyal has said it's an unholy alliance that's bound to fail. Let's quickly listen in to Piyush Goyal, the first reaction that's coming in from Team Modi. Union Minister Piyush Goyal has reacted to the crisis in Maharashtra. He's called the Maha Vikas Aghadi an unholy alliance that is bound to fail.
You're a Mumbai boy. ये महाराष्ट्र में क्या हो रहा है? क्या करवा रहे हो आप?
हमें तो पता नहीं, मैं तो आपके यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ अभी। इसके पहले हमारे नए राष्ट्रपति जी के नामांकन के लिए गया था। मैं समझता हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र में जो हो रहा है वो उन्हीं के जो गठबंधन था, वो जो जरा भी नैतिक गठबंधन नहीं था, टोटली अनएथिकल alliance. I mean, imagine, just now, by the way, in the car driving to your venue, a senior journalist from your channel was sharing a video which is doing the rounds, I think, on various social media about an interview which Mr. Bal Thackeray gave many, many years ago, in which he was asked the question, would you be willing to go with the Congress to form a government? And he said, I'd rather dissolve my party than do an agreement and do a government with the Congress. I mean, I've never seen such bankruptcy of ideology as we saw in Maharashtra amongst all the partners. All the three partners who hated each other all their life are suddenly seeing virtue in each other, and you see an absolutely unethical government for the last 2.5 years, an absolutely corrupt government. For those who come from Maharashtra or Mumbai have experienced it. And when I was re-elected to the Rajya Sabha only a few days ago, when I was asked my comments, I had actually said that the fact that 3 MPs of the BJP have got elected in Rajya Sabha against a possible 2 that we really had the votes for is reflective of the public anger and the seething discontent that was visible in Maharashtra for many months. It's just come out to the fore. It's an internal matter of that party. But you can clearly see the way things are going, that the majority of that party continues to believe in the ideology or the principles that were once upon a time their core philosophy, and the people who compromise are now being relegated to the background or will probably remain as a fringe element.
You know the Thackeray family very well personally, and now this is very embarrassing for Uddhav Thackeray ji to have his MLAs walk out in a manner where there is now more people with the Shinde Sena than there are with the Thackeray Sena. And what a fall from grace this is for the son of Bala Saheb Thackeray. Why do you think it went wrong, and how much of this is BJP lagawing chabi from the back?
Well, very often when there's an earthquake, I think the earthquake was bound to happen. It's probably divine that something which is beyond any of our control what is happening, and earthquakes will happen, will come and go. Nobody needs to actually do anything to make that earthquake happen. And what we are seeing there is just something which was expected to happen. Frankly, the fact that they ran for 2.5 months itself is it reflects the ability of power to be a glue and keep them together for 2.5 years. It was an unholy alliance, and I think they're just seeing the result of the public sentiment. In fact, many MPs, in Parliament would come to us from that party and say, literally bang their head and say, we don't know how we'll ever get re-elected in 2024 because we won the last election keeping Mr. Modi's photo in our every poster. Raul, by the way, I was summoned, requested, pleaded by a candidate of that party in South Mumbai to rush to Mumbai to salvage his election, which was otherwise going down the tube, because South Mumbai clearly looked like being angry that we did not have a BJP candidate and we had a candidate from that party. I literally spent 3-4 days assuaging people all over my area that no, a vote given to this candidate is a vote to Prime Minister Modi for his re-election. आप बस मोदी जी का चित्र रख के वोट डालो वहाँ पे, चाहे धनुष बाण हो, चाहे कमल हो, मोदी जी को वोट जाएगा. वो सोच के वोट डालो. And of course we won that seat with a healthy margin. But for them to win that seat next time, if they didn't have Mr. Modi's photo, would have been a near impossibility. And I think most MPs, MLAs there understood, realized that you have come to Maharashtra during the last elections. You saw the huge upswing of public support and love and affection for Mr. Modi. We could have fought that last election on our own and actually won it also. But we believe in friendships. We believe in respecting friendships, ideological friends, friendships of 30 odd years. This alliance originally, very, very originally, started in my own home in 1984. So we are now, 38 years gone by. And Mr. Vajpayee was there. Mr. Bal Thackeray had come to my home. They both met, discussed. Then they went and addressed a rally at Shivaji Park. And by the way, they didn't even have a recognized symbol. So the then candidate fought on the Kamal symbol, our lotus symbol, in the 84 election. So that was they had only 2 candidates in Maharashtra for the Lok Sabha in 84. But it's unfortunate that they chose not to stick along with the BJP. And let's see how things pan out now. I am not privy to what's happening because I am neither in Guwahati nor I was in Mumbai when all of this happened. I was in Geneva. So certainly I can assure you that none of us has any role in what's happening. Okay.
It's a big attack on the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Union Minister Piyush Goyal says it's a total bankruptcy of ideology of all the 3 parties, the 3 constituents. The unholy alliance is bound to fail, says Union Minister Piyush Goyal. And I've never seen such bankruptcy of ideology in the 3 parties, the Shiv Sena, the Congress and the NCP. Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Piyush Goyal launches a frontal attack on the lack of ideology, and he's singling out, while he's talking about all 3, Congress, Shiv Sena and the NCP, he singles out the Shiv Sena, where he says the core of that party still believes in the ideology of Bala Saheb Thackeray. He quotes Bala Saheb Thackeray saying he once said, "I would rather dissolve my party than go with the Congress." Piyush Goyal in exclusive conversation with India Today's news director Rahul Kamal. Let's listen in.
You're a Mumbai boy. ये महाराष्ट्र में क्या हो रहा है? क्या करवा रहे हो आप?
हमें तो पता नहीं, मैं तो आपके यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ अभी. इसके पहले हमारे नए राष्ट्रपति जी के नामांकन के लिए गया था. मैं समझता हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र में जो हो रहा है वो उन्हीं के जो गठबंधन था, वो जो जरा भी नैतिक गठबंधन नहीं था. A totally unethical alliance. I mean, imagine, just now, by the way, in the car driving to your venue, a senior journalist from your channel was sharing a video which is doing the rounds, I think, on various social media about an interview which Mr. Bal Thackeray gave many, many years ago, in which he was asked the question, would you be willing to go with the Congress to form a government? And he said, I'd rather dissolve my party than do an agreement and do a government with the Congress. I mean, I've never seen such bankruptcy of ideology as we saw in Maharashtra amongst all the partners. All the 3 partners who hated each other all their life are suddenly seeing virtue in each other, and you see an absolutely unethical government for the last 2.5 years, an absolutely corrupt government. For those who come from Maharashtra or Mumbai have experienced it. And when I was re-elected to the Rajya Sabha only a few days ago, when I was asked my comments, I had actually said that the fact that 3 MPs of the BJP have got elected in Rajya Sabha against a possible 2 that we really had the votes for is reflective of the public anger and the seething discontent that was visible in Maharashtra for many months. It's just come out to the fore. It's an internal matter of that party. But you can clearly see the way things are going, that the majority of that party continues to believe in the ideology or the principles that were once upon a time their core philosophy, and the people who compromise are now being relegated to the background or will probably remain as a fringe element.
You know the Thackeray family very well personally, and now this is very embarrassing for Uddhav Thackeray ji to have his MLAs walk out in a manner where there is now more people with the Shinde Sena than there are with the Thackeray Sena. And what a fall from grace this is for the son of Balasaheb Thackeray. Why do you think it went wrong, and how much of this is BJP lagawing chabi from the back?
Well, very often when there's an earthquake, I think the earthquake was bound to happen. It's probably divine that something which is beyond any of our control what is happening, and earthquakes will happen, will come and go. Nobody needs to actually do anything to make that earthquake happen. And what we are seeing there is just something which was expected to happen. Frankly, the fact that they ran for 2.5 months itself is, it reflects the ability of power to be a glue and keep them together for 2.5 years. It was an unholy alliance, and I think they're just seeing the result of the public sentiment. In fact, many MPs, in Parliament would come to us from that party and say, literally bang their head and say, we don't know how we'll ever get re-elected in 2024 because we won the last election keeping Mr. Modi's photo in our every poster. Rahul, by the way, I was summoned, requested, pleaded by a candidate of that party in South Mumbai to rush to Mumbai to salvage his election, which was otherwise going down the tube, because South Mumbai clearly looked like being angry that we did not have a BJP candidate and we had a candidate from that party. I literally spent 3-4 days assuaging people all over my area that no, a vote given to this candidate is a vote to Prime Minister Modi for his re-election. आप बस मोदी जी का चित्र रख के वोट डालो वहाँ पे, चाहे धनुष बाण हो, चाहे कमल हो, मोदी जी को वोट जाएगा. वो सोच के वोट डालो. And of course we won that seat with a healthy margin. But for them to win that seat next time, if they didn't have Mr. Modi's photo, would have been a near impossibility. And I think most MPs, MLAs there understood, realized that you have come to Maharashtra during the last elections. You saw the huge upswing of public support and love and affection for Mr. Modi. We could have fought that last election on our own and actually won it also. But we believe in friendships. We believe in respecting friendships, ideological friends, friendships of 30-odd years. This alliance originally, very, very originally, started in my own home in 1984. So we are now, 38 years gone by. And Mr. Vajpayee was there. Mr. Bal Thackeray had come to my home. They both met, discussed. Then they went and addressed a rally at Shivaji Park. And by the way, they didn't even have a recognized symbol. So the then candidate fought on the Kamal symbol, our lotus symbol, in the 84 election. So that was they had only 2 candidates in Maharashtra for the Lok Sabha in 84. But it's unfortunate that they chose not to stick along with the BJP. And let's see how things pan out now. I am not privy to what's happening because I am neither in Guwahati nor I was in Mumbai when all of this happened. I was in Geneva. So certainly I can assure you that none of us has any role in what's happening. Okay.
Big attack. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal tears into the Mahavikas Aghadi, says it's a total bankruptcy of ideology. It's only the lust for power that has brought all of them together and not ideology. They've all fought each other all their lives, and now for power they've come together, and this unholy alliance is bound to fail. Nana Patole, the Maharashtra Pradesh Congress Committee chief, joins me on this broadcast. Nana Patole, Piyush Goyal says it's only power, the hunger for power, that has brought this unholy alliance together, sir. It's bound to fail.
मैं पीयूष गोयल को भी याद दिलाऊंगा कि लास्ट 2014 से 2019 में जो सरकार थी, फडणवीस सरकार, उस समय भी शिवसेना के एमएलए मंत्री अपना रिजाइन लेके जेब में घूमते थे कि फडणवीस और बीजेपी हमें तकलीफ देती है, ये उनकी उस समय में वो परेशानियां थी। और रही अभी की जो सरकार जो है, अलायंस ये नेचुरल नहीं है, हम बात मानते हैं, लेकिन एक बात है कि जो आज अलायंस तोड़ने का जो काम शुरू हो गया है वो ईडी के माध्यम से हुआ है, ये छुपा नहीं है। आज भी अनिल परब को ईडी के कार्यालय में खड़ा करके रखा है और क्या क्या कमिटमेंट किया।
जी, लेकिन आरोप ये लग रहा है, okay, I've lost that line with Nana Patole and we will try and re-establish that conversation because the allegation that the observation of Union Minister Piyush Goyal is that it's only lust for power that's brought the three parties together, and he quotes Bala Saheb Thackeray, who was once asked a question, will he ever have an alliance with the Congress party, and he said, I would rather dissolve the Shiv Sena than go with the Congress party. And his son, Uddhav Thackeray, is now in an alliance with the Congress party and the NCP, and the core ideology and the core or the majority in his own party, the Shiv Sena, are not following that line. Breaking news coming in, this breaking news coming in from that mega Shiv Sena meeting of the Zilla Pramukhs or the district presidents that's happening as we speak. So we get you inside details of this key huddle that Uddhav Thackeray is addressing at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. He, of course, we are told, has joined via video conference. He told workers, the Zilla Pramukhs there, the district presidents of the Shiv Sena, that he was not well for the past 6-7 months, and he said he had made that point very clear. I'll get you more on this breaking story, but I want to get back to Nana Patole in just a moment. Nana Patole, केंद्रीय वाणिज्य मंत्री पीयूष गोयल ये कह रहे हैं कि केवल सत्ता की भूख आपको एक साथ लाई है। बाला साहेब ठाकरे का जिक्र करते हुए कह रहे हैं कि बाला साहेब ने कहा था कि मैं शिवसेना भंग कर दूंगा, तोड़ दूंगा, लेकिन कभी कांग्रेस के साथ नहीं जाऊंगा, और उन्हीं का बेटा अब कांग्रेस के साथ अलायंस में है। Okay, we'll once again attempt to re-establish that link with Nana Patole, because there are some questions that Uddhav Thackeray, of course, is in the line of fire for going with the Mahavikas Aghadi, where majority in his party, at least as of now, majority of the MLAs in his party do not want to be a part of the Mahavikas Aghadi, and they've said so in as many words to Uddhav Thackeray, to Shiv Sena leaders, not just the 38 MLAs who are there in Guwahati, but even MLAs and leaders like Bhaskar Jadhav, who are in Mumbai and telling Sanjay Raut, listen to your people instead of listening to outsiders and having a confrontation with your own people. A quick break, back with lots more. Stay with us on this special broadcast. India Today gets you all angles of the story from Guwahati to Mumbai and more. Stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Sun, we depend on it for energy and light, but solar flares from the sun could be deadly. Are you confused and don't understand what this means? Don't you worry, we have it covered. A massive solar flare erupted from Earth's star as it got active in its new cycle. A sunspot exploded and produced flares which lasted for 8 hours. The event led to a shortwave radio blackout for 8 hours over Japan and Southeast Asia. Before we get into the technicalities of what caused this, let's learn about solar flares. A solar flare is an intense, localized eruption of electromagnetic radiation in the sun's atmosphere. Its occurrence will disrupt radio signals. The occurrence of solar flare also varies upon 11-year cycle. The solar flare unleashed superheated plasma from the sun, powering them at speeds ranging in millions of kilometers per hour. the growing sunspot AR3032 exploded, producing M3 class flares that lasted nearly 8 hours. It hurled towards the inner planets, including Earth, ionized the top of the atmosphere with the extreme ultraviolet radiation released from the sun. Geomagnetic storms are a major disturbance of Earth's magnetosphere that occurs when there is a very efficient exchange of energy from the solar wind into the space environment surrounding Earth.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small, they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
You are watching India Today.
Ever witnessed a tornado? A tornado is a violently rotating column of air extending from the base of thunderstorm down to the ground. Tornadoes are capable of completely destroying well-made structures, uprooting trees. A tornado can pass through the air like a deadly missile. If you ever witness a tornado or if one passes near you, you need to know the safety measures. In this video, we will tell you all about it. Tornadoes are great spirals of wind and among the most violent and destructive storm on Earth, despite their sometimes fast and localized passage. They form when hot humid air, often from the sea, meets dry cold conditions originally from the poles. As the hot air rises, the denser cold air gathers underneath. The condensation and moisture produced results in the formation of a thundercloud. The two air masses rotate around each other without mixing. Before long, a hazy cone or a funnel appears, a warning sign that a tornado is on the way. Once the spiral touches the ground, it can officially be classed by the name of the tornado. The amount of damage a tornado can cause is directly linked to the speed of its varying wind. The enhanced Fujita scale is used to measure the intensity and damage potential. Most tornadoes are classified as level 0, with wind speed of between 105 and 137 km per hour. Damage is usually slight. For example, tiles might be blown off the roof. But level 5 tornadoes, however, bring with them wind ranging from 320 to 500 km per hour. In this case, a whole house can be uprooted and cars can be thrown more than 100 meters away. Tornadoes can form all across the world, but they most frequently hit the United States of America, where annually there are more than 1,000.
You are watching India Today.
All right, viewers, you can see on your television screen the rebel MLA group headed by Eknath Shinde, how it's only grown from strength to strength. We are giving you the date, we are giving you the numbers, and you can clearly see the trajectory of the possible demise of the Mahavikas Aghadi. It started off in Surat with 34 MLAs. Right now, Eknath Shinde in Guwahati, standing with what he claims and what seems like very clearly 38 MLAs of just the Shiv Sena. That is one more than what he needed to buck the anti-defection law. All right, with those visuals, let me take you to the latest developments coming in. The big scoop from Uddhav's key huddle. The latest which is coming in, viewers, is that Uddhav Thackeray has countered the rebels' inaccessible charge. Uddhav says, could not meet Netas as I was unwell, saying that I left Varsha, not the fight. Uddhav has said that I might have left the Chief Minister's residence Varsha, but I am still determined and I will not give up the fight. What's interesting, viewers, is when Uddhav Thackeray had, in that emotional address directly to the rebel MLAs, had